Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to playoffs day 2 of CFW West League, man. Joining me in the analyst desk today is my colleague Penguin. I'm your host Kushari. And man, do we have a lineup today? This is like, what scale would you scale these games today?
Well, it's final day for the West League, not only for the West League, for the West League this year, because there is no more West League. This is season 2, last season. It means everything for everybody. Even the third and fourth game, it's actually a final, because we are talking about the possibility of InnerCircle going to the EWC, and this makes it even more valuable than the first and second place, because the first and second place already secured their spot in the EWC, but InnerCircle still, they didn't secure it, as we can see from the points in front of our eyes right now. ROC Esports and GGD secured based on their placement on season 1. InnerCircle, former Knights, now they are kinda need this win. Of course, here we Swarm Gaming, they have a different regional qualifiers. They are not included in our regional qualifiers, so Swarm Gaming's points will not be in the CFS regional qualifiers path. But for ROC Esports and GG, the guys are maintaining their spot. InnerCircle now, which is gonna be our third and fourth game.
Yes.
They need to be. Maybe this is. I think that this is gonna be maybe a better game than the finals for the guys of both teams, because Petro wanna deny InnerCircle going to the EWC because he was part of the Knights, which is now InnerCircle, and InnerCircle wanna just prove the success and go to the EWC. So to be honest, based on the points, even Anubis fans today, they're gonna be watching the games and they're gonna be hoping that PingPongPals wins InnerCircle.
Yeah, I mean, first game, it's gonna be PingPongPals versus InnerCircle, and then the final, the grand final, will be ROC Esports against Gaimin Gladiators. And I just have to highlight one thing. Yesterday in the MVP interview, I remember Spoxy said one thing loud and clear. He said, "I'm gonna smash your boys." So this is kind of interesting, you know. There's a lot of back and forth and banter, you know, some friendly beef, but like you said, third place as well is, I think, as important, if not more important in some way or the other, than the grand final, because if InnerCircle manage to secure this win, they can possibly get a shot at getting qualified to the EWC.
Yeah, so that's what makes the third and fourth game actually a real final, because the guys on PingPongPals and InnerCircle, they both have goals. Even Anubis fans, they are looking into this game closely, seeing how this game is going to be going, because this might even decide their position in the EWC. If the InnerCircle players could not get the win today over PingPongPals, that means that Anubis will be our third slot for the EWC.
Yeah, and their efforts wouldn't have gone to waste, because if you think about it, Anubis was second place in season 1 and they only lost to ROC, so they also have a chance at this, but the ball is not in their court. It's in InnerCircle and PingPongPals court. Here we're looking at PingPongPals roster, man. Petro. Anyways, let's dive right into this. Break this down for me. What do you think is like the weak links, the strong links, what we can expect from these two teams over here?
Well, for the guys on PingPongPals, which we're seeing right now, the guys are really strong when it comes to aim battles and when it comes also to mind games, because HTZ is usually the guy who's doing some mind games, playing aggressive, trying to get the kills. Gainer is the guy who's trying to take the 1v1s. MKZ is the guy who's using his brain more. So in terms of maybe mind games and aim-wise, PingPongPals have very, very high edge on these things, but coming to some kind of, we are talking about experience in the playoffs. The roster still don't have this much experience, because it's their first time together and their first time playoffs. It's the first playoffs for Gainer. It's the first playoffs as well for LSY. The first show in the West League for LSY, and it's his first playoffs. So still, we are not seeing that much. I guess MKZ as well. This is his second time in playoffs. So still, we're not seeing the guys experience coming in together. But when it comes to aim, when it comes to mind games, they are free to do whatever they want.
Very balanced.
Yeah, and their aim is actually very decent. I want to highlight the aim point, because we're gonna get back to it when we talk about InnerCircle. The guys who are strat-wise doing perfectly good, reading the enemy team, taking the tactical pause when it's needed, actually adapting versus any team very good, even adapting better than PingPongPals because they usually have the much experience and more experience. All the players among the roster of InnerCircle are all experienced players, but the only weakness that InnerCircle usually faces is when sometimes they face someone who have better aim, they usually fall. That's what we've seen yesterday because InnerCircle yesterday, they were better in terms of, we're talking about strategies, counteracting, adapting into the game, trying to move on as a team, group together as controls. They were better than GG. But GG in terms of aim and maybe aggressive wise, they were just slightly ahead, and that's why they claimed the win yesterday versus InnerCircle. So now, it's the same situation occurring again versus InnerCircle. PingPongPals again, they're gonna be using their aims, they're gonna be using Gainer, they will put LSY on his second ohm, and they will use MKZ's aim into trying to maybe demolish the strategies on InnerCircle side.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick, I wouldn't be able to be honest. When I look at both of these teams, they have a lot of advantages, as you mentioned, and some, if not, like, not minor weaknesses to say when it comes to either experience or fumbling plays or not securing enough clutches like we saw yesterday as well. And these are the key elements that you actually need to win, not just a series, but a series within the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly, because precisive aim is actually a key factor in the playoffs, as you said, and it needs to be kind of the way that you are thinking when you are going to the game. Yes, I need to have a very good aim in such matchup in order to win the aims, and actually the guys on PingPongPals, even HDZ himself, the guy is doing really a great job, and he's doing very good for his teammates in the picks that he's doing, as we can see right now. The way he's controlling the map, the way he's actually defending the sites is very good in my opinion. HDZ is one of the core elements on PingPongPal's success because of his gameplay and style.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how this is going to pan out, to be honest, because you did mention that InnerCircle now has Beck as the current IGL. They probably Alucard is going to be the star player or the key player in this roster here, and they have two of the best German players in the roster. So it's like we can say there's pros and cons to everything. Their pros are, individually speaking, these guys are beyond skilled. Cons would probably be that some of them, well, including Awesome, just hasn't played with them as much, but as well, they're in the gaming house, they're in boot camp, and they're ready to go. And we saw that yesterday, that they would get excited in between rounds or post-game win or something, but still, maybe that could actually be something negative, because now when you take someone out of their comfort zone, especially when it comes to gaming or esports, that might not be the best kind of adaptation you have.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the most things that everybody needs to be thinking about. Usually when in gaming, if you get the guy out of his comfort zone, some players perform extremely well, and we've seen, in my opinion, and just a personal opinion, I guess, Snare, one of the players that when you get him out of his comfort zone, when you put him in gaming house, this guy is delivering the most.
Yeah.
But some players as well, they like to stay in the same zone because they want to be changing, they don't want to be changing, they don't want to adapt from the beginning. So maybe this is the thing that everybody, they don't have the same variables for it. But talking about InnerCircle, the guys are not, I'm not saying that they are still playing very good. No, there's still some weaknesses, we've seen it, but I think that these weaknesses is just a matter of time for them to get it fix it.
Yeah.
So because we've seen InnerCircle how they played in the West League. They kind of started very slow, but they started adapting very good. Now these, even in the playoffs versus GG, they played very good the first game. But then they did some mistakes on the second and third game that costed them the series.
A lot. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that the same situation is going to happen. That these mistakes is going to be fixed, and we're going to be seeing a different InnerCircle, better version than the yesterday. That's the good and pro side from InnerCircle, that the guys are always adapting and improving day by day. PingPongPals, yes, they are also improving. They started also kind of slow, and then they started gaining multiple wins. But the thing is, they are not improving as much as InnerCircle is improving.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue and say that they both played an equal amount of games, but at the same time, who absorbed those games and got the most out of it? I agree with you on that point. It's probably InnerCircle. You know what I mean? Based on their adaptations and how they went from a mediocre point in the ranking system and then suddenly got the day 2 of playoffs.
Yeah, and InnerCircle play style actually shifted. If you guys didn't watch, if the guys didn't watch how InnerCircle played in the beginning of the season until now, even in the playoffs, the play style kind of shifted so far, because we've seen InnerCircle or former Unnights, they used to play very passive. The guys used to play a very maybe slow game. It's not a bad game, but it's just a play style. You play a slow
Composure,
game.
yeah.
You play a slow game. You play on the patience. You maybe just the enemy team run out of patience and he just start pushing. So you punish. You get the kills. You get the controls, or maybe at least you get some information. You deny the late information that happens from the teams. So this gameplay is very good. That's okay. But everybody knew how InnerCircle is playing right now.
Yeah.
And they started countering it. So InnerCircle had to adapt, had to counter. That's why they changed their coach. They got a new coach now, and he changed completely the system. The guys are now mixing between the strategies. Sometimes they're playing very slow, sometimes they're playing very fast, and we've seen it in Eagle Eye, because they played very fast on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, so it's not too scripted, you know what I mean? Anyways, let's jump to the maps. What do you think are the 2 maps that are probably gonna get banned?
Well, talking about both teams, when they both faced each other in the regular season and InnerCircle left subbase open and PingPongPals punished them, that means that InnerCircle is 100% banning subbase. For PingPongPals, guys, they have a wide of open maps,
varieties,
but I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be leaving New Mexico open for InnerCircle, because InnerCircle are forced to play New Mexico if they didn't cook anything in New Mexico, because InnerCircle they have to ban either subbase or New Mexico. So I guess for PingPongPals they have the variety to ban any of the maps. Maybe they can go for the ban of port call, in my opinion, because InnerCircle are very good on port.
Makes sense. I'd like to see the maps actually, because I think New Mexico is probably gonna get banned. Yeah, because it makes sense to me. Like, now is not the time to, you know, trial and error and to see if all the scrims and practicing they've put in the last few weeks since the map's been around, I'd rather, if I was in their shoes, just go for a more comfort pick. But tell me a bit about this Ankara ban though from PingPongPals. Do they think it's a challenge?
Well, because maybe PingPongPals had the veto. Maybe they had the better veto because they left port on the last map.
Yeah.
So they avoided port and they still banned Ankara. So this is a good sign for them. But the good sign also for PingPongPals that the subbase is still open. It did InnerCircle practice and fix the mistakes on subbase, because talking in general wise, if you're a CrossFire player, not even a professional competitive, if you're just a competitive player in CrossFire, if you are forced to play one of the 2 maps, subbase or New Mexico, definitely will go for New
Mexico, right?
No, subbase.
Subbase.
You will not play New Mexico, because New Mexico is still a new map, as we said. Some callouts you might miss it, and the lineups you will not even remember it, or you'll not be able to remember all the lineups on the new map. So you go for the basic map. The basic map is subbase.
Yeah.
So now InnerCircle, as I said, they are forced to play subbase. But if they will be able to beat PingPongPals in compound and Eagle Eye easily, I don't think that there is going to be a problem for InnerCircle on subbase, because they will have the momentum, they will have the confidence in themselves, and they're going to beat PingPongPals. But talking about Eagle Eye, I want to talk about Eagle Eye, because Eagle Eye, yesterday we've seen that PingPongPals beat ROC on Eagle Eye, and we've seen InnerCircle beating also GG on Eagle Eye. That means that both teams are really locked in for Eagle Eye. Whoever is going to be winning Eagle Eye, I guess the momentum definitely is going to be shifting. We always mention the momentum in playoffs, because in playoffs, it's not about strategies. It's about your confidence and momentum. If you have the momentum, even if the enemy team is better than you, and in this case, I don't want to highlight that InnerCircle yesterday was kind of strat-wise better than GG, but GG had all the momentum in the world. We've seen Flex going into the CT, wrapping behind the guys in Ankara, first minute, and killing everybody. This is not a strategy. This is a momentum.
This is adrenaline and confidence.
Exactly. This is confidence. This is momentum. The guy had the guts to do it, but InnerCircle don't have such things. So that's why I'm saying in playoffs, first thing to take into consideration, is the momentum. This is a third and fourth place. This is a qualifying spot for the InnerCircle.
Yeah, like you do not want to go at a 0-2 deficit in the first 2 games of a 5-game series, to be honest. At least you want to keep that equal and then hope that your team has more mental perseverance and consistency to push through, especially if the maps are in your favor as the series progresses.
Well, talking about the seeing the V2, I don't think InnerCircle would love to go one by one through PingPongPals because
Yeah,
there will be some weaknesses for InnerCircle and maybe sub-base,
sub-base
maybe
onwards,
Black Widow.
yeah.
But if you are talking
Port
about,
maybe.
yeah, if you are talking about PingPongPals, they need to go one by one for them at least. If not, yes, 2-0, that's definitely good for them. But the least case scenario, they need to go one by one by InnerCircle. Otherwise, it's gonna be swept by them.
Interesting. All right, we're ready to go into game 1. Let's send it over to our casters, Kyle and Neo Kai, please.
All right, well, here we are. It is our third place matchup indeed, Neo. I'm excited to jump into this one because, as they've mentioned on the desk, a lot on the line here. It's not just third place, it's a chance at an EWC spot as well for IC. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do. But this is a roster where they kind of said it well on the desk. There's been a lot of inconsistency throughout the season. So especially as someone who got to see them play yesterday, I'm curious your read coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, PingPongPals, their story has just been punching up. Like, that's been what I feel like is the narrative for this side. You know, they came in, we're like, okay, you know, names that we recognize from the West League and names that have been around for a while, but what do we expect them to do? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I really feel like they've actually gelled together quite well. IC, though, I still favor them in this matchup. I mean, if I had to make a prediction, I'd probably go something along the lines of like a 3-1 IC. But I think PingPongPals have still looked really difficult to break down. I think a lot of sides have struggled to really find weaknesses against them. And I think that's what makes them really interesting for me. I feel like they're just so difficult to predict. Sometimes PingPongPals are kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, they're definitely a team that knows how to hit their stride at certain points, and it's no surprise here. I mean, you think about Unknights as a legacy roster. Actually, 3 players from PingPongPals were on the original Unknights lineup, so over time, I feel like this roster is just kind of finding the right pieces and able to pick themselves up into a pretty good position to where I didn't even necessarily expect them to be in the playoffs here, so I'm excited to see what they're going to do as this map gets deeper underway. And Compound, also an interesting one to kick this one off on, since right now it's kind of the meta, I think, to play slow in the early game and go for these late round executes out of mid, and it seems to be, so far at least, PingPongPals have that same recipe for us here. You can see the 5 stack towards the mid tower position. HDZ, though, has to be careful. Beck on the flank, able to find one as Alucard takes down Pietro, and so far 3P don't really have the momentum they were looking for in this opening round, and HDZ almost taken out of the picture, but it's not going to matter for long because Awesome just goes swinging through the middle of the map, and now HDZ alone with 4 HP. There's nothing he can do, and that is a very clean opening round for IC.
Yeah, and actually a little bit quicker maybe than I expected, especially because we see a lot of teams really play with the clock. You got to touch on it, right? It has been the meta right now. Very, very slow. And actually just kind of just feel out what we're trying to set up in the early, what our default's looking like. And that, for me, is probably quite indicative of just, I think, the confidence of IC. This is a side with a lot to offer up. LSY, he was actually pretty nuts yesterday. He had real decent moments, but he shut down as Awesome, Beck, Kiko, all getting on the action. HTZ and MKZ are all that's left, and unfortunately, it feels pretty unlikely. Awesome's very low, and he probably should fall, and he will, at the hands of MKZ, but still, numbers favor IC here.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tough one now for MKZ and HDZ. They don't really have a whole lot of map control, no C4 to work with, so it's really just a matter of time unless they can find themselves a clean opening. You can see Jin sliding underneath here, trying to find that opportunity to maybe strike, but HDZ still holding above him very carefully. But the key position here is really going to be MKZ going for this lurking rotation, but Beck, perfect positioning here, but doesn't matter. MKZ with the reaction, able to find him anyways. Now it's going to be on to Jin to maybe make the next move with the C4 still being down. They are running out of time to make this happen for themselves, but MKZ playing this one really patient, might even have a chance to find himself another kill, but Alucard on this off angle, it's going to make it very difficult to break through, but MKZ, the timing could be perfect, but Jin not able to hang on. HDZ, perfect trades, gets the job done, and we're all tied up here.
Okay, good work. And especially considering the situation they were in. That was technically a 2 versus 4. That is then recovered by PingPongPals. Sure, Awesome was already kind of 1 foot in the grave, but still pretty commendable. IC needs to be careful. This is something that cost them yesterday as well. It was just these sort of over fights, over faces, and Gaimin Gladiators made life a little easier for themselves just by exposing those sort of scenarios. And that's where I think IC needs to be careful. For them, I feel like at times they get a little bit too comfortable when they're in advantageous positions. So, see if we can just sort of knuckle down and make sure that doesn't happen here. But, like we said, PingPongPals continue to punch up a side that continues to look pretty damn good. The only real thing I want to see that PingPongPals kind of figure out a little bit or maybe clean up a little bit in towards this third place game is just about individually with Pietro. I feel like he goes down a little bit too early where him as that kind of, you know, Captain Fantastic in a way, you want him staying alive just a little bit longer just so he can make the right read.
Coming out of A long, though, it's going to be Alucard right away, grabbing one, but MKZ, a weird little hop over the top, able to get a nice exchange and trade it out there. So, at the very least, I would say PingPongPals doing a good job of securing these trades, a little bit better than I would have expected out of the gate here. You can tell they're really ready to respond in a lot of these early situations.
Right. Flash over. Damage dealt towards Beck as well, and he'll get out of there. Beck was pretty fantastic yesterday, despite, you know, at times things being a little rough. He still really did make it work well for him. Individually, maybe the team not exactly flying, but he got some decent numbers. It's easy around that corner. Flash will come through, and that'll just try and slow them down. But they look unaffected by it right now. Under 40 seconds. Also needs to be careful. Could be in trouble on it. LSY again showing his face and a nice shot.
Yeah, C4 down now. Kiko running into trouble. Gainer not quite able to connect on those shots, but the time is ticking. They've got to make their move on this retake. Beck and Kiko already down to about half HP. Jin has to do a lot of heavy lifting here from the vent, but Kiko able to find Gainer underneath. Now HDZ is able to hold the line onto Beck, but now with only 20 seconds, they've got to move even faster now to full clear this site, but there's just no time to clear all of these angles. You can see Jin desperate to find anything, but it is going to be the PingPongPals who once again find their way through.
Yeah, nice work. Take a lead here as well, 2-1 on their map pick, and I feel like in general, Compound feels one of those maps that is quite risky to pick into, especially at the start of series. It's a map that everybody has been playing throughout the West League. It's been such a consistent part, even when we were in kind of best of threes, and I feel like that's where you really risk things a little bit. But it also feels like maybe for PingPongPals a confidence pick, they back themselves, especially their individuals. A nice start and a lead taken. Question being is, for now, can they keep it?
Yeah, at this point for InnerCircle, it's just going to be a matter of locking down these executes out of mid. They've had a lot of hiccups, especially when it comes to taking fights on this tower position, and you can see there already Pietro trying to find his way to another early pick from it. This time, though, a little bit more reservations here on the IC side of things, not really trying to poke and prod too much, just playing patiently, waiting for that push to come through. Got a lot of reliance as well on LSY for the entries here. He's been pretty successful on the season as a newcomer here in this team, and we'll see what they can do this time around. Gainer actually finding the first onto Beck. That's a great way to open things up towards the B bomb site. Now they can add that forward pressure, and InnerCircle kind of have to play for themselves to get the next kill.
You're right. It's not having an opener. I'll put IC on the back foot. That's a question of kind of where do we go from here. We need to try and level the playing field in some way. Eco, he'll force. That's not going to make things any easier. I mean, there's just no damage even being taken by PingPongPals here. Pietro had a chance of punishing and he can't. So awesome. He'll get one. Jinja doing damage. Gets a kill of his own as well. Pietro should have got that kill on Jinja every day of the week and fumbled it.
A bit of a tough one now. 3-on-2 from what was a nice little advantage they had at the start of the round. HDZ and MKZ, though, still trying to hold on as the bomb goes down on A. You can see HDZ getting proactive here, peeking onto the GR spawn, but has to be careful. Awesome's already snuck underneath the vent position here, and they're just waiting for somebody to make the mistake of going for that early swing for information, and this could be the right call with MKZ also just lurking on this outer position. They're going to have a chance to pinch pretty easily here if they're not prepared for it. Here comes the swing. HDZ has to hold on. He's good for the first here. Good for the second as well. Alucard left alone, and HDZ grabs all three, and PingPongPals are surely in front for this one now.
Nonchalant as well. HZ doesn't even react. What a round from him, stepping up in an absolutely huge way. And I'll come back to it. It probably shouldn't have been that close. Pietro should have got his kill. That'll put Awesome under so much pressure. The fact that it required a hero there in itself is a little concerning, but all that matters. Round one, lead extended, and IC being put more and more on the back foot. I mean, Alucard's already dead. Beck is barely alive, and Kiko might be in trouble here. LSY going to test him as well. There's a few more in support too. HDZ might be the one to make the difference, and he is.
Yeah, what a way to continue forward here. It is going to be Awesome trying to hold on, but again, PingPongPals just decimate the A bomb site. Now it's already Jin left alone in a 1 versus 5 situation, and Pietro knows exactly where he is. The trade is there, and HDZ continues to be leading this charge. 10-1 already in this matchup.
It just feels so simple. It started well for IC, get the first run of the gate, and, you know, kind of dominantly in a way as well, and they've just been unable to replicate it. PingPongPals looking incredible right now. There is, honestly, there's no conversation in these rounds. There's real moments being shown where PingPongPals have this level above them, and we come back to saying, you know, we can see why they've picked him towards compound here. IC looking, you know, out the gates pretty in trouble. I mean, if PingPongPals get 5 here, I really want to see attack timeout taken, right? Have a conversation, slow it down, try and ice out PingPongPals, because if things continue this trajectory, they're going to run away with this first half and then basically the map.
Yeah, they've got to find anything they can to try and shut things down here in this round. You give up that 5-1 lead, and it almost feels like we're already on to map 2 at that point. So for InnerCircle, it's really that time to buckle in and this thing rolling in their direction. But right now, they just haven't been able to find anything in the early round situations. A lot of that is thanks to HDZ finding these early kills over and over again, making it extremely difficult here to respond. And if you're 3P in this situation, you just keep rolling with that because they haven't needed anything spectacular outside of HDZ on these picks. If you look at the scores of the rest of the team here, nothing super substantial really that they've been able to work with other than these picks. So if they stop at any point, InnerCircle, they still have that opening.
Let's be a little careful. Oh, it's back for the first as well. MKZ going to get caught. Alucard now under pressure as well, but he normally comes up good in spots like that. Wow. This time we're forth at hands of Gainer. And once again, the A site open. This has been a bit of a consistent factor for the PingPongPals.
Yeah, now in the post plan, it's really going to be an intense situation here for InnerCircle. If you go down here, it is a really tough road to recovery, but right now there's so much that they've got to clear out with only 20 seconds on the clock. They've got to get moving a little bit faster in this position. Kiko able to find the opener on the drop down. The trades, though, still favor them as they go in swinging, but Gainer in a tough position to clear out finally goes down, but HDZ, can he do it again here? This time it's a 1-on-2. Gets the first kill, but Awesome, thankfully there to finally get something rolling here for InnerCircle. It's going to be a 2-4 game now as they put one up.
God, for a moment there, you had this feeling that HDZ was going to be able to do it once again. Gets the first so cleanly, sets himself up in a nice spot, and just unfortunate. Well played though. I see they need a round like that. Just a close one as well can bolster the confidence. Kiko for the opener. They're going to go aggro in towards mid, and I love this call. It's working. Kiko 4-2 as both Pietro and Gainer get caught.
Yeah, now in this position, if you're PingPongPals, you've got to settle down here just a little bit and try and find any opening you can. A lot of damage has been dealt to Beck and Alucard, so it's still a redeemable situation to be in. But at this point, the 4-1 lead could quickly dwindle down to just a single round if they can hold on for InnerCircle. And you can see here they realize all they've got to do now is just back off, play things safe, and make sure they trade things out to win this round. Because right now, PingPongPals, they have to go hunting to find this advantage.
Let's see. advantage. Squandered again, I guess, in a way. They had to find that kill on towards Beck, and cleanly if they wanted really a chance, and not to be. So we're going to find only 2 remaining, and it feels like this one is more or less set in stone. It would be if we're being frank, a pretty much near impossible round to lose now from a 2 versus 5. I'm sure there's been damage dealt towards Beck and Alucard, but even still, you can't be letting these slip. But with a minute to work with, PingPongPals, they're going to play together, HTC and LSY, and hope to trade out, but it feels unlikely.
Yeah, HDZ here has to do a ton of work, able to find at least 1 kill untraded. On to Beck, Jin on the lower staircase, spotted there as well. You've also got LSY trying to lurk his way with that C4 in hand towards the A bomb site. If it was anyone else besides HDZ in this position, I'd say it's unwinnable, but HDZ has been pretty stellar so far on this map, so it's definitely not out of the picture just yet. You can see him spotting Jin on that shoulder peak, trying to sneak in now and find the kill, but it's actually LSY to find the only one here with only 20 seconds. Alucard has had a lot of hiccups here in this map, but not this time around. He gets the final kill, and we're already down to a 1-round differential.
Yeah, nice work. I see starting to climb back in towards this game. More or less exactly what we want to be seeing too. Putting pressure on, really starting to make their kind of presence known. We talked about them, you know, if PingPongPals got towards fire, they had to call a pause. Well, thankfully, that feels required now. Shot by LSY though, Jin's going to get caught. Opening up the round once again.
Yeah, right now for PingPongPals, they've just got to hang on to the advantage this time now that they've got it. Jin out of the picture. Now they can regain control of mid and set up that execution. The only really forward presence they've got to deal with towards A is going to be Awesome on the A room, and he's even going to back off now as well. So at this point, it's going to come down to trading on the execution, and this is where InnerCircle has had some struggles, especially towards the A bomb side. Alucard in this position, I think, throughout the day, honestly hasn't been too impressive, and you normally look to Alucard as that key anchor, right? The guy who's really opening up the round, but HDZ is really putting him through the ringer today.
Yeah, you're spot on. He's normally the big name that we always sort of fall back on and say, if anybody's going to step up, anybody's going to make that difference, it sort of would be him. Going towards mid, control taken. Not a huge amount on offer just yet, but that's the idea here. At least they've got a bit of control. I say that. Beck will find Pietro. So again, maybe opening things up a little bit. As Kiko also finds one of his own, this will change things.
Yeah, down to the 3-on-3. C4 planted on the B bomb site, but we definitely know how hard this site can be on the retake, so it's definitely not over just yet. PingPongPals, they've got a chance here, especially with that nice little smoke screen to carve out an extra 10 seconds on the clock and force them with only 20 to push through. The counter flashes, though, going to be pretty perfect on that door position, and Gainer and LSY just obliterate that retake.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work indeed. And a bit of a bounce back as well, and that's where, again, you know, you can sit here if you're PingPongPals and be, I think, at least relatively happy. Unfortunately, looks like we're met with a tech timeout, so, you know, normally not what we want to be seeing. Hopefully only a quick one. It seems like everyone's sort of around, bar Alucard, who we've lost. It's actually interesting as well. Everybody's on boot camp over towards, I see bar Alucard, who seems to be at home, wherever that is.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one to not have a 5th on site, especially somebody so impactful. I feel like that could be a bit of a hindrance for them throughout the day, especially since he's already had a little bit of a struggle performance-wise. Well, it's already tough to be that 5th wheel, and especially if you're not having a good day, it can feel even worse. So hopefully in this position, he can get back reconnected and have a chance to show us what he can do. But on the other side, you do have to hand it to HDZ. He's really stepped up coming into this one and shown his impact for the side of PingPongPals. It's actually like so much impact that I didn't even realize until I looked at the scoreboard that Pietro hasn't even found a kill on this map yet. So I was actually surprised to see that when I looked down, just because it feels like this team is playing so strong as a unit. The site takes look really clean. They're making sure they almost always have that trade advantage. So definitely a big shout out to what they've been able to do so far already.
Yeah, I think it's spot on. Well, waiting game. Hopefully only a brief one until we can get this show back on the road, but who knows? I feel like with what we've seen as well from PingPongPals, I feel like for me, they're a side who have just got enough in the locker right now to to feel comfortable about how things are going. I think up to about the standard that we want from them. They're putting pressure on. They're making life quite difficult for IC2, and this is where things are going to continue getting harder and harder. I mean, we still need to see that real solid consistency out from IC, which I feel like we haven't really got just yet. They've had these moments and these flash in the pan instances, but it still is looking like a kind of a PingPongPals advantage. And maybe even, as you kind of touched on, that's where we look at kind of not having Alucard truly in the server. I feel like they are kind of missing him.
Yeah, hopefully they've at least got a little bit of time here to talk through some strategy during this tech pause as well. So almost a bit of a dual use here that they can get out of it and maybe come back a little bit stronger. But honestly, this first map feels like it's probably going to lean the way of 3P at this point, just because of how well they're playing strategically, I think, as a team. Even when you look at the rounds where there has been some counter aggression, they're dealing with things quite well and making sure they trade out. And honestly, I think that just goes to show you the IGLing behind this team, I think, feels a little bit stronger in this matchup so far. And there are some advantages as well in MKZ kind of knowing his former teammates on the other side, Kiko being that former sub on Unnights, and of course you've got Beck as well, who formerly was on his team when he was the IGL of Unnights as well. So he's got that experience, I think, and you also have that added pressure on top of it where you have InnerCircle, they're playing for EWC, but PingPongPals, there's not as much pressure in the situation. They don't have an EWC spot on the line, so it almost feels like they're able to play a little bit more loose as well.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you look at PingPongPals and it is, that lack of pressure can actually be a real kind of blessing in situations like this. I mean, you're in a way considerably less prone to mistakes and kind of to issues of that sort. And you look at it as well where for PingPongPals, you're basically playing for A, bragging rights, and B, a little bit extra prize money is essentially as deep as it goes. And, setting yourself up for, the 2026 kind of season going ahead and all the rest. But aside from that, yeah, you're right. We're not playing for that EWC spot where, I'm sure it's without a doubt we've got Anubis sitting in the wings waiting to see whether they got to get ready for that big LAN, or is it going to be IC who just pipped them at the post? I mean, we were having a little discussion before we went live on air, but they're going to be more or less, if right to say, is it tied on points if IC end up winning this third place game?
Yeah, which I believe with the tiebreakers does give them the spots. So it's really going to come down to just the wire and maybe even a fifth map situation to decide it here with how close things have looked so far. I am hopeful that IC are able to pull it off. If I had to pick a favorite to actually go to EWC, I think IC in more recent history has looked like the stronger team. So I'd love to see them show that here in their final match of the season and maybe take that spot. But also for PingPongPals, I think it's a good chance to kind of disrupt the scene a little bit with their performance as well, because they might not make it to EWC off of this, but I'm sure they're still thinking about that CFS grand final spot later in the year as well. So there is still something for this team to be working towards. And this is a great example of a high stakes match where they can really showcase what this team is capable of, because ultimately this is a team that had to claw their way out of open to even be in the mix once again. And they're already competitive in the top 4, which I feel like a lot of people don't realize how hard that is to do, coming directly from open and already making the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually incredibly commendable, if we're being frank. So far, pretty wild. We're just waiting at the moment. No updates on our side, I mean, which is generally speaking, I guess, not a good sign. I mean, last time we were on the cams over towards IC, still wasn't there, so maybe that could be, indicative though of what is sort of going wrong, maybe a little bit. Alucard having tech issues, meaning he isn't able to perform to the level that we're used to and expect of him.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation here. I am curious if there is a world where we actually see the sub come into play.
It happened yesterday with ROC. They had, I feel like Totson, I think it was. Yeah, Totson dropped out and then DZY had to step in.
So hopefully they've got someone on standby ready to go. I believe their subs are Apps and Leo for InnerCircle. Apps, I know, has, I think, a little bit more experience in the server, but sometimes it's just whoever you can grab in a situation like this, which with how much is on the line, that's going to be a bit nerve-wracking if you're those 4 guys in that LAN house waiting to see if Alucard's going to be able to reconnect, since it's going to put them in a rough position, especially with how valuable Alucard is in the mix. I feel like not having him there, you're not going to have, a substitute come in and be an Alucard for InnerCircle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real unfortunate thing about this specific scenario. It's just the fact that, generally speaking, Alucard's so important to this side. And yeah, we're at kind of a position now where it's like, okay, well, we've lost somebody who's one of the most impactful players in our team. We potentially have a sub as well. But I think even on top of that too, you have that real potential of just being slightly iced out. And, momentum was looking pretty good over towards PingPongPals. Close out the half, go in towards the second, and feel pretty good kind of about yourself. But unfortunately, you're now in kind of this position where it's like, okay, well, we might actually start to fall a little bit further behind. I might start to get to a spot of where a few things are shown on the back of our mind. So I hope this is only brief.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a resolution here soon. You can see Pietro coming back into the mix. Funny enough, he's got a Slayer jersey, I think, behind him there. I saw that on his camera. So maybe a ROC Esports fan in that final later today. But I am curious to see how these guys kind of maintain composure throughout the day. Because the one thing I've noticed in PingPongPals that I really appreciate is I feel like when things aren't going well, some of these teams almost get too serious and tilt themselves out. But PingPongPals, they always seem just like they're having a good time out in the server. And I love to see a team like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Vibes seem pretty good, which I think is, generally speaking, it's a nice sign. Yeah, still a big waiting game, though. Hoping to see maybe whether it seems like they've gone into their second tech pause. And, yeah, like you said, if they get to the end of the second tech pause and Alucard's not backing in towards unfortunately, the sub territory, which is, kind of not where you want to be. It's a worrying predicament in a way. It didn't end up being too bad for ROC yesterday, but we know ROC just have so much talent in the server across the board that having a sub is not going to be sort of make or break in a way for them.
Yeah, that is the one advantage with some of these teams. Like you look at some of these rosters and the sub is almost like just another even playing field for them. But unfortunately in this situation, probably not the case. So we'll see what happens here. It looks like we may see a swap happening behind the scenes. So I'm curious to see if it is Leo. I actually think he might be on site with InnerCircle, so they might end up having a fifth who's actually in the room with them, which could be interesting. Maybe if they go to the player cams for him, we'll see him setting up in the background or something, getting ready to go. So I'm curious if he's going to be the one they bring in. Just maybe having him there in person could be the advantage they're looking for in this situation to come back in. I feel like it would just be better for the morale. Maybe if you already have to make the difficult decision of, you're in this high stakes match, you've got to bring in a sub, and hopefully at some point, at least Alucard should return to the series. Maybe they miss him for map 1, but losing him for a whole best of 5, that's a completely different monster to deal with.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. Generally speaking, sometimes it can be like an internet issue or, a slight PC issue, which isn't the most kind of make or break scenario, but unfortunately, it's looking like this is not going to get fixed, at least for the time being. So we're going to throw to a little bit of a break and hopefully get the show back on the road as soon as possible. See you soon. welcome back. Looks like show back on the road, and Alucard is back with us. Bit of an extended tech pause there, but he has returned. So now we can get the show back on the road, and Carl, we can start progressing. It's a situation where for IC, they're in a little bit of trouble, and things don't start well for them either with Kiko falling.
Yeah, a bit of a tough way to jump back into it, but we'll see if they can find their way into this final round of a half after all. It is going to be a 5-3 scoreline here, so already not the best of starts here for InnerCircle, and a 6-3 half on the GR would not be the best way to go into the more favorable side here for PingPongPals. So it is going to be a tough one to maybe try and close out, but you can see PingPongPals kind of continuing what they've already been good at in this matchup, which is really getting those early sniper picks. And Pietro, funnily enough, that's his first time bringing it out, and it's going to work out really well for them. And now Alucard have to face that pressure on this A bomb site likely once again, but they're actually slowly funneling over towards the B bomb site, and there is only Jin here to try and hold it on.
Yeah, he could be in a lot of trouble. Has to be said. Flash will come round as well. Jin just caught with these. Simple fight as well for LSY, who actually continues to be very, very solid when it comes towards these openers. It's Carnage, though, is awesome. Alucard combined. Gain will get one of his own as well, but a 1v3 for Beck feels, well, nigh on impossible in this one. He gets one as a consolation, but a quick trade will come through. It's PingPongPals again. We find more to have in this sort of situation where they're pulling just a little bit further away.
Yeah, really strong first half coming out here from PingPongPals. It's definitely not a map that is easy to win rounds on the BL side, and they made it look pretty comfortable for them, so wouldn't be surprised if map 1 goes the full length their way. So yeah, it's really going to be up to these guys on InnerCircle to try and find something different they can do in the second half. The big disadvantage they keep running into is it feels like they want to make these early round plays to find an advantage, but they're actually losing the majority of those fights, so hopefully they can have some cleaner trade setups coming here into the second half.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I feel like for IC, unfortunately, they've just looked a little off their game with or without Alucard. I mean, it just hasn't been across the board kind of a team-wide performance so far that is that commendable. So second half gets underway and it needs to be hopefully better. 6-3. I mean, there's a lot of breathing room for PingPongPals to work with, and that in itself is, yeah, pretty concerning. I'm a little worried.
Yeah, at this point, it's a must-win opening round here for InnerCircle. You go down 7-3. It is already extremely close to the finish line in map number 1 at that point for PingPongPals. So hopefully we see something a little bit better here to kick off the half for InnerCircle. But right now for PingPongPals, they know all they've got to do is play the patience game. But Beck, this is a nice little nade stack on to Gainer, able to take him down to 37. The nice thing there, though, Gainer still not making a sound, just kind of taking the heat on that one and waiting to see if they'll go for the peek through it anyways. And this is where InnerCircle doesn't really want to take the challenge here. They don't know what to expect. They didn't get a lot of information still from that utility.
1:25 to work with. All goes literally quiet. There's not a huge amount on display just yet. Any damage towards Gaining is the only real notable thing in towards this round. So I see setting up. This looks like it's destined for an A split, but the C4's going through mid, and I mean, so far it's kind of perilous mid at the moment. It's not exactly going to be an easy fight. There's 2 players there to meet them. This could be really janky. It doesn't start that well for PingPongPals. It's Gainer the first to fall.
Yeah, tough one here now with Kiko picking up the double on the entry, and LSY and MKZ, there's not really much they're going to be able to do here. They don't have a great position to challenge onto the site with MKZ. He's going to need at least 2 here from this position to even find the opening. And on top of that, you've got Jin still lurking in the mid tower to deal with, but MKZ at least able to find one underneath the vent. LSY able to spot Jin, but he doesn't have enough time to be toyed with here. It's going to be Jin who goes down quickly to the nice little tap there from LSY, making this a doable situation here, but Beck makes it that much harder to kill. Blinded onto MKZ. LSY, not a lot he can do in the 1-on-3.
Yeah, fortunately, shut down just like that. So, a round, I think it's safe to say, required in a real way for IC. You lose that and you go kind of 7-3 down, and it already feels like we're kind of starting to get towards that territory of the beginning of the end. So, let's make the very least a little bit quicker as well on the early uptake. They're trying to fight nice and early, and it's Kiko might be the one trying to set that tone, and he does well. Nice find from him in through window.
Yeah, the scary part here for PingPongPals is even though they've had a really good opening half coming into the second here, they've got to show they can lock down these positions. The big advantage InnerCircle has had throughout this season is when they feel the aggression is working, they don't slow down here.
Yes,
and PingPongPals is already showing a lot of difficulty in these opening 2 rounds dealing with that. MKZ finally able to put in a little bit of a response here, but it's still a 4-on-3 advantage.
Spam around that corner and work in the favour of Jinza as numbers really now start to lock themselves into place for IC. They're looking considerably better so far into the start of this second half. And unfortunately, PingPongPals have gone a little flat here. We're not really seeing them step up in the way we want to see. MKZ and Pietro, all that's left. Good angle for Pietro. There was a chance at a multi-kill, but he gets none, just damage.
Yeah, MKZ alone on an island here. Nothing to be had of it. And now you've got yourselves a nice little map on our hands. A 1-round separation here as we do see InnerCircle starting to claw back in this second half. And this is where they've been one of the stronger teams in the league, I would say. Their GR, very hit and miss, but on the BL, they know how to get the job done and secure these opening entries. And I think a lot of it comes down to every other team we see in the league loves to run down the clock, but InnerCircle, they're not afraid to get proactive on this side of the map.
I have a lot of respect for them as well in that sense. When we look towards kind of the more international level, see a lot of teams play that style where it's quicker, it's more in your face. They're wanting to be the ones to make you feel uncomfortable, and I think they're just taking a leaf out of their book, and a leaf that's working, obviously, all so far. Flash around the corner. Beck will take that control. Massively on offer just yet, but map control's really solid. Beck's been spotted, sure, but even still, it's kind of a good spot to be in right now.
Nice little counter flash there from Pietro. Unfortunately, not anyone to meet him here on the other side of it. They're playing extremely slow on the push here. InnerCircle just sliding into this A-long position. Pietro, though, not even able to find one. That's going to hurt a little bit now on the defense. You've got the rotations here, but HDZ is also already down to 15 HP, and you can see MKZ on the rotation at least is able to get that kill on to Kiko, but now they've got to find a way to make this push happen for InnerCircle.
Yeah, what do you do here? That's the question, isn't it? 45 seconds, awesome, could be in trouble. MKZ, peek around that corner. Huge amount found, and not a lot of information about just how precarious it is there. Missed shot by HTC, needed that second time of asking. We'll find the MKZ one of his own too, as Awesome will trade. Numbers still favor PingPongPals. This is a good position.
Yeah, right now, Alucard, a lot of pressure in this position to come up with at least a kill or two to hold on, but they also have to get the C4 down. Only 10 seconds. Finally, Awesome able to plant it, but here comes the immediate response. Alucard going to be caught out of position here. Has to try and find an early fight. Not going to be able to find anything, though. Gainer takes him down right away. Awesome needs the 1-on-3 to hold on to this for InnerCircle and stay uncontested, and he just might do it. The 1v1 gets it done. 1-on-3. Huge plays from Awesome.
In the name and in the game. That was incredible work. And that's one of those rounds, again, where you can maybe argue we shouldn't really be, at times, needing a hero. And I think that's still where, for IC, they can't fall back on clutches. But the fact that they got players that can step up in them, super, super commendable. So, really sick to see. Now a position where we're tied square. Game is absolutely on the cards here. This is, well, it's anybody's. It becomes very difficult to predict. I mean, you maybe even argue as well that potentially IC are actually the favourites now. you know, momentum's looking really good for them.
Yeah, I think the scariest sign, and we kind of saw it be true in the first half as well, is HDZ, when he's hot, it's easy to stack the rounds for PingPongPals, but so far in the second half, he's not finding those entries, and now they have to have the rest of the team step up and find those ways through, and they're just not able to do it. I mean, you have Pietro, who had, I believe, only 1 kill in the first half, sitting at 0-3 already as well, so you have a much stronger team and well-rounded team now for InnerCircle on top of it to deal with, and this is where things get extremely difficult, and that's with Alucard still not fully online yet as well, so I feel like InnerCircle, they could even go up a notch from here.
I think you're right. Well, it starts well. Now, it's Alucard. He'll find a shot on towards LSY. I think it's kind of an important one to find, I think, for LSY. He really is at times a bit of an unsung hero for PingPongPals. A lot of impact for him, so finding him early is good. Gainer's in trouble, and Gainer's caught by Awesome. This round should be done. Sure, Beck will fall to the hands of HDZ. MKC's got to go huge here. Well, there's the first. Off it up. The second on the cards as well, but he can't quite find it. Dropping down. Kiko for 1. Quick trade onto was Awesome by Pietro at range. But a 2 versus 1, and Pietro's a known quantity.
Yeah, this one's going to be so difficult, though. The smoke screen thrown down. They still have utility to work with here for InnerCircle as well on this post plant. And for Pietro, it's just 1 nade and a dream here to retake with. I believe it's a flashbang, so he may have a chance to catch them off guard if the timing is just perfect. But unfortunately, the 2v1 peak not going to go his way. And already InnerCircle, 4 in a row, have bounced back in here with PingPongPals still yet to find one in the second half.
Worrying times, I think we're at right now, where PingPongPals looking incredibly flat. This is feeling very good. Might even actually get that attack pause territory for PingPongPals. I wouldn't hate that at all. You know, they are going to call for it, and you're right. You know, you don't get around at all to starting towards this second half. You built up such a comfy lead in the first as well. And now you've got to look at this and say, all right, well, onus on us to change things. So if we don't immediately fight around here, chances are I see just run away with this map. Our map pick. This is PingPongPals who've picked into it.
Yeah, this one's tough because you look at the first half and think, yeah, they've got this. It's a GR-sided map, and then they start off 0-4 on the GR side, and InnerCircle just cranks things up to a new level. And this is where, if you're PingPongPals, you really have to find a way to shut down this early round potential. They're going for a lot of individual fights. It's just a little bit too segmented, and it's not quite working out for them. So I'm hoping they can find a way to ensure, at least when these fights have to happen, the kills are getting traded a little bit more in their favor. But right now, it doesn't feel like anyone is bringing the same shots to the table also for this team in the second half. You have Pietro continuing to struggle, HDZ not finding that same momentum since that long pause came through. And that's one of those things where, even though it is a tech pause, that long pause might have hurted that momentum that HCZ brought to the table, because he was so strong up until that point.
Yeah, I really do feel like when you get those long kind of tech pauses, you can really ice out your opponent. It's a blessing and a curse. Obviously, the curse being that for a moment, little Alucard wasn't going to be able to continue playing in this map. But the blessing being that where you're PingPongPals, you're running away with things, you slow them down, you've reset them mechanically, maybe off a little bit, and that's enough. So even with this kind of tactical balls that just taken, it kind of is the hope in a way for PingPongPals more the same. You know, they're going to have a conversation. They're going to try and kind of come back into this, but they're also hoping that Icy maybe just ever so slightly fall asleep at the wheel, and you kind of put them off their game, because at the moment they are just rolling through these rounds. 7-6, 3 away now, Icy, from taking PingPongPals map pick.
It's all going to come down to this tech pause. What did they do to change things up here? PingPongPals in desperate need of a round to reply here. It would be their first in this half as well, so definitely need to find that momentum sooner or later here. Otherwise, it could be a 1-0 start for InnerCircle, and a crazy one to see them pull off considering how shaky things looked in that opening half. And now it just seems like they're back to where they wanted to be in this series already in this first map, just maintaining full control on the BL side. And on top of that, you can see 3P already starting to show us some of those mistakes that almost cost them this playoff position in the first place. So for them, it's really just finding their way to respond here. But I do like the play calling here, not being quite as aggressive in mid, and you can tell they've got some clear trade setups ready to go.
It's definitely the right call. Sit back, shell up, play deeper in towards the sites, and hope that you can kind of overwhelm. Essentially, you're sort of banking upon retakes in a way. They've been trying to be a little bit more proactive in the early parts of these rounds. And I think against the pace that IC set, it's not the way to be playing. KZ spamming. Being found behind and not even any damage as well. They're splitting. And they've actually got a wealth of choice here. Do you split towards A or do you just wrap for a full B here? Looks like they want to head towards A, and that'll be at the cost of Beck's life. He goes down first. Kiko going to get 2, though. That's big from him.
Yeah, Jin as well underneath, able to grab the advantage now for InnerCircle as the bomb gets planted. It's going to be LSY and HDZ trying to make things happen on this retake, but there's a lot of utility. They're going to have to find a way through. You can see HDZ trying to find anything through the edge of the smoke here, but with this little time in play, they've got to make a move very, very soon. They've got some counter flashes they could throw over the top to retake the site, but I love this play calling from InnerCircle, putting that extra pressure to force them to peek out wide onto A long, and on top of that, look at this backstab from Jin. They have absolutely no idea what is about to hit them, and now it's already LSY going down. There's no time to make this happen, and HDZ, he's just got to hold his hands up at this point.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Really is. HDC kills that come through, sure, but it's all meaningless. So, really, really nicely done. Once again, just showing that level, that prowess that we can bring to the table. Here you are. What I see. I mean, we're already getting to a point now where things are becoming quite concerning. Running out of chances, ideas, opportunities. 8-6. Man, I'm loving what I see.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it could be a quick 9th round on the board already, too.
Yeah.
You've got a 2-on-4 situation.
Just flying into the fights. You know, you go for a slow round, and then you immediately test them with a quicker one. I love that.
Yeah, I feel like InnerCircle, one of the few teams who's willing to take that risk as well when they know they have the momentum on their side. And that's part of why they disrupted a lot of the top teams throughout this season. And now you've got PingPongPals who looked unstoppable in the first half. They've surprisingly lost almost 7 rounds in a row here, it would be, if they fall short here once again. So it's really on them at this point to show us what they've got left, because if you go into a GR-sided half and you don't find a single round, that sets a tone for the entire rest of this series. That could be a difficult recovery.
Yeah, you're right. 4 down. So if you threw in the retake as well, we actually from here. If we're being frank, how do we actually try to make this one work? We've got ice fights, and that feels like an incredibly big ask. Not a huge amount on offer. 15 seconds left on that timer as well. They got to go here and now. I'm going to swing it towards that fight momentarily. It's a quick trade which works beneficially. But 1 versus 1. Jin's just so low. He's got to play time here. He's got to try and dodge around. I don't know if he might just have the time. I think he does. That's a massive retake if they make it. And oh my god. Fine margins, but he gets it over the line. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, really good stuff there from LSY. Just barely enough time to win that round, and more importantly, it does give them a fighting chance to continue forward. Finally resetting things after losing 6 rounds, I believe. So it's definitely a tough position to try and think they're still going to win this from, but at least now they've got that glimpse of hope at getting back into this map, and definitely a good time to make that happen. So for PingPongPals now, it's just a matter of what they do next, because even in that situation, you can't be relying on a 1-on-2 retake as your only win condition here to get yourself across the line.
Yeah, finally around on the board though, you know, for them in the second half, I think that's where your mental just recovers a little bit, and you kind of take that sigh of relief and think, all right, thank God, it's fine, it's okay. Now we can get back into only 1 round behind as well because of how stable our first half is. So no need to worry, no need to be too overly stressed, and sort of a way to approach it. I see they're looking for revenge. It's not going to start well, that's why. We get the first, but Kiko quick on the trade.
Yeah, nice entries here to hold the line from HTZ. Able to find 2-3 with Gainer there on the support. Awesome. Left alone in a 1-on-4. Able to find the first, but that's really going to be it here. HTZ, he's back in the mix here. Now things become a lot different in the conversation of who might take this map away.
Yeah, this is feeling spicy now. It is. It's all. We might be going the distance in this map, you know, past the point of regulation. 2 in a row required from either of these sides. Lock in this map in regulation rounds or overtime, as we saw plentiful amounts of yesterday. Slower start though, I see. Maybe feeling a bit more of that pressure and don't want to overfight. Somewhat understandably. That round just felt like they fell super, super flat.
Yeah, for InnerCircle, they did find themselves a lot of early rounds in this half, but now that they're going back and forth, this is where they have to be careful not to slip up at the finish line and give that opportunity back to the PingPongPals. You can see a lot of proactivity going towards the B position here. It's going to be back leading through pillars. LSY on the other side of it has usually been good for at least a kill from this position. The difficulty, though, is being able to have that support come through from the rest of the players on the map here. It's only going to be Gainer in that position to help if things don't go well from this spot, but you can already see InnerCircle as well trying to rotate themselves slowly back towards that A bomb site. Now you've got 3 players on A long and Alucard posted up in the mid tower.
You're right. So a little quiet. So we hit 45 seconds. Nothing really on the cards just yet. One is cleared and they're making their way towards A. It's a somewhat split maneuver, but the C4 is not committed by any means.
Yeah, it's almost like they're going to go for the late B here now. You can see them doubling back at the last second, 20 seconds on the clock. There's really no room for error, though, in this position. If LSY even holds for a kill, there might not even be enough time to get the C4 planted here. Jin has to go quickly, and LSY, all he has to do is spoil for a first kill here, and this could be enough to stall the timer. Now Pietro is going to try and stall even longer. There's 4 seconds. They have to commit to the plant while Pietro is on the bomb site, and there's just no time to get it done. 3P run down the clock to get themselves to map point.
Funny enough as well, this happened a few times in yesterday's series for IC where they just were going from playing quite quick and, you know, quite up in your face to then going for a situation like that where they fall very, very flat and they look like they just run out of ideas. And it's those moments which make you feel really uncomfortable for IC. You know, that's where you have to look at essentially the calling in a way and say, right, why and how did things go so wrong?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to, and we've seen it all season long, some of these teams go for these 30-second pushes, but on a map as large as Compound, it just gives you no room to adjust if something doesn't go perfectly for you. So I'm not a huge fan of those kind of play calls because of that. If you're on a map like maybe an Eagle Eye or a Mexico where it's small enough, you have that time to go back and forth a little bit more quickly in those positions, maybe you go for that. But on Compound, it's just so unforgiving when things go wrong that you're almost setting yourselves up to fail because there's so many things that could on the execute just stall you out there. So I'm hoping in this next round coming through that they play a little bit more methodical, aware of that timing, and do something even more proactive at the start as well. Because honestly, if you look at the rounds InnerCircle was most dominant are the ones where they weren't afraid to be aggressive early on. So I'm hoping coming out of this tack pause, they throw a curveball in early on with that aggression, because that seems to be where PingPongPals is most uncomfortable.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those things where we're sitting here and saying, right, you know, the best way to approach it is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But unfortunately, that's not the mentality they had. I think, you know, they're trying to get maybe ahead of the bell curve in a way and say, right, they probably figured us out in our timings, in our tempo. Let's change it up a little bit. But that's actually where I feel like they could have kept that advantage up. So it's awkward, but it's not going to completely kill them, I guess, in the spot that they're in. They take a timeout and they're looking to push this towards OT. The big thing is, honestly, that if there is a recovery that comes through my PingPongPals and they're able to take this map after how badly things were going, that is incredibly commendable, considering, you know, where we were at one point. So, let's see.
Here we go. Potentially the final round. Unless InnerCircle win it, then we're going straight into an overtime situation here. InnerCircle, though, they've got to be careful. Already some early chip damage onto Beck and Kiko from the mid-utility exchange there, and you can see PingPongPals as well, getting some nice smooth rotations across the map, and this is where this side of the map is going to be much harder to close it out on, just because InnerCircle here, they've got so much pressure on that clock, whereas 3P, they can sit back and wait to see what happens here. They're the team that can play a little bit more reactive.
Wow. Tempo somewhat slow again, which, you know, off that previous round does concern us, but at least it looks like mid control being prioritized as we creep under the 1 minute 30 mark. Nothing really on offer just yet. It looked like they can split. I don't know if they actually want to commit towards a split towards A or just all 5 commit through B. That feels like maybe sticking together as a pack might be the right move.
Yeah, they've got a chance here, but the split's going to come through. Gainer has a lot to do in this position, especially with Beck right around the corner. The timing's going to be everything here from Beck to check it, but surprisingly, even with the back turn, InnerCircle have Beck to thank for that entry. Kiko able to find one as well, and it could very well mean overtime on the horizon now. HDZ has to hold on here as long as possible. Able to find the first kill on to Kiko. The bomb still able to get planted. Beck on less than 10 HP, but LSY is already getting proactive on this retake as well. But look at the positioning from Beck, and awesome on this off angle. It's going to be so hard to deal with, but LSY, he's going to find the kill untraded anyways. Beck now stuck in the rafters. That nade is going to do a ton of damage onto Alucard, and LSY, he's not done yet. Pietro gets a second. Things have surely fallen apart here, and now Jin, he's just stuck in the corner of the bomb site trying to stall for time, but just like that, the PingPongPals pull it off with a 10-8 victory.
Absolute carnage coming through, but you have to look at that map and how it opens up into a series, and you have to say that I see they fumbled opportunities there and fumbled a chance to really steal that one away, but credit where it's due. PingPongPals, they fell very flat. They had things that felt like they were not going too right for them, and they turned it on its head late in towards that map. They see it over the line, and they put themselves now one map up here. They're looking for that third place spot, and that's a huge way to go about it. So, man, a real credit to them for PingPongPals. I thought they were done. I thought they were checked out, and they found a way. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll see if I'm up to.
Thank you so much, Kai and Kyle, man. What a... I don't even know if we call it a comeback or not, because PingPongPals was initially winning. They had like a 3-round lead at the beginning.
Yeah, 6-3 first half. They played very good, and then the disconnection happened for Alucard. Maybe the hype and the amount of momentum that PingPongPals had just calmed down a bit, and InnerCircle as well. They had time to talk, they had time to chill, and they came back very strong, 8-6. Yeah. From 6-3. 5 rounds in a row from the side of InnerCircle after Alucard pause, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, tactical pause from PingPongPals. The guys win 2 consecutive rounds. One of them was already 5v3. Gainer missed on the guy who's pushing on Garage, but still LSY. This guy is a monster. He is the MVP definitely of our first map. This guy clutched the most rounds needed and also did the most kills needed for his teammates. So PingPongPals somehow they came back from death, as we can say, because we all expected that InnerCircle, okay, they just fumbled on this game and just kind of got the game on their hands, and that's it. InnerCircle is going to be our winners. 8-6, they need only 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, LSY did, he was there when his team really needed him, especially in that clutch 5v3 situation. amusing to watch. You know, I wasn't expecting that, especially after he got the first pick as he went through the door, and he naded as well. I think he naded back, if I'm not mistaken.
He needed Alucard.
Alucard, sorry, and he managed to push him off as well. And then Petro noticed that was going on, and he decided to push in with him.
Actually, yeah, this nade which made him win the round because he pushed Alucard out of Eltern, giving space for Petro. I'm pretty sure that he just wrote this name randomly, but this nade actually destroyed the defenses and the post plant. And we've seen the same setup from InnerCircle, and it was very, very bad from them. When we've seen it, I guess, versus ROC Esports when they play compound, still the same. One is up rafters behind the pillars, and one is below, baiting for him, and you just have the peak advantage. LSY swings the door, peaks advantage the guy who's hiding behind the wall, and goes back, and not even back couldn't react on this kill, which made them or caused them the round, because Becky was the guy who's low HP. Becky should have taken the first contact from this round, because he's the guy who's low HP. He's the guy needs to take the contact. He's the guy needs to take the 1v1, because when this round exactly, because when he dies, when Beck dies, there are more chances of trading a very low HP guy into our full HP guy. But now you kill the full HP guy just for the guy who is very low HP, Becky above the rafters.
Wow, look at that set summary, man. HDZ 2.88. That's really impressive, to be honest. LSY 1.23, and I think the rest of the boys as well contributed a lot. I mean, this just comes to show you that anything's possible, especially that patient gameplay near the ending. Not throwing your nades out early like a lot of players do. As soon as the round starts, they just go and nade a smoke or something. But no, he waited until he really needed that nade, and that's kind of what clutched him the round.
Yeah, well,
which comes to show.
Maybe if they win this series, we're gonna be calling it the golden nade, because he pushed Alucard out of his position, giving Petro space to kill Alucard and crumble on the rest of the guys. 5v3 into a win for PingPongPals side. This gives them the momentum needed going into Eagle Eye, which really, if I'm an InnerCircle fan, I'm really scared right now, because
paranoid,
I'm gonna be going versus PingPongPals on Eagle Eye. Yes, PingPongPals are good on Eagle Eye, but remember that also InnerCircle are perfectly good on Eagle Eye. And the reason why PingPongPals won yesterday versus ROC Esports on Eagle Eye, because ROC kind of had an overconfident, and we mentioned this, and they started pushing very aggressive. We've seen also Slayer always pushing
Snare
along
as well,
and Snare pushing along on Global Risk, and Slayer pushing along on Blacklist. They kept just taking the A-long fights over and over, and PingPongPals punished them. So, and InnerCircle are not the team that's doing this kind of
mistakes,
kind of aggressive things on Elong, just trying to get the fights as much as possible, because Petro is always hiding in Elong, waiting for anybody's mistake and trying to get the kill over him. So now the fight on Eagle Eye, if InnerCircle played the same game yesterday as we've seen versus ROC Esports, and InnerCircle as well played the same game as versus GG, I guess it's gonna be a very close matchup, but the momentum is kind of giving an advantage for PingPongPals now, because if these guys win this map,
now they're hungry for it. Now PingPongPals are like, okay, we're 1-0 in, let's go the whole way, you know.
And let's just remind the guys that it was PingPongPals pick this compound. So now we are going into InnerCircle's pick. So if InnerCircle is picking Eagle Eye, and they're very comfortable, and they get dudes, because Alucard, after this connection, we've seen the guy, he's not really connected with the teammates. He kind of got some kind of disconnection from his teammates. Now he needs to chill, needs to calm down, needs to talk to his teammates, needs to come back, because we need him on InnerCircle side on Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye, I would say is I wouldn't say it's an map, but from what I've seen, there's so much advantages and disadvantages that occur because of the arms placement and whatnot.
Because we're gonna see, definitely we're gonna be seeing 3 arms, 2 on the global side, 1 on the blacklist side, because LSY is usually locking down the hotel with the arm, and he's feeling it today. And he was, by the way, the MVP of Eagle Eye versus ROC Esports. He was the guy having the most kill. So now they have a very good spot. They are 1-0. If they be able to beat win them in Eagle Eye, then the match point for them is going to be on sub-base, which historically they beat them on sub-base. And InnerCircle is not a good team on sub-base. So now, InnerCircle's series is very relying on this map. So Eagle Eye, InnerCircle needs to change their gameplay, as we didn't see on Compound, but we want them the same gameplay that we've seen versus GG yesterday, because they played perfectly good. They pushed mid, they played aggressive and along, they tried to deny every information, they took counter control perfectly good, and they pushed beside very good with the utility usage that they had.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it just needs a bit of composure. And if I could add something, I would say InnerCircle is not gonna give up without a fight, especially now
Definitely
that
no.
they're invested, right? They're in boot camp, they're here, they're prepared, and they still have a chance of getting to the EWC. So I don't see them slowing down the gas pedal. I actually think they're gonna get some instructions to like push
Push
and
more.
get like a
Yes.
10-5, 10-4 kind of setup here. Anyways, we're ready to go into map 2. Let's take it away.
All right, the pressure is on here for InnerCircle to find their first map now. After falling short on Compound, we go over into Eagle Eye 2.0 to continue forward in the series. But honestly, PingPongPals, they've looked very solid so far. A little bit shaky in the middle of that first map, but coming into this one, I do agree with the desk. They look favorable in these close quarters situation type of maps.
Let's see. HTZ will start well. He continues that form as well. He's been, of course, looking excellent and wants to continue it. But Alucard awesome combined. Beck going to add to the tally as well. So, what was a nice little start for PingPongPals very quickly becomes not. It's around for IC, taken quite excellently.
Yeah, that's a big one to take away here. And now it's really going to be on to PingPongPals to answer back. This is a tough map to crack on the BL side, but it's not as one-sided for the GR as the previous map we saw. So
Sure.
I feel like this is a very 50-50 up in the air one. A lot of it comes down to how you control this mid position early on. And a lot of the times the GR very reluctant to go for the early fight there. A lot of teams putting their stacks over towards A as of late, which seems to be what pays off well, especially since the meta on the BL definitely leans towards these late A takes. But Kiko, he wants to get activated himself here. He's actually going to be pushed up to the double stack on B long, and I don't think anybody saw him sneak to this position.
A little funky. Here you go. Get away with anything. Shoulder spotted. Now it's more so about will he get away with his life in hacked. He does manage to cross. So that in itself is, you know, a bit of a silver lining. There's a real world he could have been caught off guard there. And he does get a bit of information of sort of what they were trying to set up at the very least. But it's Kiko who eventually does fall. Down he goes. And, well, opener for PingPongPals who are looking to level the playing field.
Yeah, now it's going to come down to what InnerCircle does in this man-down situation, but I like this play call. They're going to go for a pinch attack onto the mid section here from A-Long and from the mid double doors, but unfortunately, there's a trap set up on the other side of it. They are ready to go. PingPongPals able to get the first shutdown kill. Beck, though, thankfully able to find one player and the C4 out of it, but Pietro here, it's such a good position to hold on to install this rotation that there's not a whole lot of room to work with now. It's totally down to Alucard and somehow everybody getting segmented on the defense in this one.
Yeah, yikes. Falling apart kind of a little bit quickly, or I think it's quicker than I see what I wanted. It all starts with Kiko falling too. I wanted to try and stick around, but yeah, it was not to be. So we're tied square. And this feels like it actually has been the narrative and probably will continue to be the narrative throughout this series. Very back and forth. Neither side have already been able to sustain momentum in their favor. A swing by Beck and a kind of surprising miss in that situation. It felt like he had the drop there.
Yeah, but unfortunate there for Beck, falling short of what should have been a nice entry frag to kick off the round. But now it's going to be narrowed to the 4-on-4 with Pietro falling as well in that late trade. So now Awesome, he does have control of the A-long room. Has to be a little bit of caution now from 3P in this position on mid, but they're already starting to group up towards B long, only leaving Gainer to kind of lurk around here on the late rotation. And this could be a little bit of a downfall on this positioning, though. InnerCircle, they don't really have a whole lot to show for defense towards this B side of the map, but finally the rotation's coming through. You can see Kiko starting to push up the B bridge. Now you've got Jin in a position where he can respond, and it's actually turning into a bit of a stack here. A bit too long on the push from PingPongPals, leaves InnerCircle fully prepared.
Uh-oh. Well, Jin's up. He's posted. Can't offer just yet, but that's what we're offering for. C4 will go down. Numbers favor IC, but the argument to be made that the situation might not itself depends on whether the shot gets hit. Kiko, he will fall. Jinza also gets very close to getting clipped himself, but numbers still stay in favor of IC. Looking for this retake. It's LSY with a big find. He looks for a second. Can't quite get it as Awesome will trade HTC. Need heroics from him. Alakar's just defusing. Doesn't even matter. I don't think he could have got there to deny it regardless. So IC get around back in their own regard.
Yeah, tough situation there. A lot of it came down to InnerCircle just continuing to be activated across the map to get the information early. This time, it's a full mid push, though. PingPongPals not quite ready for Kiko to sneak up on the backstab after Awesome went down, and now they do have the positional advantage for the moment. The problem here is once you have this mid control, you've got to do something with it, because now PingPongPals can start to target a bomb site that's fairly uncontested. The C4 carrier actually going to be challenged here very early on. Beck able to find him alone, and now they've got the advantage to work with. Alucard as well tears through mid to find MKZ, and again, things are falling apart for PingPongPals. HDZ just stuck in the spawn archway now.
Work. Nice shot as well. Beck gonna get clipped. That'll do it. Versus one. HTC left with all to do, and he's seen off by Jinza. IC getting yet another round and continuing again to just bridge a bit of a gap early here. It's sort of exactly what we want to be seeing. Nice work.
Yeah, right now the GR side looking extremely comfortable for InnerCircle here, especially with how active they are at just pushing early on to find information. It's half the battle on this map, and I love to see them taking advantage of it, because look, they've already pushed up A long, and now they can just stack their resources towards the B side of the map. They know there's nobody mid, nobody A, and now 3P just walk right into the trap on this B bomb side. It's going to be Alucard, though, who misses the shot. That could be the opening. PingPongPals need to take control here. Beck goes down as well in the early firefight, and now InnerCircle, even with all of the information in the world, they still have to retake at a disadvantage.
Funky, HTC and Jinza, they'll combine. It's actually carnage here on this retake. Well, it's not looking good for IC. Surely on the post barn it should be fine. I speak too soon, maybe. Alucard, Kiko fine kills. Awesome, another one of his own as well. All down to MKZ, who needs a bit of a miracle. He's trying to tap away, and he actually makes it work. MKZ bails them out of what was looking like a really, really bad spot there.
Yeah, the big issue on the post plant of B compared to A is there's just not a lot of space to work with.
Yeah.
You could see there for PingPongPals, it almost cost them the round just not having those key trade positions ready to go. And on top of that, you had a lot of utility still for InnerCircle here to work with. This time, though, I like the change of pace. InnerCircle putting that pressure now on the B side of the map. They put Kiko forward, Jin to support in the B hotel. And now PingPongPals have to figure out where they want to maneuver next. And this is what I think separates these two teams. InnerCircle, they're always putting pressure somewhere on the map. You can tell even from the start of the round, there's a lot more intention behind their early positioning.
Yeah, I think you're right. A little bit of damage dealt, but nothing major just yet. Pietro really getting tagged up somewhat significantly. So, PingPongPals, who, I mean, especially if they're able to steal away a map from IC to kickstart this series, that would go an incredibly long way for them. Giving yourself such a bolster in this third place matchup. Alucard at range needs to be careful. A lot more damage dealt there towards PingPongPals. They're sort of still trying to get space. Awesome. Spotted. It's Jiggle Peek and a spam that goes the way of Awesome, and all they're all sort of dropping like flies. It's LSY left with it all to do.
Yeah, we've seen him valuable, though, in the clutch already in this series. Finds the first here as well onto Alucard. The big problem here is he has no idea where these last two players are. Spots them both, has a chance. Neither able to connect in that situation. Now he can reposition onto the windows. 30 seconds to work with, but InnerCircle, they push forward a little bit too aggressively. Now there's an opportunity. The 1v3 down to a one-on-one. He gets it done. LSY, what an amazing clutch.
That is nuts. That is nuts. He gets away with that. Well played. brilliant. I really did not think he had a chance in that one. It felt so unlikely, but you've probably, you know, quite a few questions got to be asked maybe there and say, for Icy, letting that one slip like that, that's so egregious. That shouldn't be happening. Well, fair play, HEZ. He'll open things up. PingPongPals are a side that you just cannot seem to kind of put to bed no matter what advantage you have in your favor. They always seem to have this real second wind about them, whether it's in a round or in the map itself, as we saw late in towards map number 1.
Yeah, right now, this one's all about the mental reset from InnerCircle. It's hard to do after a 1-on-3, and it might get that much harder now with another round potentially going against them. 5-on-3, the push is coming through to the B bomb site. Beck is left alone to hold on here. Not going to hold for too long, though. Alucard and Awesome, they have to do everything here in this moment to get things rolling back, but LSY, of course, the player there to shut things down for now. Alucard, 1-on-3. He is up to 7 so far on this map, but a 1v3 might be a little bit too big of an ask, especially now with only 3 HP after finding LSY.
Oh, C4 goes down. Alucard, what have you got for us? We've just seen heroics in that previous round against you, and now we need some of your own in a 1 versus 1. Might be a bit of a chance as well. HC's not exactly healthy, and they're both rocking the snipers. Cole pulled out. HC's hoping to bait in the fight as he holds for the crosses. Well, but it's going to be HC who comes out on top. That was close. Good effort by Alucard, but to be another one. PingPongPals.
Yeah, right now, PingPongPals doing a really good job of throwing some more counter aggression their way, but more importantly, being prepared for these aggressive early takes now from InnerCircle and being able to shut them down to find the advantage. This time, it is going to be a full commitment into mid. Beck already in the B connector, but he is going to win that fight after all. So nice early 5-on-4. No trades really working against him. Beck actually with the fadeaway through the smoke, able to find Gainer as well, but here comes the response. Pietro almost able to find that kill, but somehow Beck gets out with his life in 2.
HCZ just holding as that smoke will plume. Takes a pop shot, just trying to find a bit of fortune there, but looks unlikely. This is already very much feeling like it should be icy. Up to a 4th. Still, we've seen weirder and more wonderful rounds already in this map, so I'm not going to discount them just yet. Chins up. Across. I've got an idea, and a tag will come through the box as well. Oh, another one on towards him. He's a very, very lucky man. He stays alive somehow on that 3rd engagement.
LSY, though, going to be leading into the B. Gets taken down right away by Alucard. And now with very minimal HP, HDZ knows he has to find at least a kill here very quickly. Pietro, though, good for the first. HDZ, good for the second. The 2v5, though, is now a 1-on-3 for Pietro. The swings come through, and finally InnerCircle able to respond.
Needed that. Needed it big time. InnerCircle just to keep the pressure on, keep afloat, and all the rest. Swing. And it will work out for LSY, so him and HCT combine. HCT gets a 2nd as well. It's carnage here. I see it falling apart immediately.
Yeah, Jin really the only hope at this point. A 1-on-4 needed to find the round. Already gets himself one, has a chance at LSY, but LSY makes the smart decision, pulls back, waits for the swing of his teammates, and that will be the half going the way of PingPongPals. So even with a good start, InnerCircle not quite able to get themselves into a leading position at the side swap. And honestly, the more this series goes on, the more good things I'm seeing from 3P.
I'm with you. Side playing very well so far, but the idea is here, Pietro will get caught. Eco drops HDZ2 down to 2 LSY and MKZ with it all to do in this spot. Unfortunately, I mean, it kind of feels unlikely.
Yeah, MKZ needs one quick here, but not going to find it. Now LSY again in the 1-on-3. We've seen him do it once on this map already, but on the retake, going to be a lot harder with that smoke to deal with. And you can already see Jin underneath. Should get the early spot onto him. Spots the shoulder, and now all they've got to do is swing together. 10 seconds. There's just no time for this retake to happen, and Jin able to find the kill. Keep things close here.
Okay, so 5-all. Very quickly, this game starting to open up. We kind of even said this well. We could tell from the real early part that this is going to be back and forth, back and forth. And it feels like that's where we are now. Damage dealt. It's Gaimin we get to kill. And we've softened up Awesome and Alucard here. Both left very vulnerable. Is he going to hold the smoke in his way? But he's got the right idea.
Yeah, a bit tough to grab the C4, but they're going to find it, and they're able to reset back into this B-long push. They've got to go through MKZ, though, on the other side of it, holding on to the B bridge. But you can see a bit of a split approach now. A couple players doubling back to the A bomb site. There's still going to be HDZ and Gainer on tap to deal with it, so there's not any clear opening just yet for InnerCircle, but they are going to go ahead and group up for this A commitment. The big problem now is going to be Pietro starting to poke around for that information through the mid double doors, knows they have to be starting to commit to a site. That nade as well takes Alucard down to 1 HP, Awesome down to 10, and this is where things could get a little bit brutal for InnerCircle if they're not careful, but the rotations are coming through even more so now as well. Gainer and Pietro are able to rain down fire in this one. Awesome left with 10 HP in a dream.
Dream it is. I mean, surely not. We've already seen a 1v3-1, but not to be this time. PingPongPals, the ground for them. Starting to, again, just showcase a little bit of that class, that depth of this side. They that lead back, and the big hope of your PingPongPals, if you can make it to the 2-round buffer zone, it'll go such a long way. Get ever closer, stealing away your opponent's map pick and putting some serious pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, right now for InnerCircle, this is a very important round to keep things very, very close. Otherwise, it could start to pull away from them. You can see, though, the BL side of this map, really difficult to play out when you don't have an opponent who's willing to give you much information here. PingPongPals a lot more reserved on the GR, but it seems to be working to their advantage because InnerCircle have to do something aggressive to even figure out what the setup looks like.
Exactly. Well, we towards that 1 minute 30 mark, and still not a lot on offer just for now. A waiting game seems to be the play for both of these sides. See what errors arise for them. Definitely feels pretty unlikely for now. There's that overextension. I mean, the onus really is on IC. They're the ones setting the tone, setting the tempo of this. Let's see. Got a spot where shot opens up for LSY. We'll get a second behind it. Misses it, but information gained. MKZ will get one of his own as well. That's very important. Really, really important. Something's brewing here.
Yeah, it's a full advantage for 3P in this one, and you can see Awesome trying to sneak his way out the mid-double doors, but Pietro is already going to spot him on the other side of it. There's really just no room to work with for InnerCircle. They're going to be forced to double back to the A-bomb site, where it's only going to be HDZ at the moment, but he's already got a really nice angle to deal with this challenge. He's going to spot the first player of Alucard through the windows. Awesome, and Kiko right there to get the trade, but it's already going to be a little bit too late to the punch here. Awesome now left alone, and he is completely collapsed on.
PingPongPals putting themselves in a really decent spot overall. It is quite concerning in some cases too about how kind of rapidly things are getting a little bit up in the air. I think it is for IC. This is their map pick, right? This is a spot in which they're meant to be the ones kind of making a little bit of a stand here, which considering how map number 1 fell apart and in the fashion it fell apart. You know, they were on track easily to be taking that, and they sort of felt like they fell asleep at the wheel. So for them, it felt like, right, you bounce back in your own map pick, and you then start to put a lot of pressure on, and you start to believe. But unfortunately now you're 2 rounds behind, and PingPongPals are 3 rounds away. This is starting to get a little dicey.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on for InnerCircle here. Looking to try and get themselves out of this one, and it's going to be MKZ who spots them early towards B. A nice counter flash gets him to reset onto the B bomb site. Pietro now works his way up onto the B bridge, has that chance to help support Beck, though. Unfortunate miss on the flash, not really going to find any value for that early peak, and now they've got to slow down the pace a little bit. You can see them starting to second guess a little bit towards this B bomb site push, and rightfully so. They ran into a lot of trouble the last time they decided to go this direction. Pietro, though, the timing, he's got to be careful for the hotel swing from Beck, who's going to find the opener here onto him. Now they've got that opening they're looking for towards the B bomb site, but MKZ, he still has a really solid position to hold on to.
Yeah, no need to, I guess, panic in a spot like this. Oh, that's so labored. MKZ gets one. Beck just could not capitalize. And that's why backside, he's dancing around. There's a quick shot as well. Nice work from him. Pistol pulled out, looking to try and make it work. If he can, that'll settle things, you feel. It's all up in the end. The 2 versus 2 make that 1 versus 2. HDZ caught upon in the clutch. C4 goes down. He's holding to see whether they push him. The timing is actually just a little bit off. They've crossed. He looks away, but he gets a quick flick and a find. 1 versus 1 against Alagard, who's opting for the rifle in this situation. 25 seconds. Pistol pulled out with Alagard, and comes out on top. A sigh of relief for IC.
Yeah, that was a definite need to win round there, and now they've got it down to just a single round difference again, and maybe they can find their way back into the win, but they still have to deal with a player like HDZ over towards B. But Alucard, he's going to step up to the plate and make it happen. HDZ goes down early. Kiko only taking a little bit of early damage through the boxes. Now it's going to be on to Awesome, maybe in this position to catch somebody off guard. But Pietro, I like the call here. Gets the mid control, but he's not pressing his luck here. Just holding the position and allowing the rest of his team to rotate accordingly.
Yeah, I agree. Basically a bit of an insurance policy. You look towards IC as well. I mean, the big thing for them is they can't afford for that to be a flash in the pan. They've got to find a good couple, if not a few rounds in a row, to really flip that pressure and put it back on the shoulders of 3P. That is easier said than done. 1:20. No real commitment just yet.
MKZ, though, he has the spot he needs to hang on here, but he just can't find anything from that position. And now Awesome, he's going to be in a position where he might go down, but actually Alucard on the swing back from Hotel, able to find himself a nice kill here. Gainer isolates him. Doesn't matter for Alucard. He's still able to find himself his 3rd kill on the round. And InnerCircle, they've brought it right back to a tie.
Okay. Very similar to what we saw in map number 1, where it is this back and forth nature and difficult to really predict how this one's kind of going to feel, but yeah, this is spicy. Pop shot. Damage dealt towards Gainer. He'll take a lot of it back. Same for him and Awesome, who are softened up, running, and gunning. Pietro gets one before he falls. HTC same for him on the drop down. He'll get caught. And same for MKZ as well. This is carnage and a quick play that is actually looking like it might work quite well.
Yeah, LSY all alone, TRG in hand. He's got a lot of work to do in this round. And honestly, there's not a lot of good positioning to retake this from as well. So he's going to go ahead and maybe look for some information through this A-long position. And it's going to be up to him to find this opening very quickly. Only 30 seconds to make his mark, and he already has to deal with Jin on the spot. But what is that reaction time from LSY? Beautiful opening pick here to get this one started, but still has to get on this one quickly. 20 seconds on the clock. Nade goes over the top, but he knows he has to go for the full risk play here and get in here fast. And Alucard going to be spotted over the top. He doesn't know the other players underneath, though, and Alucard goes for the wide swing to get it done.
I see. Good bit of consistency from them. We said earlier, that's something we need. And this will be attack balls taken by PingPongPals. I think very understandably so as well. They're in a position where, I guess, kind of where we're at. It's 3 in a row. Things looking very, very good. And Icy are on track for kind of taking this map back. Their own pick, sure. And maybe, you know, they're expected to be taking it, yes. But PingPongPals put themselves in a really, really good spot earlier with decent form. And they've fallen, unfortunately, kind of flat in the last few. And they want to just try and regain it and see. I mean, if they're able to take a second map here, it gives them such a stark advantage in this series. I mean, they have the chance of the 3-0, which no one ever expected.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the adjustments out of this pause, but we saw a pause be the reason they were able to close map number 1. They had lost 5 rounds in a row, and then they came back and won 4 in a row to take that one in regulation. So it's definitely shown its value for this team in the past, but InnerCircle, a lot more to lose if they go down 0-2 in this series. So I have to expect at least a stronger performance up to the finish line from them this time around. But honestly, for PingPongPals, I don't think it's necessarily been a matter of them just doing things wrong like it was in map number 1. This one feels like a lot more so just InnerCircle really stepping up a notch in the second map.
Yeah, I think especially, you know, not even just the second map, the second half on top of it too. Really, really good work from them. We'll see where things pan out off the back of the attack pause, which is now just concluded. Not really a lot that needs to be spoken about if you're kind of icy in a sense. I mean, everything's going right. That's all you really want to be seeing. Bit of a toilet break, I think, was all we really saw. A couple of players got up and now reclaim their seats.
Yeah, coming back into this one, I'm curious to see what InnerCircle's going to do to maybe disrupt PingPongPals, because they've got the chance to maybe catch things before they get too risky. You can already see LSY and MKZ getting aggressive over towards B. They're just going to go ahead and grab that forward positioning outside of B Hotel. I like the call here, but it's actually Alucard again who wins this early fight, and this has been their key in the second half. Alucard consistently finding the opening kill.
Okay. I mean, that's why falling. It's unfortunately, that is one of those where it's somebody who I think has been quite important, and it's tough to see. Almost don't favour them. IC got a chance here. Oh, swing. A find for Kiko, which is fantastic. MKZ, he's just caught, startled there. No real chance. It felt. AC and Gainer will combine, but still a 2 versus 3. It feels quite difficult, but Alucard could be caught on the cross. Oh.
HDZ, oh, what a reaction there. Might not be enough, though, with Alucard still in the mix. The quick trade, Gainer on half. Have to think they surely trade this one out at this point. Gainer, he is going to go for the full flank as quickly as he can, but only half HP. Jin already on the lookout for that spotting. It's all about the chance to isolate these players one at a time here. He's got a flash to do it with, so it's definitely a winnable position if he can find a good flashbang over the top, but if he gets caught too early, it's going to be a very quick round here. But he actually sneaks up on the wall. Jin not going to have any clue, but Alucard not going to be checked in the corner position. Gets the kill.
Yeah, this is looking... I mean, unfortunately, I feel like chances are ran out for PingPongPals. We've got to consider the fact of them when they call a pause and they're able to win that round immediately off the back of it. It puts them in a really decent spot, but yeah, unfortunately, I think those chances have dwindled. 97 IC, near my pick. Oh, so close now as well. Seeing this over the line. Gainer, Alucard, goes piece for them. Jin's going to add to the tally as well. It's Beck who also adds one more, and it feels like Carl, we're done here.
May just be the case unless HDZ can hold on to it here. He's got the position to try and find something. Gainer, though, good for at least 1 before going down. HDZ good for a second kill. And this is now a one-on-one situation. Kiko trying to hold on to make sure they secure the map, but the 3-on-5 quickly turned into a 1-on-1 against them. So For Kiko, a lot to lose here if they somehow let this round slip, and you could see him going for the full rotation, but HDZ, this could be a picture perfect prediction if he has a chance to slip behind him now. He's got control of mid and can play the full retake pretty comfortably on the timing from any position, but Kiko making the call to go back to B could be the right move here. It's going to put HDZ in the most uncomfortable position now for the retake.
Kiko. I think even for him now, if he clears this close corner, it's about getting that C4 down and prioritizing. But I think for both of them, you know, for HTC, there's a world in which you maybe just want to play the retake itself specifically, where if you're Kiko as well, you just want to play for the fights. Both really keeping on the move. Kiko going to get that C4 planted. HTC as well. He can't deny any of that. Of a known quantity, sure, Kiko gonna play up close as well, and Kiko sees it off. I see. Take back a map and tie this one up. As much as the maps themselves are back and forth, so is the series, it seems.
Yeah, great way to close this one out. InnerCircle, I really liked their resilience at the finish line, not allowing that tack pause to break them this time around, and really showing what they can do when the pressure starts to get higher here. On top of that, though, you've got to give Alucard a shout out as well for having a really solid second half, especially after the shaky start he had in map number 1 today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked a little bit off his game, and he steps up in a big way. Tying the series up, it again becomes very difficult to predict. I mean, this could be the story all the way throughout our third place matchup. But enough from us. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk.
Thank you guys so much. 1-1. Were you expecting this?
Yeah,
Honest
to be
question.
honest,
You were,
I
right?
was expecting InnerCircle beating PingPongPals on Eagle Eye, because InnerCircle played yesterday Eagle Eye very good, and they are very comfortable on Eagle Eye. Yes, they started a bit shaky. They were losing round by round, but then they kind of got their
They made a
game, and
comeback, yeah.
they didn't, as Kyle said, they didn't let the tactical pause get into their heads, and now they overcome it. Alucard as well stepped up very good, because we said that the disconnection that happened for him in on the first game map kind of made him a bit disconnected from his teammates, but now he's back into the game. So to be honest, very good games from the guys of the InnerCircle players.
Yeah, I mean, a tactical pause or a technical pause, whichever. Both, some can... Tactical is good, but technical not so
Technical,
much.
yeah.
Yeah, that could definitely throw off even the best players globally, to say the least, because you're here, your second day of playoffs, you're fighting for third place, chance for EWC, and then all of a sudden, you're like so ready and wired to play, and you just get, you know, a tiny setback. But no, Alucard's a strong mental. He's always smiling, and I respect him for that. He doesn't take the game too seriously. He just does what he loves, you know.
Yeah, and we saw the 1v1 that he did versus HDZ. I guess when he was in CT, it was very crucial for his teammates, because this is actually the round that made them close the map. They played very good. I've seen the same aggression that they played yesterday, which, to be honest, paid off versus GG, and yet it paid off also versus InnerCircle. PingPongPals started very fast on the early rounds, but InnerCircle were ready, and they shut down all the fast rounds. Then PingPongPals went in, they kind of slowed the game a bit, started winning some rounds, but in the end, InnerCircle could and managed to close the map for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close game, just like game 1, to be honest. It's not like the 10-5s, 10-4s, or 10-6s that we were seeing the other day, you know. No, this shows how equally matched both teams are on all aspects of the spectrum in itself, whether it's shooting, whether it's macro, whether it's positioning, whether it's the IGLs. All these things come to play, but now the real question is gonna be, is next map and the coming maps, how's their mental gonna be maintained? Because I think you mentioned this earlier, is that PingPongPals have a bit more of an advantage when it comes to that.
Yeah, talking about the advantage, look at Alucard's KD right now, 2.63, which
That's
is kind of trying to
impressive.
match HDZ on the first map, 2.88, I guess.
Yeah.
So now Alucard stepping back into the game and getting the win for his teammates. That's very well played by him. Also, Kiko played very good. We've seen how did he entry the side, A side, B side, and he got a very good 3k while he was pushing AC to A side. It was very, very good shots from him. So Kiko's having a very good games today. until this moment, and also the guys from PingPongPals. Maybe MKZ didn't have his best games, but still, the guys showed us a very good fight on the first game. Now second game went for InnerCircle. Now it's 1-1. Talking about sub-base right now, it's very crucial for InnerCircle more than PingPongPals, because if InnerCircle managed to win the sub-base pick that was chosen by PingPongPals, this might give them an advantage on the force map, because we won your map pick. We won one of your best maps, and it's not even our best map, because Subbase is actually their worst map right now, because they don't play New Mexico. And talking about the 6 other maps, Subbase is their worst. So if InnerCircles manage to beat them on Subbase, this can set it into 3-1 in favor of InnerCircle, because the momentum that we talked about. But PingPongPals, still, they have Gainer on Subbase. He's very, very strong. They have HDZ. He's very good in picking off the enemies while rotating into sides. They have LSY as well. So they have some kind of good combo as well on Subbase that makes them very good team on Subbase and very scary team on Subbase. But still, InnerCircle are InnerCircle. The guys are very good. They are very strong opponents. Their individuals are very, very good today. Kiko's having one of his best days. Also, Algard coming back as well. So this makes it a kind of fair matchup, but I would go for maybe InnerCircle this map.
I mean, if InnerCircle does win map 3, then that's going to be
kind of
a 70-30% chance that they're probably going to take the series. But if PingPongPals wins,
we might go for map 5.
Probably map 5. Yeah, I was just, it makes sense, right? Because
it's very even matchup.
Basically, not just
you
even,
win, I pick, I win.
It's the map picks. It's the map picks that really make it interesting for me. I feel like for PingPongPals, it's more leverage or in their favor the longer this series goes. But for InnerCircle, the faster they close this game out, the better it is for them.
Yeah, and actually when it comes to map by map, the pressure is all going to be thrown into InnerCircle on map port, which is going to be our decider today. And Black Widow as well. Before it, also, if InnerCircle loses Subbase, they still have a lot of pressure on their shoulders on Black Widow, because their Black Widow isn't that decent as well. And PingPongPals, and even if it's very good map by InnerCircle, still PingPongPals knows how to play Black Widow. So InnerCircle really desperate for this win in order to keep it for in the entire series. And also PingPongPals need this win, because they know that sometimes Black Widow is not on their favor.
Yeah, and I feel like the star players on both teams are just having a great day, to be honest. Whether it's HTZ or Alucard or Kiko and onwards.
One guy popped off, the other popped off as well.
So maybe there's gonna be some kind of strat from the coaches to actually look for these particular players and try to shut them down early on in the round. Because let's say if Kiko's not there to clutch or HTZ's not there and so on, then maybe that helps them secure those very well needed rounds that can cause the match to be in their favor.
Yeah, the clutches that we always talk about is the game changer for anything, and InnerCircle is always trying to get these clutches.
All right, let's get the show on the road. Let's go back to the next game, please.
Alrighty, it's time for map number 3, Neo. How are you feeling going into this one? Because I'm very up in the air in terms of expectations going forward.
Yeah, man, it feels so difficult to predict kind of where we're standing right now. You look at this kind of the series as a whole and the way it's played out so far, it's been so back and forth. Neither side really been able to get a strong kind of grasp over control and momentum and all the rest. And, credit where it's due, right? I think, for Icy bouncing back in towards that one, tying this series up, this feels like a series as a whole that might actually go the whole distance. I mean, at the moment, either side feel like they have that ability, but it's back. He's going to open things up with a double, but Gainer gets 3 of his own in response. Back into 2 versus 2.
Yeah, that's a tough advantage to lose, but Gainer, I actually think he got a collateral with the HK, which is pretty insane. So now it's going to be up to the 1v1, though. LSY, a nice little trade there. It's going to bring this one down to the wire. Alucard, though, AK in hand, gets spotted, and LSY, he does it again here. A nice little clutch grab, the opening round win for his team, and he's honestly been one of the key factors in the rounds this team's been able to win. Him and HDZ all day long, really showing the impact.
Crazy spot. Love that little gain a 3-piece in response off the Bex double. That's a nice way to give them some control. And I feel like maybe there's an argument to be made for PingPongPals that we want to be trying to win these rounds without being forced too deep in towards these clutches. It feels like it's been a bit of a consistent factor for them, but I guess ultimately, as long as we win the rounds, that's really all that matters. MKZ and Alicard, don't trade. 4 versus 4. LSY trying to make a bit of a push. He gets a kill. He's looking for a second as well, but he will get traded by Jinza. So again, keeping up with the narrative of back and forth.
Yeah, InnerCircle, they've got the full advantage now to win this round when it comes to positioning, but they still have to deal with 3 on the retake. The unfortunate thing here is all of them coming from the same direction makes it really hard to get a clean opening into it, especially with Jin up in the rafters, spotting them very early here. The counter utility got a lot of momentum behind it there. Going to be able to secure the kill with Beck above. And just like that, though, Pietro answers right back. Jin and Alucard have to be careful. Gainer gets the trade as well. He's going to stick this defuse, but Alucard from above, able to save the day.
See, taking back a bit of control here, and Icy have a chance at really kind of being that side to put pressure on it. They can take this map as well. Chances are they take the series 3-1, right? And that pick coming up next as well, and we do get tied up. Jin's up. Find LSY to open things up. That's a massive build to find early. We've been speaking about LSY in terms of how much space he creates. But HTZ into numbers back level. Very standard stuff. I feel like probably if you're IC, I want to see them playing a little bit more together as a pack.
Yeah, definitely a team that relies a little bit more on the individual picks to get the job done, and see if that changes as this map continues forward. This time, though, they've got to clear out Pietro. He's been really patient, but it's not going to matter. That's going to be a full clear coming through from InnerCircle. They take him down early, just knowing he likes to play that position, and that could be all of the advantage they need. Gainer, though. Oh, what a shot from Awesome on the jump peak. The shutdown right there for InnerCircle, and now they're going to be stuck in this position on the retake. The only downside being Awesome can't really play the lurk too successfully now. They know he's going to be there, but with the player advantage, all he has to do really at this point is stay alive and toy with them.
Nade. That might do a lot of damage. Yeah, it will. Down goes Awesome. Nice find. They're going to get tagged. He's still alive, only briefly. MKZ will be the one to see him off. Alicard, nice find towards HDZ, leaving MKZ all alone now. Everything to be done on 1 versus 2, and we just have to play time. We're under 10 seconds. They've just got to play the clock here. Kiko maybe dance with the devil a little bit too much, but there's no time left to be had here. Alicard wants the kill on top as well, which he gets.
Yeah, really good plays from InnerCircle, just making sure everything is traded out that needed to be in that round, but also just the intuition to clear out Pietro with no information on that A-long box, really giving themselves a lot of early momentum to win the round as well. So for them, it's just continuing to play smart like this and play as a team, and they'll be in a really good position to try and roll forward in this map. But for PingPongPals, this is where they need to change things up a little bit. The one downside in their approach compared to InnerCircle is when they need that aggressive round, that proactive counter aggression, they don't seem to bring it out too often.
Oh. Sticking up together here as well. Just a jump peek for information, nothing on offer just yet. Slower approach by IC. I kind of respect this. They've been really kind of testing them and going a little quicker. And this time they're going to try and flip it and slow it down. Alicard to find that first. On to HTZ no less as well, which I think is a really important one. He's been sort of fighting tooth and nail throughout this series to keep PingPongPals proactive, and that's what he does.
Yeah, now it's going to come down to a really difficult GR round here for PingPongPals. They don't really have any map control. MKZ as well, just spotting Awesome there for the info, but yeah, has no real ability to capitalize on it at this point because Alucard and Jin, they're already taking full control over the B-bomb site. Gainer now left alone. It's a 1-on-5. Really nothing you can do there on that one. 3-1 though. The momentum definitely starting to get heavier and heavier in favor of the InnerCircle guys.
Yeah, you're right. Well, you won. Keep saying it, this would be a huge spot to be in if IC are able to take this map. Eco brings his numbers back level. Package into falling. MKC right idea too, but Beck has crossed. Same for Alucard, but Beck only briefly before he gets clipped by the sniper. LSY gonna find Kiko too. And all down to one. Awesome. 1v4 this one. Unlikely, especially the fact that he doesn't have the C4.
Yeah, not much you can really do here with the C4 down. You can tell he wants to take the fight, but at least able to find himself a first kill, but that'll be it. Now it's going to be down to a one-round game once again. Things getting closer. The back and forth continues, and now it's really going to be up to PingPongPals to see if they can find themselves another one here to tie it up, or if InnerCircle is going to be right back into it. LSY, though, has to be careful after that opening fight, taken down to 20 HP on the fight with Jin in the B control room. And this is really one of the key areas of the map where PingPongPals, I just don't feel confident they can take that fight and win it. And being able to maintain that control room presence on this map is very crucial.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see. Early bits of damage both ways. LSY and Jins are the ones that bear the brunt of it. I see, you know, when we look back to that previous map as well, where IC fell flat was when they really tried to slow things down, and it kind of looking like they're falling back into those pitfalls again. LSY, nice find. He was waiting, and he was patient, and it's one that works out for him.
Yeah, InnerCircle playing a little bit slow here, allows the rotation. You can see. Yeah, 3P, they know exactly what to expect here now. There has to be some sort of change up. Otherwise, InnerCircle is just kind of walking into the stack here. And Awesome could be the key to making it happen. He's got a chance to go for the backstab, drop down out of vents, and completely change this round up here. Awesome going to be good for one, but his team has already fallen too quickly on the bomb site, leaving Beck alone in a 1 versus 4. That's just not winnable.
Yeah, well, PingPongPals. Round taken, but yeah, you know, I come back to kind of what we've been discussing. I want to see this pace back out for IC. Really put the pressure on. HCZ, nice shot. But I want to see them really kind of take a kind of a stronghold and say, all right, we're the better side. We're able to play at this tempo, and let me prove to you kind of why. And that's what I'm looking for from the side, but I don't know, just not really seeing it. We saw tail end where things were falling a little flat. That's sort of what was going wrong. They slowed down massively, and it was pretty costly. Just go back to being that side that are relentless, and what's, you know, different in the West League. One of the few sides that actually do it.
Yeah, honestly, it's almost like they're playing too reserved when things are getting close, but that's when you kind of need those curveballs the most. I mean, we actually saw it when you think back to the regular season of 999 when they did that for their last 2 matches where it was just constant aggression every round. They actually got more upset rounds than they ever did the rest of the season. So for them, it was a really good way to catch their opponents off guard, and hopefully that's something that InnerCircle can take note of here as they continue forward, because right now, again, they're putting themselves in a difficult position where potentially they might be down on the overall map if they can't find a way to win this round back. But Beck, he's already taken down to 30 HP on that fight with LSY. He's going to throw the counter flash onto them, but Pietro, he's already got the angle set up with Gainer on this A bomb site to kind of force them into a trap. So a lot of it comes down to this trade potential on the pinch coming through. You're going to have Alucard working his way down the A staircase with Kiko, and they really need to find Gainer quickly.
I see. There's the first. Gainer. We'll find Beck. He has the support of Pietro as well for that second. Malak got an Awesome though. Combined nicely. 25 seconds as that C4 goes down. 2 versus 3. Numbers favoring PingPongPals. They're probably going to try and get proactive here, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for Awesome. All down to Alucard. A missed shot should be the beginning of the end, and jumping into the opening arms. That'll be another round for PingPongPals.
Yeah, really good retake there, and I really like how PingPongPals is getting more assertive on the rotations as well. They didn't waste any time going in for that retake, and there was just no time for Awesome to get comfortable on the post plant. And at this point, if you're InnerCircle, you've got to find a way to put a stop to it. I wouldn't be surprised even with the attack pause coming out if they lose another round here, because PingPongPals, they've just responded so well on the GR.
Yeah, they're looking really, really solid. I feel like it probably would be the right call. Take attack, take a moment to have a breather, conversation, whatever you want to call it, and just try as best you can. Ice them out. Awesome. Found one of his own though, but still a little precarious. Down to 3. Alucard, Awesome, and Jinta. Oh, I speak too soon. Nice shot, but a quick trade. MKZ Alanta back on towards Jinta, leaving Awesome again all alone. 1v2.
Yeah, this is tough now, too, being the last one. They know he's the lurker, and they know he comes from upper A vents every time, so they're going to be keen to his positioning here. You can already tell HDC very aware that he might come down, but Awesome. That is a big headshot to hit to kick off the 1-on-2. MKZ needs to try and find a way to hold on, but Awesome.
Wow.
Just so deadly with that AK from close range.
Lovely work. Felt like a bit of a lost cause there in that situation, but somehow, some way, it isn't. 4-4. Eye things back up, and ourselves maybe a bit of a chance here. Oh my, ACC, Beck, they'll combine. Kiko going to get caught by the Colt, but Alucard, he'll have some of his own as well. So 3-on-3 with Alucard low HP, but having the sniper's probably okay. This shot will cost his life anyway.
Yeah, not a bad spot to be in here for InnerCircle. They at least get the trade there at the end to keep themselves comfortably in the fight for this round. They've also got Jin up top in the vent this time. I like the play call, moving Awesome to more of a trade position here. He's going to find the first trade. LSY, though, the timing, he's going to be spotted on the edge of the smoke. Jin, good timing there to clear the corner. Now they're going to go for the swing, though. He's not ready for it, Jin. That is a huge play call and might be the half along with it. Gainer now left in a 1v2, has to quickly rotate in the quad walker's position and try and catch them off guard. But Jin is already there, gets the jump spot, and Gainer, his position is completely compromised. And here comes the double swing. Gainer, though, gets the first. Jin, though, backs off, doesn't go for the trade here. And that could be a critical error. Now he just has to run down the clock and hope for the best.
It's just a little funky, that's for sure. 15 seconds on that C4. Jin trying to buy some time, but it's Gainer just swings past him, finds the kill, and it'll be the round as well. So, I mean, you're taking silver linings, but I still come back to what I was saying a little bit earlier. I want to see more out from IC when it comes to kind of setting the tone. Now, of course, they can't really do that heading in towards the second half, sure, but looking forward in towards the series, that definitely feels like a priority for me. MKZ can open things up. It's fine.
InnerCircle, though, this is what you want to see. That B control room presence, aggressive early on. Something we didn't see from 3P their entire GR side, but InnerCircle, they run it right out of the gate, showing us a lot in the second half already of what we might see. The C4 dropped as well. So the challenging recovery, and that much more so with Alucard getting that kill on to Gainer. HDZ left in the clutch. He's got the HK in hand this time around, a bit unconditional for him to have that out over the TRG, but he's going to be spotted right away from Alucard. It's going to be a three-way swing. Nothing you can do about that one, and a nice clean round.
Yeah, I love that tempo, right? You know, the one thing you're really asking for to come through, and yeah, they kind of show it and say, all right, this is what we can bring in terms of our pace. Fantastic work. All tied square. Transparent for the boxes just in case pretty common angle to play from regardless. So, not going, I think, the way as intended, unfortunately. I see. I feel like, you know, they could get to a point where they lose even just like one, like maybe like 2 more rounds, their mental could start to boom.
Yeah, this one's a really tough position to be in. The GR side is slightly more comfortable, but it's still such a 50-50 map at this point to where PingPongPals could start to spoil things once again for them. You can see the early pressure this round towards the B lockers, only leaving Pietro to lurk outside of the A doors, and it does seem to be the right call. There's a lot of presence towards A at the moment, and Pietro just has to stall out this rotation for the remainder of his team to work their way through, and Pietro actually finds the kill over on the A doors as well, keeping the rest of these players there and taking down Kiko in the process. Awesome trying to find something here towards B, but doesn't realize that Gainer has already snuck into the B rafters, and this is where things could fall apart for InnerCircle. They're actually going to spot him early enough, but now the rotation is going to be in a weird position, maybe even a fake here as they send 3 back towards A.
Yeah, this gets a little funky. Back being so low as well, not a good spot to be in. Awesome, just completely blinded by that flash. 20 seconds. What's the call here? Still need to make this decision about where we want to finish. You've got to be a little worried as well with Gainer and MKZ in terms of their HP to 30 seconds. PingPongPals, you've got to make a decision. C4 on the back here of HDC, and it's wrapping all the way. So let's go for a late B pop. 20 seconds. They're not giving us a lot of time here. Things can very quickly go wrong. It's Beck that falls. Same for Jinter as well. MKZ also gets caught, but Awesome drops 2, leaving Alacordas left, and they see it off. They win it in pure fights alone, but for a real moment, that was quite janky.
Yeah, a lot coming down to the wire there, but thankfully PingPongPals able to get the trades they needed to at the last moments to make that happen. And now for InnerCircle, it's kind of back to the drawing board here. They haven't had a whole lot of success in these passive hold exchanges, and this is where they need to maybe change the pace a little bit. Their only success was really rushing early on into B control room, but I feel like that's one of the flaws of InnerCircle. When they feel like they need to play patient, they don't seem to have quite the success rate.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, advantage. PingPongPals. Their map pick as well. To answer back in this series by reclaiming their own map pick would be such a huge thing to have. Slow is the tempo here. Jinter playing a little bit of an off angle, traditionally either behind the box or deep, and he's actually going to fall back. Maybe the smart call. Awesome's a little bit exposed though. He does manage to get damage and get away. He re-peeks in for a fight and again gets away with his life intact. You get another 3 kills to be had as MKZ's left all alone. He should have been punished, and I mean, somehow wasn't.
Yeah, that's a tough one to not trade out. Awesome just getting away with a huge round for InnerCircle, but they'll take that all day long. Finally, a good passive hold coming out from them, but it just goes to show you how proactive this team can be when they need to, because most players, they get that first kill, they're just falling back, but Awesome will take that fight all days of the week. So now it's really going to be on the PingPongPals to do what they can to respond, but I love InnerCircle's approach here. Immediately, they go for another aggressive play. They send 2 players into control room right away, forcing this push already onto the A bomb site, but Awesome has been able to hold the line before, but a 3-on-1 be very challenging, but Beck, that's perfect timing on the rotation for the support from above, able to find one, and now with the C4 down, the rotations are hot on the tail.
Interesting. A lot of spam as Jinza actually gets away with it. Looked like he probably should have been punished there, and finally will fall. 3 versus 3. Actually goes momentarily quite quiet. This he could do a big chunk of damage. I think it goes a little bit late though, so he isn't able to really soften the mob. Kiko, Alakar, they combine, and Kiko will close. I see fight back, and again, still more to be had here.
Yeah, this one's really a long game of back and forth, but it's all going to come down to these retake and post-plant situations. That's where one of these teams is really going to pull ahead. It's very hard to guarantee the early fights on a map like Sub Base. So you've got to show you can do it in those post-plan situations. And right now, that's where InnerCircle just looks the tiniest bit stronger in these head-to-head fights. So at this point, for PingPongPals, they have to show even more strength here once they get control over the bomb site. But this time, it is going to be Kiko who might take the early fight. He's the solo anchor on this A bomb site. They seem ready to go in that direction, but some nice early utility there from Beck is going to slow things down just for a moment.
Yeah, what now? I see 3 rounds away. And now breathing room as well, but a quick find for Pietro to open things up. Beckel onto back for Gainer, more from him. Alucard posted in towards the window, trying to punish from up on high. Versus 3, and they've struggled from this spot, PingPongPals. They've struggled to make it work, and it seems like it might be more of the same with Gainer, but HTC, he's come up clutch plenty of times in the series. Leaves it all down to LSY.
Yeah, this is a big one here. LSY, he's had so many clutches already today, but now more than ever, he really needs to find a way to win this round for his team. Otherwise, InnerCircle in a really good position to take this third map of the series, but LSY, he's already got it down to 20 seconds on the clock without being spotted. Now he knows he's going to have to go for a nice little cheeky position here. Tucks into the corner box, but are they going to check it? Alucard doesn't check it right away, and it's going to be LSY with a chance, but Alucard, the reaction, going to be there all day long, and this is why Alucard is so valuable. When you think about just a singular round, every single shot this guy had, perfect reaction timing.
Yeah, absolutely. I see just inching closer and closer, bit by bit. There's a pause to be taken here as well, and they're going to stand up, stretch the legs a little bit, or not even just him, seems like a couple also what's going to get up to the coach as well. So a pause taken here. I do hope this is then attack pause, not a tech pause. Generally speaking, when they stand up, it can be a little worrying.
Yeah, it's an interesting position to be in. We've seen attack pauses work well for PingPongPals. In map number 1, it was great, but in map number 2, it didn't really have the impact they were hoping for. So maybe this time around, it'll be something they can come through with and really find themselves in a winning position, because I've got to feel like if this goes 2-1 InnerCircle, they go into a map after this, which is arguably a stronger one for them as well. It feels like it's leaning towards that 3-1. So if this is going to go the full distance, I feel like this is a must-win map for PingPongPals at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Well, let's see. Looks like, I'm assuming this might be a little bit more of a technical nature behind it. But they're all sat back down, and coach over towards IC getting pretty vocal here, and, you know, pretty understandably so as well. You're getting close to taking such a stark advantage in this series, and as I said, actually, you know, really deservedly so as well. Some of the ways in which they've approached some of these rounds, especially in the second half, have looked really, really good. And when it's in that reach and distance as well, that's where, as a coach, the biggest thing you're trying to instill is just don't, you know, by any means, do not take your foot off the gas. Do not, you know, fall asleep for a brief moment here. This is where we've got to kind of do a lot of our best work.
Yeah, at this point, InnerCircle, it's theirs to win. They've got themselves in the position to do it. The momentum is starting to lean more and more in their direction, especially with these clutch plays they've been able to pull off on this map. So for them, timing is right to put themselves in their first full advantage on the series score with a 2-1 here. But as we saw, kind of lingering in the back of my mind, Neo, is that first map. It looked like it was theirs to take away. But then PingPongPals, they pull that pause out and win 4 straight to take a 10-8. And I definitely worry about this team under the pressure here.
It's the big thing, isn't it? It's the fumble, essentially, that, you know, does sow the seeds of doubt a little bit. So, yeah, I think you're spot on. I feel like you can never really, you just can't discount PingPongPals by any means, just because of what we've seen from them and how good things have been at times. Nope. Back on the way. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick, which would be massive. Question of course, can they?
I like the play call coming out of the gate here for InnerCircle, putting a little bit of forward pressure on both sides of the map to try and keep the PingPongPals guessing as to where they're going to be stacked here, since there's just so much forward presence to deal with either way they go. It's going to be an early fight, but if you're InnerCircle, that's kind of what you want in these situations. The earlier fights have been more favorable for them. It's those late, weird post-plant situations where you have players like LSY and HDZ who can really capitalize. So I like this change in pace. They want to take the fight right at the engagement point on these sites before there's any chance of a retake situation.
Yeah, I'm with you. Slower approach by PingPongPals. You can even make the argument as well for them where as this map progresses, and it's progressing, of course, not really in the way that they would want, so much, I mean, significantly more pressure just goes on their shoulder. And that's the worry here. Burden for them. Flash pops round. That might have forced Jinza back, and actually, it'll gain them a bit of information. Off the back of that pop flash, he takes a couple of shots. I know there's somebody playing up close in towards lockers, but even still, 3P have got to make a decision. There's 45 seconds, and, you know, there's absolutely zero commitment. And we saw Icy lose a round of even a bomb plant earlier in that previous map. We can't have another one of those.
Yeah, 30 seconds, already a rough position to be in. They've got to make a move now, and it seems like they want to force their way onto Kiko, but they're still hesitating way too much. 20 seconds to plant, and Kiko able to stall that much more with a kill of his own before going down. Now they've got 15 seconds to get on the bomb site and plant, but Alucard, he's not going to hold on for long enough here. Awesome as well, trying to stall the plant, actually jumps to action a little bit too early here, giving the advantage over to PingPongPals. So now Beck really has to find a way to spoil things here along with Jin, but Gainer, he's got the positioning here to try and shut things down on the retake. He's going to find the first here, but now it's on to Jin. 1-on-3, gets the first kill right away, knows HDZ is likely behind this box as well, but it's not going to matter. The support is there, and PingPongPals get it done with only 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. Maybe even a little bit, you know, too close. Let's see a round over the board like that, but that was very, very concerning at one point. Still, one round game. And continues to be this back and forth affair between these two sides. You know, we've spoken about it, I think, quite a few times all the way throughout this series about this kind of sort of lack of consistency in a way, and not always necessarily a bad thing, but we're looking at it to be who's going to be that side that really takes kind of a stranglehold, get a good few rounds in a row, a real solid map under the belt. That's the one that takes the series. You put your opponent under so much pressure that they mentally can't bounce back, and it looked like it was going to be IC until that pause was called, and PingPongPals have come back off the back of it and looked good.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time here, PingPongPals, they do have that ability to adapt. It's just going to come down to decision-making from InnerCircle. They're the team that tends to make those slip-up mistakes when things get to that high-intensity level, and I'm hoping they can keep that composure this time around, keep themselves in a comfortable position. But that's part of the reason you're going to see PingPongPals run down the clock. They know InnerCircle wants to be aggressive, and they're waiting to see if that's going to cause a mistake to be made here. So I wouldn't be surprised if for the remainder of this half, they wait until about 30-20 seconds on the clock to make their move, just hoping there's some sort of mistake made in the meantime.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of 50 seconds, just under. Shot missed. Similar thing for PingPongPals where it worked out for them last time, but the only issue, and you brought this up, I think in towards that last map where you've got no room for error. If you leave the clock so late, you've got no room to kind of fall back on, and that's where things can be really quite costly.
Yeah, I mean, already 15 seconds.
Yeah.
They're not even down A, and if Kiko gets just a single kill, that's all he needs here. Now there's no time, and things have gone south very quickly. They're forced in a situation where there's no option except rush the plant, and that's going to leave MKZ exposed and alone. But still, they're going to maintain a 3-on-3 after all of that is said and done, which isn't the worst case scenario, all things considered. Now they've just got to hold the line for the retake, and they do have a little bit of a smoke screen to work with to take it down to that 20-second marker. But the key fight here is going to be Awesome and Jin versus HDZ and Gainer for the A staircase. That flash is going to be brutal to the timing. Perfect from Alucard on the side swipe. Now it's down to a 2-on-1. LSY looking for yet another clutch on the day, and he just might find it here in the 1v1. Jin has no idea thanks to the smoke screen where he is. And now LSY, all he has to do is stall the clock, and again, he finds a way to step up when his team needs him most.
Yeah. My God. PingPongPals, it's 2 back-to-back rounds where they leave it so late and they just about get away with it. And maybe even this sort of pace testing and this approach they're taking, they're trying to change it up by going for a pacey one, and Alucard was ready for it. He'll find the first. Damage being dealt as well with the rifles, but HC down towards the site, and he'll get a kill. Same for MKZ, but also Malanta back. Numbers in favor comfortably. To the quick rounds, not as successful for PingPongPals as they would have hoped. Map point IC.
Yeah, this is a tough one now to close out, though. InnerCircle, they've been a bit inconsistent at the finish line, but still have a chance to do it in regulation. I like the call here as well to go for the control room presence. MKZ on the other side of it, able to spot them out, but no damage being dealt. Now, this is where PingPongPals have to play a little bit differently, because now they are going to have that same ability to run down the clock, but with all the forward pressure and information that InnerCircle is going to have, they're going to need a little bit more time to work with on a last-minute push.
There you go. He opens things up. Advantage in the series has been reaching distance. They find this round. That might even be just what they need to take this third place and book their spot towards EWC. I mean, that's how good it could be. Their map's up next. This is their opponent's map pick right now. So you can argue they're inching very, very close. PingPongPals. Every set, C4 not committed by any means just yet.
HDZ, though, the patience could pay off, but he misses the shot. Only allows for one because of it. Now Pietro stuck behind the A doors. Has to call for the support of Gainer, but it's a little bit too late to the party for Gainer. He's going to be able to get the trade, but Alucard's still able to reset here and hold on to the advantage. A minute on the clock. C4 down in the BL spawn. He's going to have to go back and scoop it up. MKZ, though, he's already taken full control over the B bomb site, so at the very least they may get a plant out of this positioning. And now Gainer, as long as he can maintain a clean rotation into the site, they can set up comfortably for the post plant.
Let's see. What is the plan? C4 goes down. How aggressive do they want to play this post plant? I think it is the big question for PingPongPals. They want to try and bring the numbers back level, understandably, but I'm just thinking they're so split up as well. Just one falling could be enough. Flash that comes round, but easily avoided. Alucard trying to lead the charge in under 20 seconds out. MKZ does deal damage. He's trying to desperately get the kill, but he can't. So much damage dealt at the same time. Gainer will fall, and that will be that. I see. I mean, look what it means to Beck as well. They take their opponent's map of sub-base, and they put themselves in such a stark advantage here now in this third place playoff.
Yeah, huge final set of rounds here. They almost let it slip, barely get themselves across the line. It has to feel good, but not great just yet. The job is not done. 2-1, though, they take the lead in the series and now have themselves well positioned to maybe grab a 3-1 victory in this series after all. But you've got to hand it to PingPongPals. This has not been an easy path to get here at all, Neo.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, we're looking at this now where we have to ask a lot of questions about what's left in the tank for PingPongPals. It's a tough predicament for them. You're now going towards your opponent's map pick, and you're one map away as well from losing this third place matchup and ending fourth, which still wouldn't be bad, but it's not what they were looking for. Either way, we're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. See you soon.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have to agree with what Kyle said. The Ping Pong Pals did not make it easy for InnerCircle to get set 3.
Yeah, and as we said, that InnerCircle chances of beating PingPongPals on subbase was higher because the guys, as I said last time, when they lost individually, but the guys now individually, we've seen them throughout the 2 maps before. They were very good, so I knew that they're gonna be winning subbase because subbase relies kinda on the individuals because the amount of trades on subbase is very high. And yes, InnerCircle did manage, and they kinda were about to throw the game away like Compound, but I guess they denied it and they were able to close the series and win the map for them. Now they are 1 map away. They are on match point or serious point. Serious point for InnerCircle. That means that 1 map is enough to take them into the 3rd place as well as the EWC. Yet PingPongPals is going to be playing Black Widow, which is already picked by InnerCircle. Now PingPongPals have a very high chance of reverse sweeping as well because they still know how to play Black Widow, and we've seen how good they are in Black Widow, especially because Edge DZ gives amount of control, gives a huge amount of control for his teammates. So now Black Widow map is kinda InnerCircle going into this map with low pressure, not as PingPongPals.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in InnerCircle's place, this is the map. This is the map that I would put all my gas in, to be honest, because that means a guaranteed slot in the EWC as well, not just finishing 3rd place, which is still a very good position to be in, you know. As for PingPongPals, do they want to deny that opportunity? Do they want to secure the 3rd place moving on to what comes forward in the CrossFire events, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we've seen from PingPongPals a very strong individual performance, as we said, but I also mentioned that if InnerCircle didn't show a strong individual performance like yesterday, because their individual performance yesterday was not the best, they would struggle versus PingPongPals, but now they are not, and still PingPongPals is giving a very good fight for them, but we've seen a lot of clutches from the InnerCircle side players, especially from Awesome. Awesome today in subbase played very good. This guy got a lot of multi-kills and also clutches 1v2s and everything. So the question here, if InnerCircle is gonna keep winning the clutches even in Black Widow, because if it goes to Black Widow and you do not win your clutches and you lose it and you're going to port, it's gonna be a very tough situation for you because you need to win 1 map and then you're kind of relying on the clutches, on the skills of your players. It's not gonna every time work. But now, InnerCircle, as I said, as a team, as strat-wise, as adaptability and team play, they are kind of better than PingPongPals. We've seen PingPongPals very good, yes, in the first map, but now InnerCircle kind of logged in, and we're seeing the same case or same scenarios like InnerCircle played yesterday versus GG, but it's in the reverse.
Yeah, I mean, the set summary speaks for itself. All games have been almost 2-3 rounds apart, if you want to say that. But 10-8, that's super close. It's always been the same fraction. There's always a 2-round deficit for either side, you know what I mean? Alucard, obviously 2.0 KD, very impressive as always, which kind of goes back to what we were talking to initially, that in game 1, due to the technical pause and stuff like that, no, this just shows you, like, this is why he's considered an esports professional player, not just your average guy.
Yeah, he came back from this deficit into 2nd map, doing a very good job on the Eagle Eye, securing the win for his teammates, and still on this map as well, he's the key factor and element. Him and Awesome, to be honest, because yes, Alucard may be getting a lot of kills, but Awesome getting a lot of rounds because of his just clutches that we've seen from him, even not only on subbase. We've seen it on Compound, we've seen it on Eagle Eye, and now we're seeing it again. So the clutches factor from Awesome, the kills and the amount of pressure that Alucard is putting, these are the key elements. Those are the 2 key players of InnerCircle right now. Everybody's playing very good from the InnerCircle side, yes, but Alucard is doing most of the job, and Awesome is closing the job of Alucard. Alucard is getting kills, and Awesome is closing rounds, so they are completing each other.
I mean, I'm trying to break this down because at this point, is it InnerCircle is playing better than they were yesterday, or is PingPongPals playing worse, or is it a mix of both, you know? Because 10-8, it's not that big of a gap if you think about it, which means PingPongPals had a chance to make this 2-1 in their favor, but now going into next map, and it's InnerCircle's map pick if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What are they supposed to do? You know, what would you do if you were like PingPongPals coach or IGL, for example?
Well, they shouldn't be disappointed at all because, as Custer said, that the guys are giving a very good show and they are not giving an easy game for InnerCircle, which everybody, if he's gonna be watching, yes, InnerCircle, PingPongPals, a team from Open, is gonna be easy for InnerCircle. No, these maps,
Not at all.
the maps went only 2-3 rounds different, except the
Yeah.
map that PingPongPals won, and it was kinda 8-6 for InnerCircle, and then PingPongPals kinda reversed this map
Reversed
for
it,
them.
yeah,
So it's 10-8, 10-7, 10-8, I remember.
yeah.
So if I remember right. So now it's Black Widow. What PingPongPals should do is to play their gameplay, to play the same style, and to kind of keep pressuring. But the thing that I don't like about PingPongPals that they usually play very passive on Black Widow.
Yeah.
They do not take water control. They do not take even barracks control. Sometimes they just play passively. It worked first time versus InnerCircle because InnerCircle didn't change their play style when we watched the regular season. I guess it was the first game of the first show, but
Yeah.
now InnerCircle kind of different. They are playing aggressive. We've seen Jen trying to take the bridge control solo. They are kind of adapting.
Pico as well.
Yeah, they're trying. They're adapting. If InnerCircle is trying to take, if PingPongPals is trying to take Elon control, InnerCircle instantly replies with water, replies with cat aggression. So InnerCircle plays Black Widow very good right now. That's what's scaring me if I am a PingPongPal fan, because PingPongPal, they usually try to play very defensive. When you play very defensive, Black Widow, it usually don't pay off because the aggression team
If
will
they
have
control
more
one
area.
side,
Yeah, they will have
control
more
one
area.
side. You need to immediately tell your
Act.
boys go get the other one.
Yeah, because-
which makes sense, right? Because
Yeah.
if you've lost both, then you're just getting engulfed eventually.
Yeah.
You have such a small area to work with.
They're gonna get sandwiched, and the A splits on Black Widow. We know it's very
Basically,
dangerous when you have a lurker in mid or you send the lurker into a box room. So PingPongPals now, all they need to do is just try to play a bit more aggressive because we've seen aggression from them, by the way, in Compound.
Early
And they
rounds,
played off
yeah,
very good.
early rounds.
And we've seen a very fast rounds from them on Eagle Eye. That means that they're kind of changing. We want to be seeing this change as well.
More
And we've seen a very
consistent.
aggressive rounds as well on sub-base when they pushed, I guess, 4-man quad very fast or 3-man quad very fast with 1 BC and 1 Woods. Yes, it failed, but this is an intention that they have fast rounds.
Yeah.
So you need to play aggressive as a PingPongPals fan. You need to play
3P,
aggressive.
yeah.
Yeah, 3P. You need to play fast, and you need to kind of not let the enemy team take all the map control because InnerCircle is not gonna give you any chance if they took all the map control. The guys have a very good executions.
Yeah, so now 3P shouldn't be playing their default standard approach, which is just wait for them to either push, or if we're on defense side, wait for, vice versa. They need to actually take
Take control,
initiative.
because
They
they're
need to take
starting
initiative,
blacklist.
because they're losing this if this tempo stays the same. 10-8 is close, yeah, but next game, if it's also 10-8, it's done, you're out. So
Exactly.
they need to actually take initiative, possibly even take some small risks, not crazy ones, but some risks
They're already
that could help
losing.
them. Exactly, you have
So
nothing
there's
to
nothing
lose.
to lose right now.
Try to get some more rounds in your favor.
Exactly, they are starting as blacklist. 3P are gonna be starting on blacklist. That
Mhm.
means that if they kind of mess up this side,
Yeah,
and they
execution.
do, and they do not get much rounds, InnerCircle will give no chances and they will close it on their blacklist
Mercilessly,
because
yeah.
the guys are playing blacklist very good. We've seen InnerCircle struggling always on the global risk, but not on the blacklist. That means that blacklist side is very good, well communicated with each other. The guys have very good execution and lineups.
What's a good number to be swapping sides on?
6-3 is definitely very
6-3?
good. 5-4 is not bad, but it's just one round different.
Yes.
But 6-3,
It's the
if
most
I'm playing,
optimal
if
one,
I'm
yeah.
playing, I would love to have 6-3 on the blacklist
Yeah.
because global risk is gonna be very, very hard versus InnerCircle.
I see, yeah, and I've seen InnerCircle as well. They're playing phenomenal today and yesterday as well, even though they didn't win yesterday, but still.
Still, there's
I
ROC Esports.
feel that the fact that the majority of them, 80% of them are in the same room has made quite a difference, to be honest.
Yeah, because we've seen it in the blacklist. Because blacklist needs teamwork.
Yeah.
Global risk, you need aim, you need experience, and you need just a communication.
Mhm.
You don't need a teamwork in the global risk unless you're doing an aggressive round. But
Mhm.
most of the global risk rounds are won by aim or by experience. You know
Yeah.
that this guy's is taking this control, so maybe someone is here. I'm gonna be trying to pick it off. And other than that, blacklist, you need every single member to be synced with each other. This flash is gonna be thrown. I'm gonna be pushing. You're gonna be covering me from this area. You will be lurking on such time, or you will be maybe flanking. So this shows why the guys are boot camping right now. Their
Yeah.
blacklist is insane.
Yeah, and I feel like on Blacklist, especially, any kind of double comms,
Yeah,
miscommunication,
it
late
will mess it.
info or something, you're losing allies.
Yeah.
Like you're instantly they're gonna start dropping. Especially if someone's lurking or if someone is around, is somewhere that how can I say, is so let's say, for example, you're pushing his blacklist. First guy gets picked off, it's fine, we trade, and then someone else rotates. If he manages to get that pick and someone doesn't relay that information fast enough because something else is going on in the middle,
You might lose the trade.
you're gonna lose the round,
Yeah, exactly.
basically.
Because it happens in a blink of an eye. You're just
Literally, yeah.
a blink and you miss it. If someone is for example, you're pushing from cat and the train guy kills the first entry. If you do not trade under cat instantly or ramp or everywhere, you will lose the side instantly. So the communication is a very very good factor. That's why we are saying InnerCircle when the guys are now boot camping and they're all together, it paid off for them because their blacklist is perfectly good. Yes, Alucard is missing, but still Alucard is a sniper. He's not as much valuable as rifles in pushing areas and sites. So I guess it's
Yeah.
very good
Alright,
decision
we're
from
gonna
them.
have to wait and see what's gonna happen. Let's go to next game.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. IC find themselves one map away from EWC. I mean, that's the long and short of it, essentially, Carl. This is a crazy situation. And we go into their map pick, no less. It is Black Widow up next. If they can take this, they're going to be going to Riyadh.
Yeah, a lot on the line here, but just as quickly as it can go your way, it can fall the opposite direction. So this is where they've got to show us the resilience needed to compete on that international stage. So we'll see what they can do here to make that a reality for themselves as we kick off map number 4. It is going to be IC starting things off on the GR side. And already you've got Kiko sneaking up here under the B bridge, just waiting to see if he can catch somebody from this off angle. And he's got the support as well from Jin to try and do a little bit of a bait and switch if the push goes through towards the B bomb site. And it does seem to be where they're leaning so far in this one. So a really good opportunity to kick things off right.
Yeah, you're right. What's the play here? Not a huge amount on offer just yet. I should come through towards box room. And Pedro gets a decent amount of room, but Awesome's there. He looked for that second. He couldn't quite get it. Jinta, Gainer, Kiko, all getting in towards the action. This is back to the carnage that we've come to know and love. Kiko finds one, pistol pulled out. He gets so damn close into a 1 versus 2 now for HDZ, but he barely gets a chance to catch his breath, and neither do we. It's IC to find the first.
Yeah, really good play calling there as well. Whoever called that strategy to open setup like that, really picture perfect here for getting them to just walk right into that trap and hear every single trade in the process. Now, it's going to put the pressure on the PingPongPals to answer back in this one. So you're going to see them kind of doing the same thing again, just a little bit faster, going to clear out the B side of the map early just so they don't get caught off guard here. It's a smart call, making sure they don't run into the same play back to back. But now they're going to have to deal with the full execution here. This time, Awesome peeking out too early. Going to come back to bite him. At least Kiko able to get the trade for now and reset things.
Pop shot, HTC converted. Still a little eerily quiet because they're waiting for Beck to pounce, which he does. Nice work, nice find. 3 versus 2, or Gator. Let's be very, very careful. Jinta nearly bringing things back level, and Gator just still sticking around to see what's going on. He might actually chase him on the way out, but Jinta is given that luxury of escape.
Yeah, a lot of this round's going to come down to where they actually end up taking the C4 at this point. They may have the 3-on-2 advantage, but they still haven't really got any forward map control to work with. It does seem like they're slowly setting their sights on the B bomb site, which is really just up to Kiko playing in the B window. So it is a good opportunity to close this round for PingPongPals. It's just a matter of making sure they don't allow him to get an opening kill untraded, because that is the difficulty in these positions. They have a lot of fall-off potential, and they're going to find one right away, uncontested here onto Pietro. Now things get a little bit dicey in this positioning. They're going to be worried about the flank from Jin, and now Kiko, the reposition onto the double stack as well, adds the pressure if this push comes through, and they don't even have time at this point to really go back to the A-bomb side, and Jin again spoils the backline, takes down Gainer, and HDZ's all alone in this one.
What do you do now? What do you do now? I mean, sure, the one thing, of course, is Kiko is pretty low himself. HTZ. He's had some heroic moments in this series, and they're looking towards him once again, but 13 seconds feels like it doesn't really favor him here. A lot of things have got to go right. At the very least, he's given the luxury of a post plant. I mean, they're nowhere near this site. So that's at least something to kind of fall back on, but this is still real dicey.
Yeah, the reposition here has to be perfect from HDZ after he finds the first. He misses the first shot, though, and that should be everything for InnerCircle to take it away, and they will. A 2-0 start here off the heroics, but you really got to hand that one to Jin. Those 2 1-taps into the lower B connector were massive.
Yeah, agreed. I see. Looks like they've really got a kind of a point to prove here in this potentially final map of the series, and so far, they're understanding it. This is working quite well. Pop shots in towards mid. Finding all too much.
Yeah, the pace here is definitely a slower one to kick off the round. It almost feels like PingPongPals are scared to contest A long. Most teams are very known for just aggressively sending 3A long at least once or twice in the early game to test the waters, but it seems like PingPongPals are pretty dead set towards this B direction almost every round so far.
Yeah, you're right. At least that's sort of this default that they're setting in the early part. Still though, PingPongPals, while it's not been the greatest of starts, we've seen this side really find ways to bounce back. We've just seen how back and forth this entire sort of series has been. Every single map, I mean, the Deaths were touching on it as well. Every single map has been ending with kind of essentially 2 or 3 rounds being the difference to being so unbelievably close. More of the same here. Looks like I'm going to pop in towards box room.
Yeah, some good flashes to counter the entry, though. Stalls everybody into the corner and gives them a chance to maybe get some info here. But Pietro slides past right away. Jin has no idea, and that is a huge way to steal the momentum back. Now it's a 2-for-2 exchange, but still InnerCircle managed to hold the line in the numbers. And Kiko already on the backstab. They have absolutely no clue here. The perfect timing, but he misses the shot. Oh. That is a huge miss coming out, and now MKZ surely with a chance, but Alucard right there to spoil it.
Another one as well. I actually wouldn't even mind PingPongPals taking a real early tack time out here, right? You know, like this round or the next round, and have a moment to kind of converse, right? I feel like they've quite early doors, lost a bit of control here. The executor not going, I think, the way they're intending either, and I wouldn't mind them taking a little breather. Unfortunately, it's going to be a tech pause because it looks like we've lost Gainer, so that's a bit annoying. But regardless, good spot for IC to be in. They put so much pressure on them.
Yeah, it feels like right now, just the early round setups here from InnerCircle are just so good at not only finding the information, but making sure if there is a fight, they come out of that trade situation favorably. I mean, we saw it even from the start of the map, talking about that first round setup. There was just no preparation from PingPongPals to expect something like that thrown their way. And that's truly the difference maker in a decisive match like this, is having the intuition to make those early round play calls, to get that map control and set up those traps, which is where I feel like PingPongPals, they're not quite as assertive when it comes to map control, and that often hurts them in these situations.
Yeah, I think you're right. Fortunately, a sec pause. Losing gain. It wasn't too long getting Alucard back in, all the way back in map the 1, but that feels like a kind of a lifetime ago, for being frank. All the way back to map number 1. It's been a long old series, and that's what happens when it's so unbelievably back and forth.
Yeah, I think this might be the first map we see where that's maybe not the case. I feel like the closeout of map number 3 in their advantage gave them an even bigger one coming into this series. to potentially close it out. And I was worried at the start that, maybe with what's on the line here, InnerCircle would come out of the gate a little bit shaky, but it almost seems like it's done the opposite for them. It's kind of ignited that light at the end of the tunnel, and you can tell they're playing like this is a huge moment on the line for themselves.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, a unfortunate waiting game here. So the ETA is on game. The big thing you look towards is basically how much, if anything, do IC kind of get iced out here, right? It's a big issue with these tech pauses, especially when you're rocking and rolling and things are looking pretty good. When you are forced to then slow down and forced to then take a breather and maybe not kind of got the mechanics there as well, or maybe lose a bit of concentration. It's not always the kind of the spot you want to be in. So, I mean, I see with how things are going to start for them, coming off the back of a pretty decent map, taking your opponent's map big. You want to be getting in towards the action as soon as.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a chance to slow the pace down, but we'll see how it impacts them going back into it. If anything, I still feel really good about how they've played so far because they haven't really needed the aggression on this map. And it felt like in the first 3, that was kind of their recipe for success. But this time it's been a different approach. We're seeing more passive traps being set up, and it's worked quite well for them. So I'm hoping we see more of that as we come to it. I think the big curiosity in my mind is knowing that this might be enough to carry them through, hoping they also get some learnings prepared for, potentially going on to that EWC stage. Because I think right now it's looking like they're going to be the team to run away with this one, unless PingPongPals has, something massive coming out of this pause.
Yeah, I think you're right. Reaching distance. We're getting a couple of updates, still waiting in their first tech pause, and have a second one as well if they're required of it. So we're seeing maybe whether we can get Gainer back in. If not, unfortunately, of course, then we'll go to a little bit of a break until we hopefully get him back in. If not, a sub, which would actually be within that kind of worst case scenario. I'm seeing headphones go back on though. Generally is a good sign. Might potentially mean we're ready to go. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but they're leaning forward here. And a good chance as well of your IC. I think also to just settle the feelings. But yeah, fist bump's coming around, so we might be good to go. There's Gainer, so it looks like we are good to go. I mean, we should be underway momentarily.
Yeah, looks like we are ready to go back into the action here, so we'll see what's in store from the PingPongPals as they return. Good to see they didn't have to bring in a sub at what could be the most crucial moment of the season for both of these teams. But for InnerCircle, a lot on the line as we return after the reset. We'll see if they can continue forward with the 3-0 momentum they started with into a 4th round for themselves. And you can already see a little bit more of the same from InnerCircle, getting proactive across the map. This time it's going to be Beck playing the forward position on the catwalk for that early information. But for PingPongPals, it's kind of the same game as well here. They've been making friends with the BL spawn, it seems, for the first minute of these rounds.
3-0 start for IC. Of course, it's so good, but just the big hope is that they haven't been, I think, just, brought back down to a beatable level. I mean, liking what I've been seeing from them, and I hope that this slightly elongated break hasn't affected them in any way.
Yeah, a bit of a pace change here this time. Putting that pressure on the catwalk. You can see a slow creep coming through, but MKZ the first to find the information. Spots Beck underneath the catwalk, but they already have some trouble brewing on the other side of this as well. Alucard and Kiko just defending on the edge of this smoke towards the A-bomb site. PingPongPals going to throw some heavy utility, but again, they're just playing to run down the clock here.
I don't have the idea either. Wilson Pietro. They want a piece. He's got on that corner. Back in the server. What's he got for us? Alucard. Final kill of his own. He's continued to be quite the menace to deal with. But Gainer and MKZ will combine. Jinza just briefly spotted there on the cross, but numbers now favor 3P.
Yeah, Jin really needs to find a pick quickly on this one. Awesome as well. Moving through. It's going to be a nice smoke as well from Jin to isolate these players potentially on the retake and help Awesome get a little bit more comfortable on its retake from the catwalk position. MKZ going to take a lot of utility damage there. Jin good for one underneath as well. HDZ isolated by the smoke, but it's actually Awesome who's going to run into trouble here. Doesn't know the final players behind him, but MKZ doesn't even go for the trade here. Late swing, a little bit risky, but he still finds the kill.
Huge stuff. So, maybe that non-gauge tech pause did work nicely for them. Chance to breathe and reset, and see, it feels like it's maybe give them a bit of something to fall back on. Even still, though, I see, we know they got tricks up their sleeve. Far from discounting them so far. A little bit of control in through mid. Fins are holding and waiting. Not a huge amount on offer here. The big thing as well is I really feel like IC have got to build up great stability in this first half. Primarily just because we saw when things fell a little flat, it was because when they were the ones setting the tone and the tempo, they're actually going too slow for our liking. So get a decent foundation here, get up towards sort of 5 rounds or so. I'll be pretty happy.
This one's a bit interesting with nobody really contesting the A-bomb site plant from the start of the round, but Pietro able to find the first kill here. Might run into some trouble on the response, though. He's been spotted out, but HDZ, the timing of the repeat, able to find one himself, make it a double kill, still able to get out with his life. Alucard, he's overexposed on the catwalk. He's going to go down to LSY, and Kiko, he is left alone, and this is more of a tack pause, if anything, for the remainder of this round, because they know they need to adjust quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I see it falling a little flat. I mean, they could actually legitimately just call attack pause as well, right? And try and take a bit of a breather in that sense. And I wouldn't even hate the idea. Has been a bit funky in these last couple. But again, credit where it's due. Nice work. These are 2 one-round game. And living up to how this series has lived up all the way through. Back and forth, back and forth. Neither side really consistently getting a strong hold of momentum and getting kind of real serious rounds in a row. I mean, I don't think we've seen a kind of a period where there's been like 4 rounds in a row at all, really. It's just credit as well to just how leveled these 2 sides are and can play against each other. It's sick.
Yeah, this one's really going to be all about who can thrive under the pressure as this one continues forward. It is going to be, this time around, a little bit of a faster pace from PingPongPals. 3 on the catwalk already, looking to contest, but one of the big gaps in the defense for InnerCircle has been they really don't have anyone too often directly on the A-bomb site, and again, we might see PingPongPals try and take advantage of that. It's only going to be Beck underneath. The other 2 A support players are pushed all the way up A long, so there's really not anything they can immediately do to respond here, so it is a bit of a tricky situation for Beck to be in now.
You're all right. And the big thing for Beck is he doesn't want to be stuck, exposed in a way either. That minute mark, and for HTC just trying to draw attention towards him. They grouped up here. I like the approach they're trying to kind of build upon, but they're moving forward, and there will be an opener. Beck is going to be the first to fall to the hands of MKZ, and this style looks pretty damn good, so that's why also adds to it. 3 versus 5. I mean, surely impossible for IC now on this retake. They've not even done any damage.
Yeah, nothing really to work with so far in the round. Awesome trying to find the opening to kick it off. He's going to have a chance to catch MKZ off guard, but even then, still can't connect on the shots, and this should be the round here. Kiko alone, nothing he can do there to keep it alive. And that is 3 in a row now for PingPongPals. So ever since the pause, they've been reignited here, but for InnerCircle, they're running out of chances to hold on to it, and this may be their tack pause coming out now.
I think that would be a good call. Slow this down. This is not looking the way things were, right? You know, you were doing absolutely fine, and then, of course, an elongated tech pause as we lost Gainer, and straight off the back of it, only feeling like one team really present. Yeah, understandable why they do want to slow things down. It does feel like the right call. Not alive, though. We've got a real interesting game on our hands, though. As we tie up square, it becomes so hard to kind of make this prediction of where this is actually going to end. I mean, we already kind of started to build that narrative about, you know, potentially where we're at, and EWC around the corner for IC reaching distance, especially with that really good start as well. And now those sort of narratives are all basically being eradicated.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really going to come down to InnerCircle just adapting under the pressure. That's one thing that PingPongPals has been really good at, is when they take these moments of pause, they get a good sense for what they need to change up and what they need to do here. So really good IGLing on their side of things. I think a lot of it just comes down to what they're going to do to answer back now in this situation. They've gotten to the point where these early 3-round setups are just not working for InnerCircle. And I think this is the round where maybe you throw a different curveball their way. We haven't seen too many contests over towards A-Long. Maybe an A-Long push could be the good thing to bring out here, or maybe just having that more confident setup on the A-bomb site, because we've seen several times now they have no direct anchors often on that A-bomb site, and PingPals have done a great job of getting advantage there.
Yeah, you're right. Also a good chance, as much as, you know, IT, the ones who call it and the ones who desperately need that conversation, a really decent chance on the flip side when you're PingPongPals be like, okay, what's gone right for us here? What's really been working, and why have we been able to streak so well? And let's see if we can take harness that and start really making it work in our favor. Back on the way though. Full tight square. This is IC's map pick. And they've lost a bit of control of it. The spam both ways, but arguably more damage dealt towards 3 feet.
Yeah, good start to the round here. Some nice early pressure over towards B, and now they need to match this in the opposite direction. That was the missing link last time around. They put the pressure on B, but then didn't have the numbers on A. So I like the rotation here after the aggression B, putting the 4-stack on the A bomb site. Now it's going to be up to PingPongPals to try and find that information and work the opening. The only area that might be a little bit tough to deal with here is if for some reason PingPongPals goes for a mid to B, but they're actually going to walk right into the trap here. It seems 4 players pushing their way short up onto the catwalk. Beck and Kiko on the other side are ready to respond quickly here. The smoke screen, though, going to make it a little bit more challenging to break through. PingPongPals have to guess if they want to push through this now.
Is it worth the risk? I think is the big decision to be made here. They're going to smoke across, and that will at least kind of keep Beck at bay for now. Oh, it's HD who opens things up, though. Another opener for PingPongPals, and the worst case scenario, really, for IC is call attack pause and then lose the round immediately off the back of it. Beck's in a lot of trouble, and somehow Beck gets away alive. Alicor to find a kill. Might have something still brewing here. Kiko, nobody wants to fall as well, but Beck goes in for seconds. He gets one before he drops. 2 versus 2. C4 planted.
Yeah, Alucard doing a great job of securing the trades as he came through. Awesome as well. Has the most HP to work with in this retake. They've just got to be really careful about Pietro. They've got to find him early on, tucked away here. If they allow him even to get a kill here, that's going to be a round for PingPongPals surely at that point. So MKZ gets the information on the player sneaking through the water. Only 10 seconds. Alucard has to go swinging now, and there's just no time to clear everything here. Awesome. Going to be caught clearing the corner box. And just like that, 4 rounds in a row. PingPongPals, they're out on top now.
This is rough. What a collapse, if we're being completely frank. What a collapse so far. IC falling so flat. Maybe, you know, we can always make arguments about how where they were at and maybe taking their foot off the gas a little bit, but this is pretty dire. Getting to a point where we've lost a lot of control, and it's really hard to kind of fathom ways to kind of get back into it because they've tried going quick, not working, slowing it down. Same thing, you know, for IC, they want to be at times proactive, but unfortunately, they're just getting caught off guard. Overextended like that, and Beck will fall.
Yeah, things are only going to get tougher from here, it seems, for InnerCircle, and now they've got themselves a chance for PingPongPals to start thinking about what they can do to push this to a map 5 situation. They've done a lot already here in the first half, but they're going to have to do a little bit more to cross that threshold. This time, Jin able to sneak into the B water. Pietro not going to be thinking of it just yet. He's got the chance to find himself maybe a nice little two-piece from this position. Catches the bomb carrier. That is massive now to work with. They know they have to counter flash and find him right away. Good response from MKZ to do that very quickly before Awesome could reposition.
Okay, well, what's the play now? I mean, this round did not start well. Lose Beck for nothing, and also now falling to, it really feels like chances are dwindling. Down to 2. We need to know all of those heroic rounds that they've been able to find, but it's not looking good as Kiko gets dropped, spammed through the door, and bye-bye as well. Another round in a row, continuing to add to just how great things are going. They've guaranteed the lead at the turn of the half, and they've done it with 5 in a row.
Yeah, honestly, a really tough one here for InnerCircle now. A good start, though. Pietro goes down early. A chance to make this a 5-4 half all said and done isn't the worst after losing 5 in a row, especially considering this does tend to lean towards being a BL-sided map, and that's where they're going to try and close it out in the second half. So we'll see if that's enough to maybe get them back into a winnable position, but it definitely needs to start with a win on this round. You can see only one player, though, on the B bomb side. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto Jin to try and hold off this box room push. He does have that support starting to come through. You can see Beck moving into the double doors position, has the counter utility if needed to stall out this push, but they're kind of second-guessing things, and that opens the door wide open. Jin has to solo hold the line. There's 2 players just tucked away though, into the corner, but LSY survives the fight to grab a 2-piece.
All right, well, PingPongPals, C4 down again, and it's like another chance to steal away something. That's why towards Kiko. He'll get caught. But it's all down to one man, Alucard. 1v3 to 1 versus 2 as well. He's trying to post up. What can he deal with? It's Gainer would be that first contact. Apple towards the bomb and spam behind it. Gainer sees it off. 6 in a row for PingPongPals. That is ridiculous. What a half from him.
Yeah, ever since the pause, an almost flawless performance. So this second half from InnerCircle is going to have to be massive if they don't want to risk this going the full series here, but it's looking like it could very well be the case at this point, just with how PingPongPals continues to adapt here. It's just showing what this team can really do under the high stakes of this third place matchup. So coming in the second half, I feel like if you're PingPongPals, just don't be afraid to be aggressive. They have the momentum. This is the time where we need to see this team start to be a little bit more assertive, and I think that's enough to push them all the way to map 5.
I think you're right. Like you mentioned, a little bit more lent over towards that BL side. So, I mean, still not in the most worrying of spot, but without a shadow of doubt, a real crumble that came through for them, and so surprising. They looked so unbelievably solid, and we now left kind of scratching our heads thinking, all right, how do we actually get back into this after a real kind of fall from grace and a real lackluster showing towards the end there of that first half? They've got to do something quite special to kind of reignite a lot of the feeling that we had of this side before we started, before we went into towards our tech pause. Before we got to there, things were looking great.
Yeah, at this point, InnerCircle, this first round is a lot in terms of the impact for the rest of this fourth map. If you go down 7-3 to kick off the half, there's a really good chance that 3P can just kind of close this one out and put it at a 2-2, but You start off by making it a 2-round game. It's a much different story on our hands. You can see already the pressure mounting towards the A bomb site. Only Awesome going to be left to lurk outside that B box room. Beck gonna eat a couple of nades early on, only for 20 HP worth of damage to him, but the smoke screen as well, stalling out the push for the moment.
All right, well. PC up close. The idea here for him. I want to overplay our cards, but I just feel like an idea where some things could work for them up close. MKZ only going for one. Had the chance of two there. If he got a second, might have changed things a lot. HC Gainer, ATZ again. The combination play is brilliant. My God, PingPongPals. There's only one team in this map.
Yeah, 7 in a row here, and that's where the momentum break might be a bit unrealistic at this point to stall out. And if you're Alucard, you start looking for those aggressive plays to open things up because the team play is just not there without it to get the job done. MKZ as well, spotted early on. There is no fear from InnerCircle on that play, but they need a lot more than that to solidify a round.
Oh, well. A ridiculous run of things. We need to see a complete overhaul, which, if we're being frank, feels highly, highly unlikely. It's been such a good run. They're going to get around that corner. Oh, and it's Gainer for 2. He's making it look so damn easy. Alucard and Awesome left with it all through. 2 versus 3. This doesn't favor them either, so this becomes really, really quite difficult.
Awesome has the right idea, though. Already slipping through for a potential backstab onto the window players. There's going to be 2 in there. Alucard on the other side going to help distract them and keep them in place. They know they don't have to rush the plant either. Alucard is going to have a lot of trouble to deal with now, though. 3 players pouncing onto his position, and Awesome, he's just too late to the party here. Gets caught on the back turn from HDZ. And just like that, we are already 2 away from PingPongPals winning this, and maybe with 10 in a row to do it.
Yeah, that would be actually ridiculous if that is the case. How quickly things fall flat. What a showing, but not going to completely discount just yet. 8-3 though. I mean, a 5-round deficit. All signs point to map 5, and you got to say deservedly so. This sort of kind of tempo that's been had. PingPongPals. Where was this in the previous couple? Is the main thing that I'm looking at. I mean, it's a side that looked fantastic, then fell, unfortunately, a little flat at times in the previous couple of maps. And this is great. This is the side that we're looking at. And as well, you know, all series long I've been saying, I've been looking for a side to really take kind of a stranglehold of momentum. Be the side that is in complete control, basically. A lot of rounds in arrears, looking absolutely fantastic. And it feels like finally we're getting that a little bit. You know, we're seeing it. ATZ, nice kill for him. Awesome along the back, but a little awkward. And it looks like IC might finally get around over the board. Numbers favor them.
Yeah, it all gets harder at 8. Seems to be the case a lot of the time. This time,
Yeah.
MKZ and Pietro, though, looking for that retake potential. Kiko somehow getting out of there with 2 HP. Could be a key to winning this round, though. They're going to go ahead and sneak him out all the way into B connector for a flank, and that could be everything they need to save the round, but maybe not needed after all, with Awesome on the double doors doing all of the damage here. He gets both kills, and more importantly, finally a round on the board for InnerCircle, but it's still an uphill battle, to say the least, to get back into this one.
Yeah, it's better late than never, right? But yeah, still a long old road to recovery after such a dire run of things. I'm not going to completely discount it, but it's very rare we see a resurgence of that sort of a caliber. Oh, let's see. Okay, I'm not going to discount it, but it does feel highly, highly unlikely. 8-4. Double the round still, so under no real pressure, if we're being frank. Over towards PingPongPals to close this out.
Yeah, at this point, all they need is a couple mistakes to get themselves through to that 5th map. And for InnerCircle, it's going to be a picture perfect half needed if they
Yeah.
really want to make this a 3-1 series. And you can see them playing cautiously because of that. Not the same aggression we would have seen earlier on in the maps here. A lot more methodical in the approach to try and find these entries, but still nothing really to show for it just yet. I really like the setup from PingPongPals, almost trying to bait them in to this B execution, even though they've got a 3-stack ready to go for it.
Let's see. Minute to work with. I see are really not taking any chances. 50 on the clock. They, at this point, are basically committed towards B. You feel, actually, they're going to pull away. Leave Awesome as maybe that insurance policy. Jinta with the long control. He's the one who's sort of going to be this splinter maneuver towards the A side as they split through. And there he goes. He pounces. He finds Gainer. Tapping down at range. Early card on towards HTC. Nice trade. A-side open and now a chance to set up. And there's still Awesome lurking in the backline somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be a pretty tough round here for 3P to recover. They don't have any really strong positions either to work with. LSY stuck under the catwalk. MKZ already taken out of the picture on top of it. And now he's looking at a 1v4, and with Awesome in this position, there's just no way to win this round. He may be able to find the 1 kill, but that kill took so long. There's just no time here. They're going to use this as an opportunity to start talking about how they want to change things up here, because it's very clear. InnerCircle, they're not done just yet.
No, not at all. Do not discount them for the time being. Still plenty of tricks up their sleeve. Okay. I don't even hate that idea as well right at the end. Just see what you can do in terms of having sort of the attack pause of our take attack pause. Vibe seem good, but we actually are going to see PingPongPals go for a pause of their own. It does partly feel like gives the opportunity for 3 other players, MKZ, Pietro, and that's why, to stand up and I guess go for a little break.
Yeah, a brief moment to just step away, regain composure, feel like they're ready to go here. And as a whole on the day, the pauses, I would say, have worked out more in favor of PingPongPals overall. So I feel like it's a good time for them to do it. It's not into that high-risk territory of losing the overall map just yet, and it gives them a chance to also just break the momentum early on that is starting to be built up from InnerCircle in these last couple of rounds. So definitely like the call here, but for InnerCircle, I think they still have that potential to take this one back. They showed it already on Compound in the very first map of the series that they could be competitive even when things didn't look great for them at the start of a map. So I want to see them here show again that they can kind of push it full circle and close out a map where they don't start off on the right foot, because if they could do it here, it just gives me that much more confidence for what they might go into on the international stage. And for them too, it's risky to have everything come down to a map 5 and arguably a map where they're not as comfortable as this one as well.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, this will be quite indicative, really, if we're being frank, of just actually how strong this side really are, right? You know, we're looking at what has been ultimately a real fall from grace for IC. If you're a side that deserves to be playing at, you know, essentially a top level, an international level, well, now's the chance to prove it, right? What's the comeback looking like? Do you have it in the locker? Attack pause concluded, though. The show will be getting it back on the road. With IC still on this long old road to recovery. Unfortunately, a very, very flat performance since the tech pause a long, long time ago. And they are hoping to do a little bit in response now that PingPongPals have been iced out a bit themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a roller coaster here, especially I'm sure if you're an Anubis fan to watch this, not knowing where things are going to be heading next. Yeah. And it's still not very clear going back into it here as well. A 5th map feeling like it's definitely in the cards here. But InnerCircle, they come back into this one after a 2-round win streak and find themselves a kill to kick off the round as well. Beck continuing to find some key entries throughout this map so far, and now this is their chance to make it that much closer.
All right, well. Smoked early. Nothing major. To start things off. Those still feel very tentative from IC. They can make it up towards 7 though, so 2 more rounds in a row. Might have a chance. HDZ. That's an overextension. Maybe an overfight, bit of an overconfident play, but I didn't love it.
Yeah, this is now a really challenging round ahead for PingPongPals. You can see Gainer trying to set up for the A push that likely might be coming his way, but it's actually Pietro who pushes out to find one. Nice early kill in mid for him. Able to find Jin on the cross, but now it's going to be a matter of these players playing this one kind of isolated and alone. LSY is about to have 4 players charging into the B bomb site, and he's got no backup to work with from this position, so he really has to lock this down alone.
Smoke down. That's why it's in up close. Anti-flash for him. Flash will very much catch back and cost him his life. LSY for 3. He's looking for the 4 as well. Oh, pulled out and he nails it. LSY locked down on the site. That is monstrous from him.
Yeah, honestly, the patience there too, just perfect on the timing, waits for his teammate to come in with the utility support, and then goes for the full swing. And now, this could be the beginning of the end here for InnerCircle. They had everything going their way to kick off this map, and now it could fall down to a 10-5. Alucard already out of the mix as well. And the push right along with it could be devastating here. Kiko spotted out early on. They're going to go for the quick fake, the double up back to the B bomb side, and they need something huge at this point to get it across the line.
Yeah, bit of heroics required. Flash on that corner. That's why his heroics are going to be shut down very early as Beck and Jinza combine. Nice work.
Now it's all about the retake. You can see HDZ trying to spot the player on the cross there. Kiko just getting away from him. Now the post plant set up favorably for InnerCircle to make this a 9-6 game, but it's already HDZ on the retake, able to find one onto Awesome. It's not done just yet for InnerCircle to win this round. They've got to be able to hang on. Beck, though, good for 2, and that should be enough. Gainer now left at a 1-on-3, 20 seconds on the clock, and there's just so much utility left to work with. That flash is going to paint the whole picture there. 10 seconds, no way you can clear the full bomb side at this point, and still InnerCircle remain alive.
My God, this game still feels like it's got a lot of life left in it. I don't know, I just feel like IC, they haven't given up despite we're backs up against the wall. 9-6, they're playing for overtime here, so it's quite the big ask. And Regenta to crack open things.
HDZ
falling.
That's a bit of a tricky one here. It's going to be a lot of catwalk pressure to deal with HDZ. The timing has to be great on this first shot. Misses it, though. And InnerCircle again find the opening, but HDZ only going to be good for 1 before going down. The rotation already quickly in place, though, for Gainer, who does manage the first kill on the retake, but still, they're holding the line just how they need to. InnerCircle maintain the 1-player advantage, but now it's actually down to a 1v1. LSY spoiling on the window. Kiko on 7 HP for what could be a critical round.
Yeah, that's why he's got that advantage. He's going to just anchor towards B and stay there. Where does Kiko go here? If he goes towards B, it should be his funeral. It looks like he's made the right call to go towards A. So he has the chance of setting himself up in towards a post plan. At the very least, he's somewhat doable. I mean, it's going to be a longer rotate for LSY, but Kiko has a strong gust of wind and he's burned out of this round.
Yeah, Kiko, it's all about the choice of what angle he takes this fight from. He has to be really careful with only 7 HP. Any mistake here, he's going to be down quickly for LSY. It's a chance to win the map, and they're going to find it. PingPongPals do it once again here on map number 4 in Neo. We are going the full distance. A 5th map is now on the table.
Yeah, exactly. 4-5 here, a marathon of a series. Final day of the season, and we are getting as much crossfire. We're squeezing as much as we could out of this one. But credit to PingPongPals. That run that we saw, what, 8 rounds in a row from them? Absolutely bonkers. I think they'll be kicking themselves. They've actually got to be really careful. This next, like, 10, 15-minute break, they've really got to be, you know, have some quite stark conversations. This could get really, really quite funky. Man, I mean, for IC, if they go the full 5 and then lose this series, that is a level of heartbreak I can't even imagine, right? But credit to PingPongPals. This is a side that have not given up the ghost just yet at all.
Yeah, honestly, really impressed with what this team's been able to do so far. And a 5th map, honestly, well earned from both of these teams. I've been super impressed with everything we've seen so far, but we are going to throw it to a quick break. We're going to build that intensity, and we're going to come back to you guys soon with map number 5, so stay tuned.
man, what a series it's been so far. Am I right, Penguin?
Roller coaster emotions here. Just sometimes up, sometimes down for both teams, by the way. InnerCircle, they started 3-0. Heads were high, Alucard was smiling, everybody was hyping, the players were having fun, they were trying new strategies, Becky was pushing Cat, and then suddenly, tactical pose comes out from PingPongPals. 8 rounds in a row. I started feeling that the tactical push for PingPongPals is more dangerous than that of the InnerCircle.
Yeah, it's good coaching to say the least. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? If you can go from a 0-3 deficit
To
into
8-3.
winning into 8 rounds in a row, man, you don't see that every day, especially at this competitive level.
On this level versus InnerCircle in the semi-finals, the spot that qualifies you to the EWC, and you still manage to get 8 rounds versus InnerCircle. That's huge, and that should be something like you highlighted in the best of 5 series, because this can be your momentum that needs to close the momentum that you need to close the next map. So now PingPongPals, they played very good on Black Widow. They started very slow, to be honest. I start seeing them playing the same setups that I mentioned that they need not to play it, but then suddenly they change it, and LSY again. If PingPongPals wins, we're gonna be interviewing this guy. This guy is the real MVP, him and HDZ for this night.
Yeah, I mean, they were almost similar digits here in all the games. Even the ones that they didn't happen to win, they still performed pretty well.
Yeah. He had very high KDs, that's why his entry frags and his lurks and even the clutch that he did in the last round. Look at how InnerCircle played. They played very, very good, but this is the trap that got ROC Esports yesterday. But luckily, ROC Esports got it on the second game, on the third game, when they played Eagle Eye versus PingPongPals, and they started playing with very confident versus them.
Yeah.
And then PingPongPals instantly punished this aggression and confident and
They slowed
overconfident
down
from
the
them.
rhythm. Yeah, they
Yes.
slowed down the pace and momentum.
Exactly.
But I'm not sure, because now going into the last game and the last map of this series, what do you think about the decider?
Well, they're going to be playing Port, and good news for InnerCircle that it's not the end of the world yet. You're going to be starting as Global Risk on Port, which is one of the most favored sides, favored Global Risk sides on
As
all the
we've
maps.
seen, yeah.
So now, what you need to do is try to get rounds as much as possible, but it's a double-edged weapon, because when you are starting Global Risk, if it goes round by round, that means that you don't have the luxury to lose few rounds in the blacklist. And if you got stomped, for example, in the blacklist, that means that you lost your spot even before going to the second half. So, if you remember, Anubis, when they played GG started on the global risk, Anubis started on the blacklist, and everybody said, okay, GG have the upper hand on the global risk, and they might win multiple rounds, and then suddenly Anubis comes out of nowhere, winning 7 rounds in a row, 7 rounds in total, 7-2. So definitely GG went into the second
In
half.
a GR-sided map.
Yeah, and they went to the second half, they got totally overwhelmed and maybe a mental boom, so they lost the game instantly. So now, PingPongPals have a chance to try to go neck by neck, round by round, with InnerCircle. If they keep playing the same way, we know that they have very good controls, very good executions, but Alucard is scary on the top, Genzer is scary on the B tunnels, they have also Kiko is scary on BC. Everybody from the side of InnerCircle on the global risk is very good in his spot. Becky is always moving in mid, he's trying to use the multiple guns, he's using sometimes M4, he's sometimes using the EBR, and he's trying to be everywhere in the map, and as well as Alucard, he's trying to get the picks and going in the top. So it's very tough for PingPongPals to go for the A side and the B side control, but still they are so pressured right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what would be happening right now, especially for InnerCircle, since the majority of their team are in the same space, you know, like what's going through their mind? What would they be discussing right now? Not just as a motivational kind of talk, but like everything they've practiced up until this point matters the most, because this is their ticket either to EWC or their ticket
to
back home.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they get to EWC, I would guess their boot camp is gonna be done and the guy's gonna be gone home. So now they need to think about this, and only this, that they came this far. They did this all of efforts. They left their families behind, they left their friends, they left their lovers, and they started to sit and stay together in order to be able to get this spot and get this win, exactly this win, because this is the last chance for you.
Yeah, it's the last chance for both of them. Let's jump right away to game 5, please.
Right into the action we go. One map to decide it all here after all these teams have been through, and they're not slowing down yet. Jin double kill opens up the map to get the A bomb site locked down. Alucard swoops in as well for an InnerCircle. They're ready to play here on map 5. It's all down to HDZ already, a 1 versus 4 situation, and he's just gonna get out of town.
That was quick. Very, very quickly gone well for IC, and he's seen out. But actually really positive signs. Let's look back at that previous map, and I know we've kind of spoken about it a lot, but, you know, for all the right reasons, right? This has been a crazy situation that we're in, and ultimately, IC fell apart so poorly. They needed a strong start. They needed some heroics to go their way. And, well, it's a really, really good opener to get. That's going to help massively. Now it's about, essentially, can we build upon that? Can we get decent form out the gates? No pauses that'll slow us down. Let's show what we can do best.
Yeah, right now for PingPongPals, it's all about just bouncing back and keeping this one close to start it off. Go down 2-0. They might start to think about the early pause once again, but that's why 3-0 doesn't feel quite so safe here after what we saw on map number 4. So if you're InnerCircle, you've got to keep that snowball rolling as long as you can here. So we'll see if they can do just that. But I like the play call here. Put it on to 3P to make the first move this time. That's been their struggle, is being the aggressor throughout this series. So it's time to apply that pressure.
Ends up. Sitting up close towards the box. Not a huge amount on offer just yet. So it was like a little bit of a waiting game. But it's a waiting game that probably won't work for him specifically. There's not like anyone's going to come his way. They group it up for a B hit. There's 3 people from IC to meet them there as well. So this could get very, very interesting.
Yeah, the counter utility starting to get thrown here from the GR side. InnerCircle in the rotations in position as well. Kiko, great way to open things up. Gets the first kill, almost grabs a second, but Pietro, nice little reaction behind the trade, but it's still not going to be enough. They're forced into a corner here as well because Jin, he's already on the flank. There's no way out of this fight. They have to take it, and Jin is going to be right there on the back end for the punish. He's able to find one over in the B tunnels, and now these last 2 players, they are just stuck in the corner of the B bomb site. They've got to frag out. There's no other option here, and it's going to be HDZ. Good for 1, but it finally goes down 2-0 to kick it off.
Yeah, nice work. We've been here before, though, right? You know, 2-0 at the gates, and things looking great, and then it all falls flat. So let's just make sure that doesn't happen again. Let's make sure that's not, you know, a familiar tale for this side, but it's a nice comfy start. It's really positive to see as well for IC. Also, you know, I think it's positive, I think for a variety of reasons, but in particular, I just think their ability to just brush off what was a really, really poor finish to a map, which shouldn't have been, is a good sign, ultimately. Mental fortitude, very, very strong. PingPongPals, though, as well, deficits don't seem to have been that big of an effect for them in terms of how their confidence pans out. And that's why I can open things up.
Yeah, right now it's just a matter of keeping things close in the first half. The big thing that IC is going to have to work against is they have the harder side to try and close out this map on. So if PingPongPals can put up at least 3 or 4 in this half, they're going to feel pretty good about going into that with the side switch. And now it's going to be awesome, though. Pushes through the smoke. A bit of an impatient error there. Gives PingPongPals an even bigger advantage.
Let's get spicy. Okay, see. Oh, Kiko, he just turned away, but he actually gets away with a kill somehow. I thought, head turned, he would probably be in a little bit of trouble there, but not to be. It's Beck all alone, though. No real chance for him. He's in the right position, at the very least, but he's doubting himself. He's also making noise as well. He should be dead, and he will caught on the drive-by. That'll be that. So finally, PingPongPals get a bit of success, get something to work with as well, but long old road for this side to get back into things. That is for damn sure. far from out of the woods just yet. And for IC as well, decent start, sure, but if consistency falters for them, as it did in towards map number 4, that's going to be a real worrisome position. So, let's see.
Yeah, for the moment, a little bit of a slow pace to kick off the round. PingPongPals just waiting in mid for a potential fight. Beck thinking about giving them that chance, but decides to think better of it there in that situation. So, at this point, it is going to be that game, I think, of running down the clock. PingPongPals, they love to play that cat and mouse game and wait and see if InnerCircle is going to take the early fights to give them that advantage. And so far, InnerCircle has been definitely a little bit over eager at times. We even saw it just in the previous round with Awesome pushing through that B-long smoke. And those are the type of plays they're hoping to catch.
Yeah, exactly. They want to get them on the overextension. You know, we've spoken about these confidence plays, which sometimes are fantastic, but when they don't work, it really leaves you vulnerable, leaves you exposed, and the big hope is to deny a lot of that. Slowing things down. Is he waiting? Pietro's trying to look what information's on offer for him. He has the opportunity to split through there as well. They're grouping up. They're going to leave Pietro as a lurking element over towards B. And he might also just drag information over here as well. Any sort of noise he makes, even just this one flash, that could drag over somebody like a Beck who's floating in the middle. Yeah, it does look. He's starting to kind of move in that direction.
Ooh, Alucard, though, from underneath with Jin able to hold on. They don't check the corner appropriately either, so Jin able to find 2 before finally going down there. Gives them a chance now to win the round. More importantly, Beck holds the C4 down, and that should be the round. 20 seconds, Pietro nowhere in sight here. Beck just has to hold on to it for a few short moments, but he can't do it. Now 10 seconds on the clock, and Kiko, the only one left to hold on, and he's going to do just that. 3-1 now for InnerCircle.
Okay, well, now a chance. Start proving, I see, that you have the ability to not only chain rounds together, but find real decent form, find real consistency, prove the level that you can play at. Tapping away through mid. Effective for now. Still, Pietro. This time, grouped up. A lurking element. That idea was quite nice. Unfortunately, just the execution behind it, not so much. Flash send them through as well. Kiko and Awesome will find the openers, but LSY is still here trying to cross, but he's just not given that luxury. Can't get out of there in the way that he would have wanted. Well, that's one man. No chance.
Yeah, a bit of a brutal start here. PingPongPals potentially to be down 4-1 unless HDZ can find something. He's able to find Kiko at least so far, but Jin being in that back staircase makes it that much harder, and now at this point it's also the C4 down as well, and HDZ knows he has to go for a full wraparound to try and maybe catch somebody off guard, but even with that, it may not be possible here. Alucard spots the shoulder just in time to get the info and get the peek. That is a 4-1 lead here, so already one of the best starts we've seen so far from InnerCircle. They've just got to hold that moving forward.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Not really a lot to complain about so far for InnerCircle. Every position they put themselves in, things are looking and feeling actually really quite solid at the moment. This is good. Build upon this. Ain't up. Just be a little careful. Looks like Beck's tempted about fighting in through mid here. Has spot of MKZ as well. Yeah, so far, I see looking like a completely different side, especially compared to what we saw for a real bulk of that previous map where they just fell asleep for a lot of it. He's flashed. He's spamming though, and Beck will get one and a lot of damage dealt on towards Pietro and Gainer.
Yeah, really good entries to kick off the round. Kind of just leaving PingPongPals in a bit of a tough pinch here, but the B-bomb site surprisingly open for the taking, so they're going to go ahead and wrap their way through. IC just playing for the full retake at this point. They know all they've got to do is trade things out to regain control here, and MKZ taken down to 1 HP through the fence there, so has to back off as well and reposition. The utility left in hand from Kiko could be enough to maybe clear them out of position here, but There's only 20 seconds left. They're moving a little bit slow for my taste on the side of InnerCircle. It allows a little bit of movement from PingPongPals to maybe overextend and hold on here, but just as I say that, the push is right there and ready to go. Kiko not missing a beat, and InnerCircle, they're already halfway there.
Yeah, you know, not even, it's one of these things where that round's quite indicative of just how well things are going for InnerCircle. You're starting to really feel EWC round that corner. They're so close. The fact that it's gone all 5 in itself is a pretty sick series, right? This third place decider has been an absolute insane game, especially considering that when we look towards the grand finals, ultimately it doesn't really make too much of a difference on sort of anything, right? You know, that it's not going to really change who's qualifying or whatnot, right? That one's just for bragging rights, a little bit extra kind of prize money and points, which both sides already qualified for anyway. This is the game that ultimately really matters today, and this is the one that has really delivered. We've gone the full distance here, which it's been a hot minute since we've gone the full distance in any series that I've been a part of. So, interesting to see. PingPongPals, they call for a pause. And, I mean, if we're being frank, no surprises, right? Things are obviously looking pretty rough right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is just for InnerCircle, this has to be the time they finally put a stop to what we've seen on the other side of a pause from PingPongPals. This is their moment to show they could put the hammer down and continue forward with the momentum, even though PingPongPals has this moment to maybe reset. Because if they let it slip here in the same fashion we've seen so far, this could still be a one-round game at the half. And with how this started for the side of InnerCircle, you would hate to see it come down to that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm out coming to its fair conclusion. Now for a chance. See whether this timeout has done anything positive over towards PingPongPals. Can they start getting back into this? They've not got many chances, that's for damn sure. Dwindling. Here's the opportunities to get back in towards this game. But we've seen them do it once before already, and that's where you just don't want to discount them. We've already seen this side go on that huge, 8-round run it was? 3-0 down, then go 8-3 up. I mean, it was a ridiculous run of things. And it's for that reason alone that I just don't want to discount them just yet. I get this feeling that they might have just something still up their sleeve. But, that was done, and we go back underway.
Yeah, this is really the defining round for both of these teams. It's either going to be a 6-1 or a chance to fight back into it for PingPongPals. So it is InnerCircle team with the decision to make here how they want to play this one. It's going to be a pretty passive approach. We've got a couple players grouped up in the lower B tunnels. Kiko kind of leading that positioning, and for PingPongPals, it's eyes set towards the B bomb side for the moment. So Awesome has to be ready on the other side here to take this fight.
Right. Oh. Awesome. He's off first as well. Gainer will be the first. Awesome. Quick on the trade off Pietro, but a little while answer back. C4 did spill forwards. That does change things a little bit. Numbers now favor PingPongPals, and this attack pause might have actually worked for the better here. 1:25, so, I mean, PingPongPals doing no rush at all.
Yeah, I like the play call here, though, from InnerCircle. Just gamble stacking everybody on the B bomb side. This could be the right call to make in this moment. They've got all the resources ready to go for this to re-engage. Back on the off angle as well. Able to line up one. Jin able to line up a second. Making a double kill. Making a triple kill. Oh. What a massive play for Jin to hang on.
Wow, that is ridiculous. And actually, if we're being frank as well, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? You've caught a pause, you get into the round, and you're looking fantastic, and one man's antics ruin potentially all your hopes as well. I see up to 6. Best that PingPongPals can do is 3 rounds in this first half. Their chances are dwindling at an absolute rapid rate.
Yeah, for InnerCircle here, it's just a matter of keeping their composure up to the finish line. They've got all the advantages they need in this first half. Now they're just looking for more, that extra icing on the cake here to take into that second half with them. And I definitely say they're a team that seems to need it. They've lost a lot of clutches on the day. They've thrown themselves a bit short here when they get a little bit overzealous in getting those final rounds together. So this is their time to keep things nice and tight-knit on the approach up until they close this one out. Otherwise, there's always that opportunity where a team like PingPongPals, they can slide back in. They've shown it. If you can win 8 in a row, that's all it takes sometimes to just fully drive things back. But Beck playing patiently on this smoke. I think he spotted the shoulder of LSY here, but C4 still slowly moving its way towards tunnels control.
Oh, well. It is, as much as it's early in the map and all the rest, it is very much in that situation where it's kind of on the brink of now or never. I mean, if 3P can't get up towards 3 rounds at the end of the half, they're obviously the best that they can get. I don't see a chance for them. So time is dwindling. Hot flash will come around for Pietro as well. Starman towards the box, not going to find anything. He's also met with a flash of his own just to slow him down. 30 seconds. PingPongPals not leaving themselves a lot of time. Nice shot from Beck, but a quick trade from LSY.
Yeah, Awesome has to try and stall out, but Pietro gets the crucial kill. Needed to open up this B bomb site. LSY as well, able to take down another Alucard and Jin. They're left alone in this one. Make it just Alucard as HDZ able to wipe Jin off the map here. So it could be a 3P round to take away here, and HDZ just kind of toying with him in the process, staying anchored over on that A position. So there's clearly just no way out here. Finally, a round to respond 6-2, but a lot more work left to be done to get competitive.
Yeah, like I said, 3 rounds, right? You know, it's a requirement. It wouldn't be a nicety. They have to get that. I can't see from a 7-2 recovering. This final round of the half, we've got to see another round like that for PingPongPals. But that one, has to be said, pretty good.
Yeah, at this point, a 6-3 wouldn't be too bad for PingPongPals, all things considered. It still does leave that option on the table to bounce back in with a good GR half, but for InnerCircle, it's all about solidifying a good close to what they started here. Awesome, though, has to be careful. Gets shot right in the neck there, down to 13 HP. And now they have a chance at maybe swinging this towards the A-bomb side. It would be one of the first times we've seen them actually move in this direction. They don't seem too comfortable challenging over there. And I don't blame any team against InnerCircle in avoiding that spot. If I see Alucard on A-top, I'm not going that direction either.
Yeah, it's kind of valid. Let's see. On for a bit of early control and a bit of early damage being down. Of course, Awesome being low. That is always going to help. You know, we still see lots out of this side before we even get remotely to a position of being comfortable. But this is good. Early sort of indication of where they're at, the level they can play at and whatnot. Last round, 45 seconds though. So the thing, PingPongPals, they don't give themselves a lot of time. Also finds 2 despite his low HP. Hang on a moment. Maybe something's still brewing here. Numbers advantage in favor of IC. 7 is brewing, it feels.
Yeah, Beck gets the spot onto 2 as well. That's a lot of information to call in for Alucard on the swing. Alucard and Beck good for 2 between them, and now Gainer. There's just not a lot left to be done. 7-2, a very confident close to the half for InnerCircle.
Wow, well played. Really, really well played. You know, without a doubt, you know, showing just at one point how bad things were looking for IC. Look at that kind of that run of form and that awful kind of, I guess, just fall apart, however you want to put it, in towards that previous map. And the recovery to mentally for it not to affect them here, super, super impressive. And they are so close now. They are basically, they're on the brink, really, if we're being frank, of locking in 3rd place, booking their spot towards EWC, and essentially heartbreak over towards Anubis. I'm sure they're watching the wings, waiting to see whether that's going to be theirs or not, and those chances are dwindling. And the fact that they have to rely on somebody else to sort of do the work for them. I mean, there's obviously definitely that argument to be made that they should have done better in the regular season themselves, but PingPongPals had a really good chance here, and pushing it all the way to the 5th looked fantastic, but they've just fallen flat. It feels what it's mattered most in map number 5 of all maps.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You almost want to say it's over, but then I think, they've already done 8 in a row before. It's not crazy to think it could happen again here. And I think it more so just comes down to InnerCircle. We've seen so many times when they get overconfident that they heavily slip up and start to make mistakes. And this is a map where you just can't afford to even open the door for that opportunity to get back into this match for 3P. You've got to keep it firmly on your side, because I almost favor PingPongPals more if things even get close here.
All right, well, let's see. Second half, and getting to that position of last chance of but Gainer will open things up. So already positive signs. Something we'll take and hope to work with. Any more needed can't just be that flash in the pan of a kill. And actually, even if this round goes their favor, same thing for that, right? It has to be consistency and a lot of it found. But that's the right way to start. A confident fighter backing yourself in the aim duel.
Yeah, now it just comes down to the execution here. InnerCircle, they don't really have anything to work with across the map so far. A little bit of a forward position for Awesome in the A connector, but that's about it here. The rest of the players grouping up for this B hit while Awesome plays that lurk role in the A connector, but he's actually spotted LSY. That's a ton of information to work with, and now he's going to be able to call that information to his teammates. The only downside here is it actually is going to keep the A players here maybe a little bit too long on this B push, and you can see a bit of a pre-rotation coming through off of that shoulder spot as well, so maybe a chance to catch them off guard after all. But the big mistake from InnerCircle now is actually they're doubling down into this as a mid hit, and they're going to run right into the funnel of rotators, and now Awesome, he's left all alone trying to fight his way out. But what is this? Somehow it's down to a 1v2, the 1v5, maybe in the cards after all, a 1v1 to decide it all, and Awesome somehow is alive and kicking in this situation, but the C4 being down still makes this an incredible challenge.
He's won these before. I'm not going to discount them. He's made these work for him. 30 seconds. Yeah, it's like you mentioned, it's just that lack of C4 in a round like this, which is the thing that feels like it makes his chances dwindle. Even still, though, 15 seconds. He's looking for the fight more than anything. I mean, trying to get the kill. Oh my, that's the only real way he could have won that round, and he does. It felt like going for the plant. That probably wouldn't have sealed it. He goes for the fight. He catches him. Back turn. My, oh my. What a time to step up. And PingPongPals, they keep losing these advantages.
1v5. Who would have thought the InnerCircle have that in them at this point? And now you can tell it's all but over at this point in the West. They've got something massive left. Pietro trying to show anything left in the tank here, but it's a steamroller already onto the B-bomb side. They know the momentum is going to be almost impossible to break here. The C4 planted, HDZ spotted on the back line here. It's going to be good for at least a kill, but it's Awesome still yet to fall in this situation. 8-0 in the opening 2 rounds of this half.
Crazy work. He's loving life. He's looking so unbelievably confident. Map series, EWC point as well for that 3rd place for IC. They are on the brink. It's now or never. Gainer quickly traded out by Kiko, but HTC is there to punish. It'd still be something on the cards. Oh my god. PingPongPals. The road to recovery is so long, and of course it starts with a single step as always, but how do you get back into this? Legitimately, how do you make this work for you? It feels so unbelievably likely. Maybe this round, sure, but then what?
Yeah, that's the big what if here is, what do they do next?
Yeah.
3 rounds is nowhere near enough to feel like you've even got a start at it, let alone a finish to it. So for InnerCircle, They're just waiting for that one mistake. That's all it takes for them to walk away with this series, and we're trying to find it here and now. Flashes come down over the top towards the B bomb site. Pietro stuck in the corner, late to the peak, gets the kills though. It's gonna be all on to Beck. 1 versus 4. Not in the card this time around on the clutch, but they still have 6 more chances.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. They've had so many clutches go their way. Losing just one not going to affect them all too much. 9-3. Still alive for now, but like we've said, I mean, what a map number 5. But the cider, and that feels safe to say, is very one-sided still. And it did okay going 1 for 1, but Pietro going to be the first to fall. Gainer needs some heroics, and he's tagged up very, very low.
A lot of good counter utility, but it's not going to be enough. Oh my goodness, Kiko. There's just no stopping them at this point. LSY now in a 1 versus 5. He's had a ton of clutches on the day, but the team has no faith. They've already left the server at this point, and he is all alone. What should surely be the end here. LSY falls in InnerCircle. A massive, biggest map of the day for them. Best scoreline. They secure themselves the win, and more importantly, EWC spot is theirs after all.
And look what it means to them as well. Group Hog, Alicardi's not online with them, so bless them. But the rest of the side as well, such a big thing for them. A huge, huge win. And, you know, massive resurgence off the back of what was a real crumble at one point, right? You look towards the 8 rounds they lost in a row in map number 4, and I was so worried that mentally they would have boomed. But 3rd place locked in, and if the head-to-head is right, that means they've booked their spot to EWC. So, I mean, an incredible run from them. A full 5 maps here as well in this electric series. This is the series that matters on today. You know, as much as there's a final, quote-unquote, later on, both of them are qualified. Both of them are fine, right? They're going to be at EWC regardless. This was so, so important. And, I mean, real credit to IC. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll be back for the final, but what a series.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just as he said, basically, this kind of was the hype series of the day.
This is the series that we waited.
Since ROC and GG are kind of already qualified, but I'm really happy that InnerCircle, after that 8th round loss in the previous match, they managed to come back. I honestly thought as well they would fumble or be mentally exhausted, you know, like how many hours have they been playing for right now? Not just the breaks and stuff, but wow, they finished strong.
Yeah, kind of the Globalist side that started very good for InnerCircle import is kind of, I guess, they usually, when you see them playing in the Globalist, sometimes they feel a bit shaky. We've seen maybe it was in the first map compound. They seemed very shaky on the Globalist side, but then they came back very strong in port, which is actually kind of the map that likes to be starting as a Globalist. And we've seen a lot of clutches from these guys. Genzer did a very good 3k on B side, replied by a 5k by Awesome instantly after the switch of the rounds, which kind of was the nail in the coffin. And that's it for PingPongPals, where exactly this round, I guess after this round, everybody on PingPongPals knew and accepted their fate that they're going to be the force for this season, which is not bad at all. Shout out for the guys from PingPongPals.
Definitely.
And InnerCircle, they deserve it to win, and now they are going to the EWC, which is the more important than getting the 3rd place on the league.
Yeah, not just that, because after they basically reshifted as a stage name, if you want to call it that, and now they're called InnerCircle, that they managed to get there, and it's kind of, you know, strange that they just beat Petro as well. But like you said, GG for PingPongPals. They can always do better, and they will. I'm pretty sure, and I'm optimistic for their team and their roster in the coming seasons, hopefully. But let's focus on the topic of hand. Look at that set summary, man. 4 out of the 5 players with a 1.5 plus ratio. That's insane.
Yeah, well, that shows how good these guys played, and yeah, Alucard, he's having a 0.5 KD, but basically the snipers on port is struggling a bit. That's also what we can see on HDZ. He's also having 0.8 because the sniper don't have that
It's
much
more a
angles.
rifle, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have that much angles to go in through. It's just an A-top has a global risk and just trying to trade as a blacklist. And we've seen Alucard sometimes taking some rifles in port, but the guys, awesome, back you. Jinzer and Kiko, everybody clutcher for his team. As I said, Awesome is the clutcher for InnerCircle. This guy already clutched, I guess, more than 6 or 5 times? 5 times this series. For himself alone. And as I said, this guy is the guy who's getting rounds. Alucard is getting the kills, and Awesome is closing the rounds and clutching the rounds for the team. So shout out for the boys from the InnerCircle.
Yeah, definitely.
Well deserved win.
Yeah,
for
a
them,
clutcher too is what's expected, but 5 clutches, that's 5 rounds.
Yeah,
if you
that's
actually
more,
think about
if
it.
not more.
If not more, probably.
I'm trying to
yeah.
remember the 1v3 and everything, but yeah, Alucard claimed
lot has
definitely
happened,
Alucard claimed the MVP because Alucard in the first map he wasn't that really the sniper that we're looking forward to
Present,
see,
yeah.
but he had the technical issues, and then the guy came back instantly after the short timeout that he had, and then he came back very strong in the second, the third map, claiming 2 point KD for both. I don't remember.
2.88,
Yeah,
I think it
2.88
was,
was HDZ. Alucard was something around it.
2.53,
Yeah,
2.5.
so he's claiming almost 5 KD for both maps. So
Impressive.
this
That's
is
outstanding.
huge.
And the fact that he's not with them right now in,
Yeah.
the boot camp as well, like it just shows you that we spoke about this before, that some players, if they're taken out of their comfort zone, might struggle. But I think in both cases, a player that's so well-rounded like Alucard, whether he's with them in real life or he isn't, or he's back in his home, then he's gonna do fine both ways, possibly even better.
Yeah, he's the guy. I played with Alucard for years. He's the guy
Yeah.
that you always rely on the playoffs. When it comes to playoff, I just remember
He's
one thing.
locked
It's
in.
Alucard. Because this guy, yeah, sometimes in regular season, he's not the guy who's trying to go crazy in the regular season, but he's consistent, and that's what you need on the playoffs. You don't want someone who's roller coaster emotions, sometimes up, sometimes down. He's the most consistent player that I've ever played and watching.
All right, let's jump to our interview with Alucard here. Mr. Alucard, congratulations, Mabruk. How are you
Allah barik
feeling?
feek. Uh, it feels great to make it to EWC. That's basically the main goal of this season. I mean, we didn't really. I mean, we didn't expect this, but we're not really satisfied with third place. But what matters is that we made it to EWC.
Yeah, there's more on the line now and more time for you guys to prepare and practice as well because it's right around the corner. Anyways, I'd like to toss it over to your colleague here, Penguin, if he might have some questions for you.
First of all, congratulations on your win and going to the first EWC event. And I would like to ask you, because this is something that us as players, we always take care of.
Yeah.
How has your synergy evolved since you had a roster change? Not only a roster change this season, but you also changed your coach. You had Kevin stepping in into as a coach and Awesome as a player, and yet you managed to make it to the EWC and even claiming a higher seed than the season one.
I mean, it was a great addition with Awesome. He really stepped up in terms of shooting. The overall, like the team, we're shooting very well with him. He's clutching. He's doing everything. I'm
Yeah.
proud of everyone in my team. And Kevin, he did an insane job. I think this is like the first season with coach for like 3 years for me or
Yes.
2. This first time we have coach in Unnight, in IC. So it's really great with him around, and he's also with the boys in the boot camp. So
Yeah.
this also adds a lot of make us
Excitement,
help us win and everything. He's an insane coach. I always believed he was one of the best, and finally you have him.
Yeah, exactly. I want to talk about something about regarding Kevin. Talk to me about subbase. How did you guys feel going into subbase? Because usually, if it was me, I would be so scared going into subbase because usually you guys InnerCircle, which is former Unnights, you guys don't usually play subbase, and even in the past teams rosters, you guys didn't play subbase at all.
Subbase wasn't our main map in Unnights than IC, but with the addition of Kevin and Awesome, we could play it. And I mean, we lost it the first time against 3P, but
Exactly.
it wasn't our day, and we all know it. This we didn't show last time our subbase, and now we get to show it. And yeah, we did a lot of preparation in subbase, and yeah, we're happy with the results.
Yeah, any last words for your fans and the organization that supported you, and you guys did extremely well for them and securing the EWC spot for them, and this is the first season for you guys with InnerCircle.
I mean, I'm proud of all of my teammates. We did what we wanted to do, is to make it to WC. I know third place is not what we wanted, but still we made it to WC. I'm proud of every one of them. And for the org, I can't have words to say to the org. The org is insane. They supported us even after fourth place in the first season, which was a kind of disappointment. They said, we don't care about EWC boys, we care about you, and they helped us through all the way, and we really appreciate their support, and I'm sure we'll make them happy in the EWC. And also I would like to thank our former teammate Pietro. Without him, I don't think we could have come this far with this team. A lot of guys think we kicked him because of his performance, but no, he was like the main guy who made this team. I still think it's his team, and without him I don't think we would have made it to EWC. So thank you for your help, and we'll never forget you.
I'm sure he feels the same way, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll leave it at that.
Thank you,
Best of luck,
congratulations, man.
Alucard and
Let him celebrate.
InnerCircle. Yeah, best of luck in the
Yes, go.
EWC. Enjoy the rest of your evening. You have deserved it and gave us a show, man. Thank you
you.
so much.
Congratulations.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Very strong words for Pietro. I guess
Yeah,
now
yeah.
he's gonna feel a way less.
I mean, now the tensions have cooled
Yeah,
off, you know.
cooled off
Like,
between
if
the two
there was
teams,
any
yeah.
miscommunications, it's
Yeah.
cleared, you know.
And he made it clear. He said that it is his team.
Yes.
He's the one who built this team, and he's the one who built also PingPongPals.
Foundation.
So
yeah.
actually, Petro is on the third and fourth place for our league because he's one of the most core players in right now in
Yes.
PingPongPals and the creators of this
Alright.
InnerCircle also.
Now, let's jump to our main event,
Grand
which
final.
is ROC versus GG. And I just have to say, man, the tensions are high, regardless of EWC or not. No, these teams are going at it this evening, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah, well, this old show comes down for this moment. Everybody played this, I guess, 40 days. We were talking about 1 month and a half.
Approximately, yeah.
Or yeah, talking about, I guess, 50 days only for this day. ROC Esports, the uncontested, undefeated team, and the guys who already won Season 1,
Yeah.
are meeting again GG. Since I guess it was the last time they meet, it was 2024 when GG reverse sweep versus ROC.
Yeah.
So there is kind of revenge mental between both teams. ROC
There's
Sports,
beef, there's
yeah,
beef,
yeah, ROC Sports wanna win back and get their title from them, and GG wanna be claiming still the wins over ROC Sports in the Grand Finals, the West League, and putting for themselves the second West League title.
I mean, listen, I don't like to look at stats as much anymore with my short career in hosting. I like to look at the cameras and I like to speak to the players. And from there, I try to make some, you know, intelligent conclusions as to where I see the series, the direction it'll be going. You know what I mean? Just like we saw in the previous series. Anyways, but ROC is first place. GG is second place at the moment. ROC has a 100% win rate. They've lost a few rounds and games, but never a series. And our key players for this series will be Slayer and Spoxy, man. Keep in mind, if you guys from the audience weren't here yesterday, Spoxy had some very, you know,
Strong
direct words at ROC saying, I'm gonna smash your boys. So what do you
Yeah.
think about that, Penguin?
Well, we're gonna be talking to Flex soon, I guess, and we're gonna be
Yeah.
asking him for such words. But Spoxy, he felt it yesterday. The guys played very
He's
good versus
excited,
InnerCircle.
yeah.
Everybody expected InnerCircle beating GG based on the performance, but then Slayer said that in playoffs, it's not about how teams played in the regular season. It's kind of 100% different situation, because when it comes here, you need to take factors into consideration, and one of them is the mentality of your teammate, how good you are
You
at
isolate the case.
yeah, exactly, and how fast you are adapting into the game. How many rounds can you go through while losing without losing your mental? So everybody, you can never expect what's going to happen in the grand final, even though we know that ROC Esports are uncontested, undefeated, 14-0. And if you're talking about yesterday's semi-final, it's 15-0. That means that this team's never defeated in this league.
I mean, they're 1-0 in playoffs. I'm always going to look at it
Yes.
that way. Season is
It's
done
done.
and dusted, but right now they need to make sure they're 2-0. You know what I mean? If they reach a 2-0 or 17-18, if I'm not mistaken, 0, that's another story. Going into the EWC with a clean
Undefeated.
slate is not just a challenge for the other regions. It's a testament. They're saying, listen, we're
Yeah,
not just
it's a
competing
statement
here.
for them.
Our goal is set to the EWC onwards and the aftermath, whatever happens in the future as well. And we're here to compete with some of the titans from the regions.
And this will make the teams that they're going to be playing against in the EWC kind of like making another calculations, because you're talking about a team is going undefeated. You're playing not only the champion of the EUMENA, I'm talking about if they won, you're talking about an undefeated team. But then if it came to GG, that GG won, and that the GG are claiming the title, then they will be saying that this is the only team that stopped ROC, and they always claiming their title over ROC. That means that they have the upper hand usually above ROC, because we've seen GG beating ROC Esports in 2024, reverse sweeping them in such a style.
Yeah, and I mean, these teams have a history, as you said, including the players and whatnot. So I'm not sure what to expect on paper, and just looking at data, you should say, yeah, ROC has had more good days. They've played better CrossFire overall. But nonetheless, no, I have my respect for both teams, and I think GG is going to give them a big fight here.
Yeah, GG, I don't think they're going to be falling shortly. The guys, yeah, they struggled in the regular season. We mentioned this, but this is not the regular season anymore. This is the playoffs. As you said, InnerCircle, they went to the playoffs. They were the upper hand team. Everybody expected that InnerCircle is going to be winning, but GG comes in and wins. So now, GG is 1-0 in the playoffs. Talking about ROC Esports, they played PingPongPals. They had some tick issues. They made Dizzy play in the first map, but they still beat PingPongPals, and they are also 1-0 in the playoffs. So, no more regular season. These teams are undefeated in the playoffs. One of them will have to fall shortly. So it's the matter of how these teams are prepared, not how these teams going to be playing, how these teams are prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, what happened with Dizzy as well is when he showed up yesterday, this shows you how substantial it is to have a strong set of substitutes to play alongside you in case anyone needs to fill, you know what I mean? So I'm excited to see what happens. Snare, I think Snare, like, I've never seen him this hype before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not even in
the
season
first
one.
map.
Not even in season
one. And he's
one.
playing versus PingPongPals. We are not offending anybody, but you are
Of
playing the
course
fourth
not,
place.
no.
You're playing the fourth place. You are the uncontested team. You're usually coming here as a champion. And then he's so hyped versus PingPongPals. This shows that this guy is hungry to win. He's not coming here to show off some skills or whatever. He's coming to win. And Spox as well, the guy replied instantly.
Yeah, like two introverts are now sending each other direct messages, you know what I mean? Which is why I love CrossFire, that you can reach such a competitive level and environment as well. And obviously there's no bad blood. It's all love, you know? It's just the fact that you want to win as much as they do. So yeah, it's a fair competition. Everyone gets map picks. Everyone gets, I think it's pretty even. Everyone's playing on E server. No more excuses. Everything's going to go as according to plan. But I'm excited about one thing and one thing only. Can you guess or no? Okay. I think we're going to have Flex soon enough here, and they're going to be discussing things with one another, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we're going to be talking about this guy. But
they look locked in, man.
Okay, yeah, this is thing that I wanted to talk about. That look at the faces of the GG players.
Serious
The guys are so serious. They're locked in. They are not coming here to have fun. Yeah. Definitely, if you're coming to the grand finals, you're not having one. EWC is secured already. You guys are going to the World Cup, but this is not the matter right now. This was the matter last series, because InnerCircle, they needed this win to go to the EWC. I don't think the third or fourth place matters for them, because since they already lost the semi-final, it's over for them. Third and fourth, it doesn't matter. It's just a placement. They needed the EWC spot. So now, the guys from GG, they are also want to be winning, because if they beat ROC, they kind of claiming all the undefeated series that ROC have done.
They shut them down. It's a clear shutdown. And if you think about it,
and the project is done.
Yeah, and then going to the EWC, for example, with respect to GG, if you manage to let ROC go this far without any losses, and you're going to be the first team to take that dub, man, going into the EWC, that means you're just as good as ROC or almost together. Anyways, Now we have an interview with Flex and Horus simultaneously. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, guys.
Hello, hello.
I
Hello,
just
hello.
want to wish you both the best of luck before I hand it over to my colleague Penguin here. So good luck with that. And Penguin, I'm pretty sure you had a lineup of questions you wanted to ask these guys.
I just wanted to ask, so we're gonna be starting with Flex. I
Alright.
wanna be mentioning the last time you guys faced, you reverse sweeped ROC Esports into a 3-2, beating them and claiming the title in Season 2 2024. But some players, not players only, but fans said it was kinda a lucky day for you guys, and if they repeated the series, you wouldn't go to map 5. Do you have any answers for this?
No, I guess they will have to wait and see.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay, what about Horus? Yesterday spoke words that he said we're gonna be smashing ROC Esports tomorrow, which is the day today. What are your reply for this?
Anyway, we know that they love to peak, they like to push. Let's hope they also love to lose because we are not letting anything slide today.
Yes, I love to pick.
Okay, so you guys know, how both plays. So I guess it's the grand finals. Anyone wanna just send a message for the other? Horus, for example, do you wanna send a message for Gaimin Gladiators?
I hope they trained well because this isn't a ranked match, you know.
Yo, what about you, Flex?
Well-
Do you wanna send a message?
Let's see if I play like ranked or not.
I can tell.
Expectations, Horus.
I can tell everyone's anxious. You know
Ah,
what I mean?
3-0.
You're gonna
Of
be
course,
going
3-0.
3-0.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
wow.
3-0, of course.
Flex, do you accept
Interesting.
this?
I'll write this down and we'll see, Flex.
We'll have to see, guys. We'll have to see. I don't like to
Okay,
talk.
okay.
I don't like to talk like them, you know.
Okay. Are you gonna be
They're
seeing?
both men of action,
Yes. I'm
not
not
good at
many
talking.
words, you know?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Let's see and let's
Interesting.
get ready to the action. The grand final is on the way, and both of teams are logged in. Thank you, guys, and good luck for both of you. We want a good show, best of five maps maybe, but let's
luck,
hope the
lads.
better team wins.
Yeah, good luck, good luck.
Good luck.
See you.
Wow, what a moment. I love
Flex is
being a
just
part of it, man.
straight to the point.
Flex is
Let's
just
see.
sipping on his coffee.
But
He's
Horace
not
said-
thinking about
Horace
anything.
said something
What?
huge. He said, "We know that you guys love to peek," and this is exactly how
It's
GG is
true.
playing.
It's
This
true.
is the way that GG plays. That means that ROC Esports are kinda ready for this action. The guys said already the strategy or half of the strategies of GG in just a few words.
In a-
You guys love
in a
to
couple of
play.
words,
You
yeah.
guys love to play aggressive.
Man, I wish the interview was longer, but we gotta keep
Yeah.
things going. So, what do you think about the maps?
Well,
What's gonna happen? Or just tell me the two maps that are gonna be banned, because I'm pretty sure these
Yeah.
guys can play everything
exactly.
at a high
That's
level.
what I
Basically,
wanted to highlight.
What do they
but
wanna ban?
GG
though?
is gonna be banning New Mexico. We are not
Okay.
saying New Mexico. I guess for ROC Esports, all they need to ban maybe Black Widow because I don't like if I'm an
They don't wanna risk it.
yeah, if I'm ROC Esports player, I don't want to be playing GG in Black Widow.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's
yeah.
it.
So that could be the weak link. Anyways, I'd like to see the maps here because I'm kind of interested. Yeah, it's New Mexico compound, actually. Yeah, that's a change. So they're taking the Black Widow pick from GG, to be honest.
Something's
Which-
been cooked.
Yeah, there's always some cooking on the side. And looking at both of those players' faces, man, I can't wait
Flex
to
looks
watch.
so-
I hope this
Man,
goes to a
Flex is
best of
killing me,
5
man.
because I'm pretty sure no amount of mental strain is going to keep them from not wanting to win like this specific series in
Yeah,
particular.
and both of the players, like, okay, if I'm playing playoffs finals, maybe I would be more anxious or maybe I will be more worried. But looking at Flex is smiling, having his coffee, drinking, and saying some funny good words. Horus is laughing as well on what's Flex saying. So both of the teams actually, they kind of, I'm not saying they are not worried, but they are having some fun, and this is actually what's gonna make the series one of the best in the finals, one of the best finals in the entire West League.
Yeah, you can tell all the players are caffeinated and whatnot, but all I can say is simply is one thing. What is it? They've eaten breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is CrossFire.
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's it for both teams because both of them, they actually they are having a practice together. So the players now, what you're expecting is you don't want to be playing very fast in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, just play slow, composed,
Yeah.
don't rush into things, keep a nice tempo. Honestly, now that I look at it, I think Flex and Horus didn't beef for anything at all. You know, it was less than what I expected.
Yeah, I guess they got.
We're just waiting to go into game 1. Just give me a second here.
Yeah, we're waiting for the players to lock in, I guess.
What about your predictions?
It's not gonna be 5 maps, but I cannot predict who's gonna win. But it's not gonna be 5 maps.
Think it's gonna be like a 2-1 into a 3-1?
Maybe 3-1.
Maybe 3-1. Okay, fair enough. By who though?
I cannot predict that. You're talking about the performance. Maybe we can say it's gonna be.
Alright, this is one question I wanted to ask the Flex and Horace, you know. So I think I was gonna ask Flex who is the weak link on ROC, and I was gonna ask Horace who's the weak link on GG. You know what I mean? Who do you think could be the weak link?
You cannot have weak links in such map, because if you're going to the finals, you usually would love to have everybody logged in. Weak links will come when your mental is down, because all
Or
the
after,
players
like,
are
game 1 or something.
yeah. If you are having, maybe for example, let's say that Snake is having a bad game, Snare, Todzin, Horus, Slayer will just carry him on. And if the Zane is having a game, or Line Close, Box, or whatever, everybody should be
Keep
carrying
moving
his teammates.
forward, yeah,
So
keep
yes, I
moving
guess.
forward. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I guess
What about the
everybody.
strong link? What about the strong
Okay,
link?
the strongest I have to say is Spoxy from.
Spoxy, yeah.
Definitely
I think,
Spoxy.
yeah, Spoxy's locked in. What do you think about ROC?
Horus.
Alright, let's go to game 1, please. I can't wait, please. Let's go.
All right, it's grand finals time, and we're hopping right into it on sub base. ROC on the attack. GG defending on that GR side to kick this one off. And honestly, I'm a big fan of the map pool as well. We've got some fun ones. Sub base, Eagle Eye Port. You don't normally see all 3 of these so early on in a series, but for me, this is a solid set to kick it off.
Yeah, I agree. Vito, I think, you know, it's safe to say was maybe not as expected. I just think Compound getting banned feels quite crazy, especially when Black Widow was sort of right there for the ban. As the Desks were talking about, they've given GG that map in which they've been so solid on for, what, multiple seasons now here in the West League. So let's see if that comes back to bite them. I'll be interested to see, but either way, underway here. Start things off, and no opening kills just yet.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slower pace from ROC at the start of this one, but no surprise to see them running down the clock. That's kind of the name of their strategy a lot of the time on this BL side, and they're one of the few teams I don't worry about so much with the last-minute executions. They've got that kind of down pat, and there's part of why the trade's right there for ROC as they get the entries towards the B-bomb side. They've got the man advantage. Totzen there to hold on to it as well as they make it a 3-on-2. Dezane and Spoxy now the last 2 alive. Totzen, though, sneaking behind enemy lines, has that opportunity here to catch Dezane. What is that shot, though, to flick to Spoxy? I thought it was a Dezane kill at first, but we'll take those flicks all day. That's a great way to start it off, though, for ROC.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, we've even had these conversations, these reservations about ROC, because at times I feel like ROC, despite being on paper the better side, they don't always play like the better side, right? We've seen them have these slow moments, we've seen them try to take their foot off the gas a little bit, so I'm really interested to see for ROC how, in a way, how serious they actually take this, right? Not to say that they don't always take it serious, but at times they can kind of, you know, have a little bit of fun, play and kind of toy with their food a little bit. I want to see whether ROC approach this, you know, with saying, like, you know, we've already got our EWC spot booked in, but for us, this kind of prize pool, the money, all the rest, those mean a lot to us, and we want to make sure that we take the full of it. And it's bragging rights before heading in towards EWC as well. We want to be the best in the West. We want that mantle. We want that title. So, let's see. Opener, of course, for Dezane. And also, Horus tagged down a little bit low himself.
Yeah, a bit of a shakier start this time around. You can see Horus going down as well. Not a good sign for things to come in this one. But so far for GG, a great hold in the making. They can just hang on to it. Slayer trying to open things up with the TRG. Not going to find anything yet on the back of this B-bomb site. Now just holding the off angle on at the back of Cage. And not really going to see anything he can grab just yet. Just trying to stall for that recommit here from the C4 that at the moment is just being held by Snake in mid. They're not really forcing the issue just yet.
Yeah, question on what is the play here. Spoxy, right there. He's posted, he's waiting. Slayer around that corner, but it's Slayer who finds that shot. Nice swing and a 5 from him, of course. Once again, just proving his level, but dipping and diving around that pillar. It's all down to one man, and Slayer unable to do something about it. So, GG answer back. There was some ever so slight fighting words. There, a lot of respect being shown, I think, between the two sides, but this is all the makings to be an absolute banger of a game. Had to go back and forth to start things, I think, is pretty indicative of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of this sub-base map is going to come down to a lot of rotation and retake strategy. That seems to be the name of the game on sub-base. It's so hard to stall the plan, but you can have smooth retakes. It's not going to matter too much. So for these guys on GG, that's what I'm looking for here, is how they're going to respond when things inevitably don't go well on the hold, especially towards this A bomb site, because ROC is notorious for putting a lot of pressure onto this A staircase early on.
Oh well. So start at the very least, ROC. No real deep decisions being made here. Not really committing to all too much, if we're being frank. A waiting game to see whether maybe there's an overextension. Again, one of those things that does feel generally quite unlikely. I feel like with such a solid side, GG, the likelihood of them over-facing, over-fighting feels, for the most part, pretty slim.
Flex, though, running into trouble, getting caught out. Now they've got the momentum to take this A bomb site. Spoxy, a bit of an unconditional slip up there as well, not able to hold anything over toward this A side of the map. Snare on the lurk as well, just shuts down Raph, and Dezane falls quickly. And already it's a 5-on-1 for Lion Claw. Not really a whole lot he's going to be able to do here. Even though he's gotten his kill onto Totson, he's already completely surrounded, but the shots are there for now. But one by one, they're going to peek him down, and finally Horus gets the kill.
Well, an answer back. And, this could be a pretty similar way in which the series plays out, quite similar to how our third place game went, where it's back and forth, back and forth. Either side able to really get a stranglehold over momentum. Spoxy will open things up. We're looking towards him in particular, right? He is the main man in terms of stepping up in big ways for GG, but the Zane will push forward and he'll catch Snake. Numbers advantage now for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, now it's all about finding that chance to respond here for ROC. They're still trying to apply the pressure up into the A lobby, but they're having so much difficulty getting past Spoxy on this position right now that even with the utility, they might just decide to take it a different direction. Totson's still hanging outside, though, of the doors. He's looking for more here. Him and Slayer now starting to ease in for the push. Lion Claw right on the other side of it towards A. Raffin laying on the opposite side of the smoke. But through the edge of it, Slayer just gets the timing perfect on the Lion Claw.
Yeah, nice work. Versus 3. All goes sort of eerily quiet now as well. No real true decisions to be made in this one. They're creeping together. This is the right way to approach it, ROC. Pack mentality. How you want to approach these sort of a round, but before we'll go down, they're tapping away. Not always the fight that you want to be taking as well. It can be very risky. Horus is taking damage. Same for Slayer as well in this post one. 30 seconds left on that C4. And Totson's up goes a personal. He's that first point of contact and he takes a lot of damage. He dips his head, but surely basically dead upon arrival. Should be written in the stars. Totson going to get 2 though. Brilliant work. And it's closed out by his Slayer, but Totson, the fact that he's so low and gets 2 there is pretty damn incredible.
Yeah, honestly, Totson is everything they needed in that round. 3-1 thanks to him staying alive for 2 with 10 HP. keeps the momentum in their hands. Now they're going to go explosive onto the B bomb site. Raffen spots it early, gets the counter smoke, but Snake, he's already pushing through into the L turn, and there's just no way to shut this down quickly enough. Already down. It's just a tough situation for Dezane on the rotation. Flex couldn't even hold on to the back of Cage. And this is where ROC is so valuable. You have these rounds where they methodically put you in this position of thinking they're going to play slow, and then they're right back in your face just like that.
Snare, posted. Zane's low, and the Zane is dead. Nice shot, that's fine. ROC starting to actually quite quickly bridge a bit of a gap here. 1 round away from guaranteeing the lead. I mean, they're putting themselves in a really decent spot. GG are falling a little bit behind. They're actually getting overwhelmed just in terms of the individuals.
Spoxy, though, at least gets the starting kill, but again, the trades have been there consistently. Spoxy trying to get another one to shut it down. Able to barely miss that kill onto Tots in the nade. Not quite enough to get the job done. But now Slayer is at least able to find one. But Spoxy, good for a third in this one. Still holding the line here, but Slayer, he's looking for more. Finds his second of the round. Dezane now going to be split out. Slayer again.
Wow.
Able to steal this round back for ROC. Now it's a 2-on-1. And this is the difference you're going to see throughout this series when it comes to ROC Esports. They can always convert regardless of the numbers.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Zane, what have you got for us? He's been pulled up in these clutch situations a couple of times now. Let's see, swing, and a miss, and it's Snake who delivers. Another 4 ROC. They've guaranteed the lead now as well. What a spot to be in. Really interesting position as well for GG, because they're getting so close, but nothing they're doing seems to be enough at the moment, and that's really got to hurt the mental.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Even with the numbers advantages, they're constantly getting things flipped around in favor of ROC. Spoxy, though, again, a bit of a brilliant start. Dezane swoops in for the 3rd kill and the C4 drop on top of it. Dotson now left alone, and surely this should be around to take away, but Dotson, he narrows the playing field so much, spraying through the smoke to find himself 3, and the C4 is now redeemable. Lion Claw spotted out, and this is a must-win round. GG still barely able to hang on to this one, but a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, Dotson, credit to him. He's had a couple of moments, obviously that clutch earlier, that double towards stairs, and then just when you see him lining them up like that, really, really impressive. But still GG find that round, and GG give themselves a chance now at starting to build into this half at least a little bit. Yeah, towards 4, definitely workable. Snake's got other ideas.
Yeah, honestly, for ROC, the early game fight over here towards the A lobby seems to be where they thrive the majority of the time, and that's where you have Spoxy a bit uncomfortable. He doesn't know how to support his teammates well from this position. He's almost just trying to play a little bit solo and see what he can get done, and a couple of rounds it has been able to work out for them, but the problem here is he hasn't been too successful when it comes to the full aggression on this position. He almost just has to back up and give them the map control they're looking for. Meanwhile, you've got Dezane, who loves to play the A anchor, but often he's going to be playing it by himself here. And you can see again, he's going to be hiding into the corner. Gets spotted. Horist, actually, I'm not sure if he noticed him there. And Spoxy with a chance to still hold on with Dezane after all. But Horist, why not get the double kill to keep it alive? Now Snare narrows things to a 1-on-1 with Lion Claw going down. It is all on to Raffen, going for the late retake.
He's surely going to get caught coming downstairs here. Oh, Snare! He just turned his head away towards window as well. Raffen. It felt like, honestly, if Snare just holds it and just takes a bit of a breather, it would have been fine, but no. Raffen catches him back turned, and that'll be enough. Quick shot, though, from Snare. Looking to answer back, and he has the support of Totson. Both of them are absolutely flying out the gates. Have looked fantastic. Thompson's 11-7. He has been great. Make that 12 as he finds yet one more. He's loving life. Finally clipped in this round, but it should be done. It's Spoxy all that's left in a 1 versus 2. This is a difficult one to win, but he drops to C4, puts himself into a 1 versus 1. It's against Slayer, and he will take an alternate route.
Yeah, this one's going to be a bit tough here, but Slayer, he does have the positioning advantage now, being in rafters, misses the connection, getting a bit of damage in, but still enough to secure a pretty good half here in favor of ROC. So GG though, I have to say the rounds are coming down to the wire a lot of the time. It's just when push comes to shove, ROC with a slight edge so far.
Yeah, I think you're right. Really, really interesting second half that can start to brew here. Where, being frank, it's still absolutely anybody's. As much as there's that 3-round buffer, as you kind of were touching on, because it's been so kind of close in a way, it's really difficult to predict. Let's see. Opener goes the way of Slayer. He's posted off. He's ready. Snare was there getting one at the same time. Oh, my. Good night, Raffin. We'll see you next round. Left down to 2 very quickly. GG are starting to really face off against a ROC side who are not pulling any punches. And Totson continues his incredible run.
Yeah, I feel like they maybe heard us say the rounds were close and didn't like that one, because that was certainly the quite opposite of that. So, you know what, ROC? Keep doing your thing here. That was a brutal awakening of a way to start the second half for sure. And for GG, this is where things get tough. A 6-3 feels redeemable. 7-3 is when things start to feel like there's a bit of distance growing between you. So it's a good time to take attack pause here. Hopefully they have a way to talk through things and kind of regain their composure and kind of figure out how to strategically deal with this. Because the hard part about dealing with a team like ROC Esports is sometimes there's nothing strategically being thrown your way. You have to answer. They're just playing shot for shot extremely well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I completely understand this sort of mental to want to take a breather, take a talk. I mean, I think GG are really facing just how good ROC can be. And we've seen it at times. I think ROC are a side that they know they're the best in the West, right? I think it's a narrative that there isn't really a conversation about it. I know GG have had their moments, right? And they've obviously been able to punch up. We talked about that reverse sweep that happened, right? But generally speaking, what we've seen, especially when they go international as well, ROC go deeper, they go further, they're more consistent in a regular season as well. I think the big thing is that occasionally ROC just take their foot off the gas. They get too comfortable, they get too confident, they don't play at the level that we know they can. We're seeing none of that right now. These guys are playing at the level that we know ROC should be playing at, and this is a real joy to watch. And I can fully understand why GG called for this pause. How do you even break this down when they're playing this well?
Yeah, very, very tough position to be in if you're GG, because they've looked so strong coming into this match. Yesterday, they played amazing in their first match in the semifinals, but when you're up against ROC, this isn't a team that's just best in the West. They're competitive internationally for a reason, and this is why. They have the individual firepower to clutch when they need to, but strategically, they're also up there with the best of them. So it just makes it so hard to try and counter-strategize here, because GG, they're still doing what they need to. Spoxy's consistently hitting the shots he needs. You've got good rotations from Dezane and Lineclaw to play those anchor positions well, but you just have these key moments where it's like, how would I plan for Slayer to hit back-to-back one-taps on us? Like, you can't really play around that too well.
Well, let's see what the plan is. Off the back of a bit of a pause as well. Snare will tuck his head. He's hit some nice shots as well, Snare. So another thing that they're really struggling to plan for. Pop shots to that door. No success just yet, but covering fire to allow Snake to maneuver around. Re-smoke going to come down as well. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I think you're right in the sense, if you are GG and you're being really realistic, how do we plan for the shots they're hitting against us? Because they have just been fantastic. What do we actually do to break it down? We'll see. So yeah, the first to fall. And to Spoxy, no less, who is barely alive.
Nice push coming through as well. Raffin able to scoop up the quick kill, but Snake on the other side needs to be dealt with. He gets 2 before going down, and now there's a fighting chance for Slayer and Totson. But Flex, perfect timing on the backstab, able to find Totson, catches him off guard from the cage position, and now Slayer, he's all alone in the 1-on-3 for this retake. He's already been spotted out as well from Dezane on the lower bomb site, and he still have to worry about Flex on that retake as well, who he thinks is still right behind him, which is entirely untrue here. Now he has to go for the full clear, but Slayer just not ready for the trade positioning there from Lineclaw.
Oh, well, GG. Still at least showing they've got bits and moments about them. As well, and it's an absolute massacre in through the doors as well. Flex, he ran out of ammo, had to pull out the Colt, and it wasn't enough. It's Slayer who sees him off. It's very quickly Lionclaw left alone at a 1v4.
Yeah, pretty much no way out of this one. Lineclaw already going to have to deal with 2 players surrounding him on the double doors. Pre-fire through the wall gets the job done, and ROC, we're already 2 away from a first map, and this is kind of the writing on the wall, I think, for how this series is going to go. I was curious going into map 1 if GG were going to come into today ready to hold their feet to the fire, but the firepower difference just feels so strong right now.
It does. I actually think some of the ideas by GG are actually pretty good. It is purely coming down to, I just don't think they have right now the individuals that can step up to really compete. That's the issue with them. It's so fun to watch this kind of showing of power, but for GG, they've got to find better ways to win. Slayer hits his shot, but so does Spoxy. 2 versus 2. Zane and Spoxy, that's a mean little double to come against, but it's Snake and Horse on the other side. If Snare was still alive, I'd maybe have a bit of belief Horus will fall all down to 1 man. They know where Snake is.
Yeah, he's been spotted out, but Dezane has to be careful himself. Utility being thrown his way, trying to catch somebody out of position. Snake, though, just barely missing those connections. Now with the bomb going towards A, this is going to be an extremely hard retake, and that's exactly what they're going for here, trying to give themselves every potential in the world to win this round, and Snake has no other option but to try and go for a little bit of a catch them off guard style play. He does have the flash, but not a lot of health to work with here.
We do. Need a second for him, and he's seen off by the nade. So that'll be that. Pretty simply done. And GG starting to, at the very least, find a little bit of form here. Showing there's at least ideas up their sleeve, which is, yeah, it's kind of nice to see. But still a 3-round buffer for them.
Yeah, the scary part here is going to be Spoxy on the other side. He knows how to adapt in these high-pressure situations and answer Snare, and he's the one who can actually turn the tide here a little bit. GG, the rest of this team, they're really successful only in these like post-plan situations, but the start of round, the longer Spoxy is on the lurk, the more they've got to be careful, especially in this one, already being down, Snare in the mix, and now they're trying to wonder where the C4 is headed.
That's a good question. I'm wondering too. How are we trying to head with this one? Lots of U2 coming through to get them space. As Rapid open things up. Lionclaw and Snake are answer back in a quick response. It's chaos here, but it looks like it should be a simple one to be taken for GG, and it will. Seen off, and not even slowly, but surely rapidly, we're seeing actually Gaimin Gladiators get back into this.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to change the approach here, play a little bit more assertively in the middle of this map, and exactly what they're going to go for here. Slayer going to be spotted early, but it's actually Snake on the push who goes down. Slayer somehow still alive in this one, getting pre-fired. Doesn't stop him from getting a second kill, and he's still looking for another on this corner shot. Very bold positioning from him, but he's not backing down without a fight.
Nice work. 8-6, 2 rounds, the difference. Definitely something still brewing. That is for damn sure, but I mean, the level of consistency I just think required, unfortunately, is still really difficult for GG. trying to play for overtime. They've got to go flawless 4 in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to ask, especially considering they're already down a player disadvantage in this positioning. And Horus, he's got a really solid position if this C4 ends up going towards A to shut them down. Of course, they are going to have some lurking positions, but Horus, he's going to have to be a little bit more careful on that one. He's taken down by Lion Claw, a bit of an over peak on the A doors, and that's exactly what GG was looking for to get themselves back into this round.
Yeah, needed that. So, versus 3. HP still not great over towards GG. That's the one thing that really is the stark worry for me, and so they're going to make sure of that. Ill found for him. We're down to 2 now with Lion Claw. 1 foot in the grave, and Slayer going to make sure he's gone as well. The Zane, 1v2. He's been here before, and he's failed quite a few times, and you can't really blame him too much, just because that's how good this side are. V1, Totson, what have you got? Tapping away as well, because he knows where he is. He just can't hit the shot. Desperately trying to make it work as well. Damage dealt both ways, and it's Desane who walks out on top. How has he got away with that? I thought Totson had that dead to rights.
Yeah, it's a tough one to lose for ROC. They had the momentum, and now it's kind of slipped away. It's an 8-7 game from what should have been a pretty commanding victory on map 1.
Yeah.
Now they face that potential for a tie and maybe even a full slip up here, thanks to GG really solidifying their strategy here on the BL side. But for ROC, they still have held the advantage the entire map so far. Let's see what they can do to maybe adapt here, and it looks like they are going to be playing a little bit more patiently in this round. I think that's the call. They've had 2 or 3 rounds now where they just overextended a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think, I can't even blame them too much as well, because it was working, for a long, long time. They were just pushing and they were getting away with it. So it's kind of that mindset of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now I think they've realized a few times in a row that it's actually starting to look a little dicey and a little closer than we would really like here. So slow things down and see if we can catch them in overextensions. Snake, I mean, he is right in the thick of it, just behind that smoke. It's a risky place to play from.
Yeah, this spot's a little bit uncomfortable. Same for Horus, though. He's had a lot of struggle on this A-bottom pyramid stack of boxes. A lot of it's due to Raffin, who has this little bunny hop he likes to do directly onto the box stack. And again, he does it. Grabs the opening kill. Horus goes down without a fight. They've exposed it 3 times in a row on the A-push. Lion Claw as well. Immediately on the backstab, Slayer goes down as well in the firefight to flex. And this is not looking too good now. Snake, Totson, 2 versus 5. What do you got to say about it?
I think it's probably safe to say that not a lot's going to be happening in this one. Surely an unwinnable situation they put themselves in. Well, Snake will find one. Or maybe start to sow the seeds of belief, but there was something quite magical required. Oh my god, they're making something of this. 2 versus 2. Hang on a second. Let's not doubt them before it potentially happens. They've got up on high. 2 versus 5. Lion Claws here as well. Oh my god, they're going to walk away with it. What has just happened? How?
I mean, what do you say after that one? That's just not a round you can afford to lose. GG, that was their ticket back into this map to solidify the tie and take the momentum completely away from ROC, but
yeah,
you could see the pause coming out as well. I think they thought they were going to lose the round, so they had the pause ready to go. But now it's just that lingering doubt that it might create for GG after a round like that, because after a 2-on-5, I mean, there's just no way to feel like that was anywhere close to what it should have been.
Yeah, they had that pause lined up, I'm sure of it. And now they can just use it as a way to sort of just maybe even like rub salt in the wound a little bit. You've just lost to that. How? And a chance, of course, to get a bit of water. Just, stretch out a little bit. But yeah, man. Crazy one to be winning. 1 away from taking the map 2. and taking a real advantage just to kickstart this series, this grand finals. ROC, they were unbelievably good in that first half. No two ways about it. Have quieted down a little bit in the second half, but they're still so close to that finish line.
Yeah, I think that round might have done it too. It's hard to come back after a 2-on-5 against you and feel really confident in the next round. And that's where GG have to show us what they've got here, because this is a great moment for them to show that resilience, bounce back, take it into overtime, and maybe win it for themselves. If they go quickly down here, though, and the map starts to lean further in that direction of ROC as we continue forward, already knowing this was, I think, on paper, one of the maps I might have actually given GG a chance of having a good win on. But you look ahead to maps like Eagle Eye, historically, that's a very strong map for ROC. So I feel like the series only gets harder in terms of the map progression. So GG, this is kind of their last stand to show what they're made of in the first map.
Close. Smarkle to try and get out there as well. He has Snare to bail him out too. Zane first 2 fall chances could have dwindled here. GG now going to try and do this with 3 versus 5, and looks like a slip in away. Make that 2. Lion Claw and Spoxy got to pull off a round we've just seen, and surely we don't see it twice.
Not too likely this time around. Lion Claw, he's good for 2. But he has to do it all with 34 HP, and this is where there's just no time to make that dream a reality. But for ROC, it's 1 step out of 3, all the way there, and now they just need 2 more maps to win this series. So ROC, incredible start here, but a bit shaky for a moment, I will say.
Yeah, Snare as well, just the calm down emote as well. He's feeling good. He knows that they're in a really, really good spot. Probably, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe a little shaky than they would have liked. A little closer than they would like compared to how things started, but getting that first game under your belt, really decent way to start the series as well. And I think it's safe to say that ROC are so online right now. The individuals are firing on all cylinders. It's looking really, really solid. And the big thing is you got to look towards Gaimin Gladiators. The conversation they now have in this next sort of 10 minutes is, right, we might have ideas here, but their individuals are so sharp. How do we actually stop them? We're going to have to figure it out, but before that, I'm going to throw it to the boys over on the desk.
Thank you again, Nukai and Kyle. Snare was taunting them a little bit, you know. I don't know. I personally, from my experience in gaming, I never talk unless I actually win. You know, so
yeah, I know.
You never
I know
know
the
because that could burn a little bit if GG makes a comeback. You never know. Let's not
it's
jump
gonna
to
be karma
conclusions.
because
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
we've
what
seen.
I'm trying to
This is
avoid.
exactly what happened last time. Both teams met. ROC Esports were winning 2-0, but then GG, they came back from far behind, reverse sweeping. So ROC Esports needs to be scared, or maybe need to be worried that it's still the first map. And talking about the first map, ROC Esports started very good. Okay, GG, we know that these guys always log into the server, which I mean, coming to the game, they kind of come late because we've seen it 7-3, and then suddenly out of nowhere it's 8-8.
Yeah. I mean, GG does take at least a game in a series sometimes
7-8,
to
I'm
come
sorry.
online. Yeah, 7-8. It takes a game to come online, but not for ROC. I mean, ROC just jumps
Yeah,
right into it.
instantly,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? It's like they just came from a ranked game. Who knows? But nonetheless, I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest. In this rate and tempo, I think ROC is moving forward. But I think GG is definitely going to give them one hell of a fighting chance here. Because keep in mind, when we interviewed them both, they didn't have much to say. They both just said, we'll let the scoreboard speak for itself.
Yeah, and exactly, and this is what we've seen from ROC Esports, especially in the first 6 to 7 rounds, where the boys get a very good clutches, and we've seen also the clutch from the guys from on ROC Esports before the tactical pause, when it was 7-7, and then instantly out of nowhere, the guys from the ROC Esports did a very good retake, where we've seen how good their teamwork and structure is. And then talking about the gameplay, I've seen a very fast gameplay from both teams. This shows that nobody is scared. Nobody is waiting for the other to do mistakes. If you're gonna be waiting, then you're gonna miss it. You're gonna be missing the finals. So everyone is running for the finals. We've seen a very fast round from ROC Esports. I guess the third or the fourth round, where ROC Esports pushed from BC3 instantly, and guys coming from Quad, Lurker from Woods, and they won the round. In a blink of an eye, ROC Esports wiped out GG in this round. So they're playing very, very fast. The same round as well. We've seen it also from GG, but it's maybe slower, but some kind of aggression between both teams, that they are pushing, playing, trying to play aggressive, going for controls, trying to fight, doing clutches as well. Zayn clutched a very good round versus Todzin, and vice versa as well for both teams. Spoxy is doing very good till now. So talking about strategies, you cannot just mention how the guys are playing, because they're playing very fast. They want to be trading and they want to be killing as fast as possible.
I mean, Slayer, man, he has a 2.1 KD, and that's really impressive. And the lowest one is Snare, it's 0.86, and that's not even low at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So GG, they're trying, they're working their way towards maybe making a comeback here, but I feel like ROC is, as New Kai said, they're locked in and they're ready to go.
Yeah, well, as you see, Slayer is doing very good. We've seen him. I have seen a very good round from Slayer, by the way, when he took a sniper, he peeked while he was global risk, peeked on Qual, killed one in machine, went back, he took the pistol, killed another one. He was very low. So this guy is not scared at all. He want to be making the plays. We usually saw that Slayer is a very good player, that he's maybe a passive player, or the guy who likes to lurk, likes to trade, but now he's the guy who is initiating the second he's the guy who's initiating the first picks and taking the fights, making plays and everything. So to be honest, Slayer is kind of claiming, if they win, if ROC Esports win the league, maybe our MVP of this season is gonna be Slayer and not Spoxy, and vice versa as well. If GG wins, it's gonna be definitely Spoxy.
I have a question. So has this ever happened where one team in any region goes the entire season plus playoffs plus wins the finals without a loss?
I don't think so, no.
Me neither, right?
No,
Because
no.
when I look around, like there's been
Maybe
close attempts.
maybe Raw Legends did it once.
Royal Legends.
Raw Legends. Raw
Yeah.
Legends, where it's the team where Stray, the coach of ROC Esports, comes from.
Okay.
So maybe
Fair
have
enough.
the same mentality.
My homework is good, but not that good.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
he did, I guess, a 20 games win streak.
Wow.
So
20 games,
getting, by
that's
the way,
impressive.
3 leagues in a row, or 3 consecutive leagues in a row, maybe 2 consecutive leagues in a row. So
Interesting.
I guess it was done once, but it was like 5 years ago. So ROC
Yeah.
Esports want to be bringing this legacy back again.
And now the meta's completely shifted. New maps,
Exactly.
new
New
weapons, all that. So
smoke meta
doing
and
it
everything.
back then compared to now is probably a piece
Yes,
of
exactly.
cake for ROC. Who knows?
Yes.
What else? I mean, honestly, I want to look at the macro of things, not just the maps. I just want to look at how, if the tempo goes, I think if ROC wins this next map, it's done. But anyways, we're
agree.
going to actually have to wait and see, because map 2 is ready. Let's go.
Alrighty, well, we're heading in towards map number 2 in just a second. It was a close kind of score line coming through, but if we kind of break it down round by round, a lot of really, really good moments from ROC as well. They take that map, they're looking so sharp, Carl. And the issue is for Gaimin Gladiators is something we brought up a couple of times already, is you might have a good idea, and you know, this might be a good map for you, sure, but the individuals are really hitting their shots at the moment, so they've got to bring something quite special. Flex, he'll open things up.
Yeah, for this one, GG need a much more confident start. They can't be fighting from behind the whole time, and it's exactly what Flex looks to bring to the table. 2 opening kills, picks up the TRG on top of it, able to spot out Snake, and now you can see a bit of a rotation starting to come through. Flex, though, good for 3 already, doesn't even need the team so far, just opening things up all on his own. Snare on the rotation, gonna go down to Raffin, and this could be a very quick opening round here. Totson, the only one who really could do anything at this point. At the very least, though, Flex and Raffin are very low on HP.
Let's see. Dawson's trying to wrap in behind. It's so unlikely. And the Zayn, he's the insurance policy on the lurk too. He should be the one, but actually, Spoxy elevates angle. Nice start. Only the one casualty too. Really, really good round to be taken. So, pretty happy with that one. Of course, a lot more required before we get to a point of singing the praises consistently for GG, but that's a great way to start things off. And another great way to start the
GG.
round.
Yeah, it's so tough to deal with, too, the way that Flex and Spoxy are so fluid across this map is honestly insane to watch, and they're gonna have to find a way to slow these two guys down, because that's really the key to GG playing this map, is those two just always finding ways to open up the round. This time though, Boris trying to find a way to shut things down. Gets the first kill, nothing more to show for it though. Gets traded down by Dezane. Snake though, able to sneak into position off of that rotation, and now they've got to deal with him on this B commitment. Flex, he was able to lead it through with 3 in the previous round, and he's going to lead it again here with a nice headshot, half blinded on the Snake.
Swimming through. And if be careful, down he goes as well. There was just no escape, unfortunately, for him in that spot. GG start as they mean to go on. Some quite clean rounds being taken out the gates, and I think as well this will be, you know, still very early doors in this map, but definitely worth bringing up. The Death brought it up too, right? You know, we expected this map to be banned, and it was Compound that got banned instead, and it left it open, of course, for GG to pick in, and look where they are. Right, so far, so good. Horus, this is a big risk, but I kind of love it. If you can get a kill here, this will go a long way, but no, gets caught in the side.
Snake, though, on the other hand, able to answer back with a reply on to Raffin. Now things are evened up, at least for the moment. You can see Snare, though, thinking about going for that peek with the mid-double doors. It's going to be Lineclaw on the other side of it, who wants to take the fight, but just can't find his way through. Actually almost goes down in the process, too, getting away with 7 HP. Dezane looking for that support play, but ROC, no, the damage has been dealt. They're not trying to overextend here.
Oh, well. Don't need to overplay your cards here. A janky spot, Snare. Quick shot, quick find. That should now open things up a little bit in the 3 vs 3, but Lineclaw's barely alive. That's the thing that makes life really difficult here. Up shot that comes through from Snare. He'll find the low player. Numbers advantage. As long as they can play for trades, they should be fine.
Yeah, the only real downside here is they don't have a ton of presence over towards the B-bomb side to actually stall this push from Spoxy and Flex, and it's really on to Slayer, who's going to be caught a little bit off guard on this push. Flex has already snuck into the bomb site, and if there's anyone you'd want in the clutch, it's these two guys for GG as well, Flex and Spoxy. They already have the post plant set up and ready to go. You've got Spoxy going for a very fast rotation to reposition here for Flex to go for the full flank, but Slayer just not ready soon enough. Spoxy gets another, but it's still Snare with a lot to do. I believe it would be an ace on the round here. Tries to stick the defuse, but Flex knows he can take this fight, but Snare, that's going to be a full ace on the round from him in a beautiful way to keep this one rolling.
Yeah, what a way to do it as well. Bit of heroics required, a bit of a hero needed to stand up, and my God, does he. ROC win a round. I think as well for ROC, despite it being close, you want rounds like that just to reinstill the confidence back in you. So, first on the board for them, they can start kind of rocking and rolling, chipping away at the deficit a little bit, start even putting a bit of fortune on the board. And I'm worried still, because it's so chaotic and they're down to 2 very early. Uh-oh. Well, it's immediately being put back in their face.
Of course, though, the reaction there, just about perfect on the timing, almost takes down Flex as well. Thankfully, Spoxy able to put a stop to that one before it got too dangerous. Now Slayer's left alone. Try and pick up the pieces here. He's going to have a chance to spot Spoxy. The nade, though, could do some damage to kill Flex. That's a huge nade over the top, but it's not quite able to connect. Flex doing a good job of using the barriers here to survive, and now Slayer has a much more difficult task on his hands in the 1-on-2. What a headshot! Flip, though, takes down Flex. Oh my goodness! What a 1-on-2! Even the teammates don't know how to react to that one.
Oh my God, what has just happened? It's 2 rounds that have come down to individual prowess, and even in that 2 versus 2, that is some sharp shots. And we'll say it again, Cal, you know, we brought this up at the end of map number 1, the start of map number 2, saying, if you're GG, you might have the game plans, you might have the strats, you might have the ideas, but can you win the Angels? Can you win the head-to-heads? And, well, that might be quite indicative of the answer being no. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, honestly, a bit of a burn after that one for GG. They have to find a way to bounce back, though, because those are the rounds where ROC Esports, they want to shatter your confidence with something like that, and they're going to take full advantage of it. Here, Horus, the triple kill on to B Long, and there is nothing left to be said here of GG except for Raffin, just for a moment longer before going down in mid.
Is it safe to say this is starting to get a little scary? It feels like it might be. After warming up, really getting in towards this game, this is starting to look very, very good indeed. 3-2 now. They take a lead. 3 very good rounds in a row as well that make it all the more better. Honestly, it really feels like Gaimin Gladiators are a little bit stunned by what's happening. They're perplexed at how they're even losing these rounds, but I mean, that does feel like it's ROC in a nutshell. They'll find success seemingly out of nowhere at times.
Horus, again, devastating to deal with on the edge of these smokes. Finds the kill onto Lionclaw. Flex looking for that late trade. Might run into trouble with Thompson up above, though, but Horus able to find a second, and again, it all falls apart here. GG down to just Zane, and not for much longer. The momentum swing has definitely happened. It's 4 in a row now for ROC Esports.
This is rough to watch, isn't it? Gaimin Gladiators, you can see as well, the pressure's really getting to them in this map specifically. They're actually starting to make sloppy mistakes in their individual duels, which is pretty unlike them as well, but I think a lot of it's coming down to the way in which they're losing. Flex, I've had an opener, which is good, sure, but that really feels like it hasn't made too big of a difference in the grand scheme of things.
Watson, though, beautiful shots over the top, gets the triple kill. And it's just icing on the cake at this point. It feels like every round, another triple kill is going their way.
They're taking turns.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do if you're Zane at this point? It's almost scary to even take a step out of the BL spawn, and that'll finish him.
Yeah, you're right. Ridiculous stuff, though, isn't it? Shots that come through as well. Continuing to just show how individually, you know, mechanically skilled they are. Kind of ridiculous stuff, the way in which they've been winning these rounds. But they're up to 5 now, which is insane in itself. 2-0 down, and they've really ran riot, ROC. And you spoke about it, the momentum's completely shifted. It feels like GG can't even buy a round at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this one is feeling like it could very quickly slip away from GG, and it's not at all what we saw in these first couple of rounds here. ROC is just a different beast to be up against, though. I mean, you've got Horus already up to 10 kills, but everybody across the board finding their moment for ROC Esports. And now for GG, they're just going to full send it into the A bomb site. Slayer already finds one through the smoke. Snare, though, going to have some trouble, but Slayer still holding on with Snake. Could be enough here. They've already taken down 3 between the 2 of them. Snake through the smoke. How is he finding these shots? And now Spoxy, he just doesn't even know what to do at this point. He's already been called out, and he's going to get traded out.
I'll say it again. GG can't buy a round right now. And maybe, you know, I'll come back to an earlier point that I brought up, right? Saying, why did we ban Compound and float this? Now I understand it. We're 6-2 6 rounds in a row. Now I get it. They've obviously been working on this. Got ideas up their sleeve. And my, oh my, these ideas were king. Horus gets one. Quick trade going to come through from Raffin in towards Hotel. Even still. Icy times as Flex pushes into his demise. I mean, the Zane's so low, and Raffin's not exactly any better. This round's surely a loss as well.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot they can do here. They at least have control now over the B-bomb site, but not for too long here, with Snake quickly going in for the rotation and the flank here. Spoxy just not ready for it. Zane going to be spotted out as well. They've got all the info they need to go in for the full collapse. And at this point, it's just a matter of moments. Raffin left in a 1-on-4, looking like surely a 7-2 half here, unless Raffin can pull an insane miracle off. But there's no miracle to be had today against ROC. This team is ready to win this 3-0.
Yeah, they are. They are. They're really, really looking electric right now. It's so sick to see, ROC. Oh my god, not pulling any punches. 7 in a row, ladies and gents. Oh, GG. How the turntables, as they say. This is a cataclysmic fall from grace from a 2-0 start and moments of real bliss in towards that opening map. None of that here.
Horus, insane shots continuing forward in the second half. It seems as well. Gets the second Slayer from the tower on top of it. And just like that, again, we're 30 seconds into the round, and there is only one player on the table. Actually, none at this point, because ROC Esports, they're just not holding back here. They're ready to win it.
There's only one team in the server. There's literally only one team in the server right now. Absolutely incredible display. Ridiculous showing. I want to say, you know, it's far from over, but it's really not. ROC, I cannot see a world in which you lose this from an 8-2 scoreline, but I've seen some weird and wacky stuff here in the West League. I don't think this counts just yet. The same. Smoxy, Raffin all getting into the action. It should get a little messy. Finally, all right, some success for GG. Better late than never. I mean, still a long road to recovery, but that'll help.
Yeah, they finally get the response, but it might be a little bit too late here. I mean, 8 rounds in a row before the shutdown is way more than you'd expect to see here. And on top of it, you've got Slayer continuing on into the next round with the opening pick.
Yeah.
So already on the back foot in this one. And you can see ROC just slowly easing their way into the A bomb site pretty quickly here. Zane trying to sneak underneath, but it may not matter for long if the rest of the teammates can't hold on here. Zane has to do a lot more than just a single kill, and he's just not going to find it. Flex already alone in a 1-on-3.
Not a lot he can do, unfortunately. Goes down. 3 alive as well. What do you do in this sort of a situation? Nothing is the answer. Gaimin Gladiators, everything they're throwing at the wall, nothing is sticking. And that's what makes life so difficult in these sort of scenarios. You're desperately trying to find success. You're desperately trying to make something work, and you immediately get it thrown back in your face. That's what ROC do best. 9-3. Map point on map number 2, and in a very quick fashion, Carl, and we might be done right here.
Seems like it.
I want to make sure.
Yeah, GG. I don't know what they have left to say about it at this point. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but you know what? A winnable round is now on the table thanks to Flex and Spoxy. Flex! That's an insane reaction to keep things going here. It just doesn't feel good knowing there's 9 on the board this early, but at least GG, they're the type of team, you know, they're not going to just give up at any point in this series. At the very least, they're going to give their A game till the bitter end.
Yeah, that's a true professional right there, but is it arguably delaying the inevitable? I guess I'll have to wait and see. Right, the run back required for them. Slayer will open things up. That's fine. You look at this as well for GG, and the resurgence necessary for them feels next to impossible. They're set up as well. They're waiting for mistakes to come through for GG, and in all fairness, GG have been giving them throughout both of the halves. They've been giving opportunities to be exposed with, but as we saw in that previous round, in the same vein that ROC can win rounds out of nowhere, so can GG. But they've just got to do so many in a row. They've got to do 5 in a row just to get us to overtime.
Yeah, it's honestly a tough road to even think about a map in this series against a team like ROC, let alone finding 3 of them. So at this point for GG, they're looking for anything they can get here, and might not even be able to find that in this what could be final round here in the 5-on-4. You've got Lion Claw kind of isolated in this fight towards the B Hotel, but Snare, what are these shots today? Just hitting insane ones all day long. Finds Lion Claw. Raffin, at least on the rotation, be able to pick up the first to slow things down, but it's still a 4-on-3 advantage.
Advantage, which is surely going to be capitalized upon. How do you lose from this spot? It's happened a couple of times maybe to GG, which has obviously been pretty killer for their momentum. There's ain't all fine horrors though, and this does change things at least a little bit. Has to be life left in this, especially with the HP advantage in a way. Dezane is so low. That makes life a little awkward, but Slayer and Slayer will combine. Surely it's done. It's Raffin with it all to do. No way in hell you make this one stick, surely. 1 versus 3. We've had heroics, but he's a known quantity. Missed shots. Snare. Won't happen a second time. That'll be ROC taking map number 2.
And what a way to close things out. A decisive win here to put them one step away from victory. It's such an insane performance. Honestly, the only doubt in the back of my mind now is knowing the last finals these two teams met, it was a reverse sweep for GG in this same situation. And that's the scariest part when you have a map that good, is you can't be overconfident. The job's not done until you see that win on map 3 now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that's probably the way you've got to approach this, is that job's not done. We've got to really lock this in now, but how do we lose from here, right? With a map as dominant as that, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll see you soon.
As they say, it's not over till it's over. So we're gonna have to wait and see, to be honest. I really think ROC is playing outstanding today. I'm not saying GG is playing bad, but I just feel like the pressure is on, in a sense that you are playing against the #1 team in the region. And I'm just saying that based on facts, without discrediting either side. So this performance was really, really impressive when it comes to ROC. They managed to take the isolated fights, get the trades if needed, the clutches were there, and I feel like they had them locked into a certain corner of the map in certain rounds.
Yeah, ROC is playing extremely well. The guys are not doing mistakes. They are playing very aggressive, very fast rounds. They are not scared to take the fights. Slayer is insane with the arm shots. This guy he's a monster today. He's getting the kills needed. He's getting the clutches needed. Opening frags for his teammates. ROC Esports is actually playing very fast. And if you look at GG tried to match this and to play also very fast, but he instantly gets shut down by ROC Esports. And look at this clutch, exactly, I wanted to talk about it, how good Slayer is with the arm. He instantly pre-fires Foxy's positions. That means that he knew that he's there. So I guess ROC Esports mentally, aim-wise, experience-wise, and preparation-wise are ready to claim their second consecutive league.
And we need to keep in mind, it's not just the West League fans who are watching. No, I think anyone who is relative or relevant to CrossFire across the globe is probably watching this final right now, just to get an idea of who they're going to be up against in the EWC.
Yeah, and if you are up against ROC Esports in the EWC, and then you are meeting the team that's undefeated among all the leagues, it's only one team till this moment undefeated. And as Kyle said, last time those two teams met, also it was a stomp from ROC Esports on the first 2 maps, but suddenly GG came back and reverse sweep them. So it's not over until they see the win on port, and especially if you're talking about port, ROC Esports is starting on the blacklist side, and we've seen also similar situation where PingPongPals started on the blacklist side and they kind of fold. So ROC Esports still, they have a very hard job to do, which is to close port. Looking at the set summary, Slayer again 2.0. He's getting closer to the West League MVP.
Yeah, I agree. And I think he is one of the candidates, and he would deserve it if he did get the West League MVP, to be honest, just because I don't think he really has that many off days as some of the other players within the season that we've witnessed.
He's always practicing.
He's always alert. He's always there. He's always present, which is beautiful to see, to be honest, as a CrossFire fan, you know. So now, you mentioned port, right? They're starting on BL side.
Yeah, and it's picked by ROC Esports as well.
Yeah, so it's ROC Esports picked. What's a good number to reach before the tables turn?
Well, ROC Esports usually they are very good on blacklist, so we cannot say that ROC Esports need 5 rounds, need 4 rounds, 3 rounds in at least in the blacklist side, because ROC Esports can even get it to 6-3, 7-2 very easy if they are in good shape, because this is their best map. We are playing ROC Esports best map based on numbers. We're talking only based on numbers.
Yeah,
We are
stats.
not players. We are not coaches. We're just watching the game. How I watch the game and how I see ROC Esports playing this sport, they usually left it as a decider, so they can risk some maps in the regular season
Yeah.
and leave it as a decider to claim the series. And it always paid off for them. Versus 999, versus PingPongPals, versus TBI. I remember if Anubis, I mean, and every team who plays ROC Esports on port just meets their death.
Yeah, I mean, but nonetheless, I've seen GG play port, and they're not bad at all.
Yeah,
at
very
it,
good as well.
especially on the GR side. They usually have a solid anchor, and as Horace mentioned, they like the peak. They know that GG likes to peak, so I'm kind of want to wait and see if that's gonna be GG's play style, or during these tactical timeouts, have they tried to brush off that mechanism of gameplay and shift to something else? Maybe.
Well, when we talk to GG always, when they lose the first map in the regular season or even in the playoffs yesterday with they lost versus InnerCircle first
Yeah.
map, and we talk to Spoxy and we tell him, how do you guys wash off this maybe
Defeat
yeah, the defeat and just get it fresh air into your
system,
team?
yeah.
He just says that we just drink some water, we chill, we relax, we keep talking about that we can just forget about it. It's a best of 5, as he said and he mentioned yesterday. It's a best of 5. It's not over until the third map is over or the 5th map is over. So he's still. I feel that GG, they have the experience to just shift, delete whatever the maps they played
Possibly
before,
speaking, yeah.
and start new map and get it from this.
All right, let's go to port for game 3 to our casters, please.
All right, here we go. It is that final potential moment for GG. If they're going to make a stand, it has to be here on port. Otherwise, it could be ROC Esports doing what they've done all season, and that's not dropping a single series and just looking like the team to beat all season long.
Yeah, I mean, they want to take a title that very, very few get to have, right? And, you know, very deservedly so, too, in the fashion at which they've looked all season long. They've looked absolutely incredible. But, let's see, still, potentially, a lot of ways to go in this. Head towards port, though, and it's just been a map in which has been so good, though, hasn't it, for this ROC side. You look at the last, essentially, 4 seasons worth. It's been very, very solid for them. GG got a serious task ahead of them.
Yeah, this one's going to be a tough one here. You can already see ROC putting a lot of pressure into the midsection, trying to get that early map control going for themselves. GG, though, starting to collapse around the mid-bridge just a little bit here to stall things out. The bomb, though, still uncommitted just yet. It's actually in the hands of Snake over towards A long, so it could end up being an elaborate fake to maybe pinch this bomb site, but Slayer catches Flex, and they set it on the desk coming into this one. They love to go for those early peaks, and Flex going to be punished. But look at Horus. He's just behind enemy lines, completely backstabs them without their knowledge. Why not get the third kill on top of it? And if that doesn't tell you where this third map might be going, I don't know what will.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. Spoxy gonna get a kill of his own as well. I mean, just ridiculous work. I mean, I think as well, we've got to look at this for the GG side, and you've got to, again, come back to this conversation that we brought up in map number 1. How do you actually go about beating this side? You know, you can talk about Spoxy and his individual kills, and he's getting consolations, don't get me wrong, right? You know, he's getting his individual moments, but is he doing enough to be able to take over a map? No, right? And I don't think it's fair to put that pressure on his shoulders. So where did GG look to be able to break down a ROC side that at the moment look absolutely indestructible? I don't know where the gaps are. So fantastic run. A great start in towards their map pick of port. Like we said, potentially the final here. She sprayed
Second round.
Raffin. Good work.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tougher this time around. Good trades, especially from Raffin there, along with Dezane holding as long as they could onto those positions. Slayer kind of forced out of a weird fight now, 4-on-2. Lionclaw surprisingly getting out of that one as well with his life, and this is where Slayer and Snake have a lot left to do to win this round. But this is one of those rounds where I think back to the 2v5 we saw earlier in the day, and that is where you cannot afford any simple mistakes here if you're GG. This is a must-win round.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen GG in this series. Map 1 and Map 2. We've seen them lose a 2v4 and a 2v5. So, let this slip. Forty. For ROC, no real chances in this one. Snake's making a college effort. It's 1v2 now. So, I'm not going to completely discount it. There might be some legs behind this, potentially. It's going to look a little funky.
Yeah, I mean, Snake, you'd have to think it should be impossible, but you never know in these situations with the way ROC's been playing today. He's also got a chance, if he can play his cards right, to maybe catch them both back turned if they're going to be hitting this lower B tunnel at the wrong timing. Zane, this is the opportunity to go for the peak here. Snake gets the opening pretty much for free on the B bomb site, so he does have the C4 plant advantage now as well and can go for the reposition. Both players being lower, though I don't think he's going to be ready for Spoxy there alongside Zane for the shutdown, and it will be around to respond, but I don't know if they want to be too confident after that one.
It's really not a bad effort at all, I think is ultimately the takeaway from that. Well, it was essentially at one point, even though it was only for a brief moment, was a 1v5. Not a terrible way, you know, to go about it. Nice kills isolated, and it was a little shaky, and I think Gaimin Gladiators are still feeling a little shaky too, so on all, sure, but still feels like ROC have opportunities here in this one. I want them to get quite proactive as well.
BL side's really all about just keeping things close. I mean, the GR side for ROC is almost unstoppable, I think, on this map. So a lot of it just comes down to how commanding of a lead GG might be able to slide away with on this GR side, because you've got to win this GR side if you're GG to even have a hope at this point on a map like Port. This time they're going to be a little bit more proactive in the round. They send Flex for the info play onto A connector, and he's not going to spot anything just yet, though Horus is early on the other side of that piece.
Okay. Cross being taken. Not a huge amount behind it. This opening kill has been so important for GG. It's something I feel like they really require. More so, in a sense, than I think ROC. ROC have been able to make a lot of rounds work from a disadvantage. That's not the same for GG. If they lose that opening kill, they really start to falter. They struggle from a number disadvantage situation. This opening kill could be everything. Raffin's posted him ready for it. Could be something, but it's actually going to be Totson for the first. He's running out of ammo. Snake, Slayer, all getting in on the action. That's not what you want to see. What an execute, by the way. Pack mentality. They work as a unit. There's just no way GG are breaking that down.
Yeah, now in the 2 versus 5, I mean, Flex is going to be able to find a kill, but I don't think he's going to find a whole lot more than that through this wall of smokes. It's just so hard to think about breaking through. Horus, though, spotted on the flank, but Flex able to get the kill again, narrowing the field. The Snake's position should be enough to shut them down, and those M14s on the edge of the smoke are just brutal to go up against.
What can you do, really? 2-1. Back into a little solid spot. And look at GG still, and I've got those concerns brewing always, but ROC are also showing moments of vulnerability in the way in which they fight. They're just winning Angels. At times it looks a little sloppy, but they're just so mechanically sharp. And what you see here, opening doubles, taking out another as well, so only 2 remaining with Spoxy and Raffin. I have to say, it feels unlikely in this one. 2 versus 4. Don't see ROC lose many of these, especially when they're fighting together. The exact right way to play this.
Yeah, I mean, Spoxy at this point, there's not a whole lot he's going to be able to do. They've already got full control over the A bomb site. C4 is moving in that direction as well. He has to kill somebody in mid, probably in the next 10 to 20 seconds here. But there's just no opening he can find. Slayer, though, insane shots on that round. All of them headshots on top of it. The first shot in mid, you're thinking, okay, that's a good start. But that shot through the window in the lower B tunnels, for me, that's an insane one.
Oh, well. GG. Got to answer back. You've got to build some foundations in this. Smoke comes down. I'll just block Lion Claw. Nothing really to work with. And actually, ROC going for a much slower take here. And this is something that ROC have been kind of testing all throughout this series. Just these tempo changes and having a little bit of fun with it. Seeing really how they fight.
Here comes the full push, though there's still a player on A top. They haven't cleared out yet. Spoxy gonna hold for a moment longer, takes it down to the 2-on-1, but just like that, it's already ROC springing into action, getting the trades, and getting themselves yet another round. And even though this is a GR-sided map, it really doesn't feel like it at the moment. It's a 4-1 lead in ROC, or just continuing this momentum we've seen pretty much all series long.
Yeah, they're flying. ROC, nothing really in this. GG. Not got many chances in this game. As much as it's only 4-1, it feels like it's not that drastic. This first half, I'm saying that we've got to build something here. On our 2B. Only a bit of damage, though. I'll take that at the very least. Down goes an important man of snare, so at least you've got a numbers advantage. We spoke about this a little bit earlier. They need this more than I think most of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, right now, even with the early advantage, it's quickly taken away. Already in a 4-on-4, and they're starting to put that pressure onto the B-bomb side on top of it. Zane going to be just holding the corner for now, but going to quickly run into some trouble very soon here. 4 players right on the opposite side of his position. He's going to be spotted right away. Actually lines up into Horus. Unfortunate timing to peek, and Horus, he's going to be good for the triple kill. Just cleans up everybody in his path, and now Spoxy again is left alone. A very familiar story here. 1 versus 4, nothing he can do, and it's already halfway to that championship here for ROC.
They're so close. So close. 5 more rounds is all we require of them. And it feels so unlikely that they won't get it. The rate at which they're playing, the rate at which they're picking up wins, and making this look easy in doing so. And it has been pretty beautiful.
Yeah, at this point, it's looking a lot more brutal than the last time we got to a map 3 when these teams met. This one's looking like it would have to be probably the best comeback I've ever seen if there's any hope for GG at this point, if I'm being honest, because this kind of dominating performance, you just don't slow this down easily. You can throw out all the tack pauses in the world, but these guys are all hitting shots. They're all converting rounds, and it's just an overwhelming difference in skill level, it feels like.
Yeah, I know, you're all right. It feels like, unfortunately, there's just sides on 2 completely different planes right now. And I think maybe there's even a part of it for ROC where they're thinking to themselves, we lost this badly last time. We want to make sure it's not the same. You know, that reverse sweep, it's kind of embarrassing in a way. It's not good. Snake Slayer, all adding, but the Raffin will make things awkward, but it's still Raffin putting him to a 1 versus 2. He's so low, he's barely alive. He's got to hit 2 nuts 1-taps to make anything of this, and Snare wants to fight. No real surprises there. He's so damn confident. Another round for ROC. I don't know about you, Carl. I cannot see a world in which this falls flat. I don't want to cast a curse there, as they call, but there's nothing on display from GG. They look mentally so checked out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one to even think about bouncing back from. It's 6-1 on an already defensive-sided map, and all they need is, at the most, 4 rounds going into that second half. So this one feels like it's already over at this point. GG as well. After you've lost a map already down this far, you've got to think about this plus 2 more to even win this series. And they've already got their EWC spots. So for them, it's like that's already half the battle won for GG. And to have the resilience to pull off in this fashion, I just don't see it happening. But for ROC, this is actually a big confidence statement, I think, for them, because coming into this, they had some inconsistencies in the past that doubted me, maybe giving them a chance on the international stage at this time around. But now it's like, if this is how they're going to play in the West, I actually think this is a team that could compete with the best in the world, no problem, because this just feels like child's play to them.
Yeah, the fact that they're just so easily dispatching what is the second best side in the entirety of the West is, I mean, it's an incredibly good sign. Teams at EWC should be a little cautious. I mean, we saw this side of the grand final. They look great, making it towards the playoffs. They just fell flat. This is a side that are not pulling any punches, and another easy round for them. Oh my, ridiculous work. I mean, you can just see it's like it's a pug here. You know what I mean? They're playing so loose, they're playing so fast, and Gaimin Gladiators are just getting overwhelmed. 7-1. So close on a leg shot as well on towards Raph, and he is lucky to stay alive. And Snare's got the right idea with those slightly elevated pop shots. NATO bound round, but he's crossed back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, if you're GG at this point, I don't think there's any gas left in the tank. It's just a matter of moments before this one just turns full force into a 3-0 victory. There's only 3 rounds left to make that happen, and we're already in just the first half, so at this point for GG, they're just kind of looking for anything they can, maybe a glimpse of hope, but every time it feels like they even have a good start to a round, it's just so quickly taken away.
Oh, well. What have he got? Any recovery at the end of this half? Just one round. I don't know how far it'll go, but it already feels like we're getting towards the beginning of the end. A marathon of a first series and a sprint of a second at this rate. Flex. It's fine from him on towards Snare at the very least, but he's not under a lot of pressure. There's a raffling for support as well, but trades are good and still keeping things a little funky. Zane needs to find this kill and quick. Snake deals damage but takes a lot himself, so all onus here really feels like it's on Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't say it's an easy road for GG here, even with the numbers, but this should be around at the very least they can find for themselves. Just as I say that, though, Slayer lines them up. They may actually win this for ROC after all. Even with the 2-on-4 advantage, it doesn't matter. Snare continuing to show the confidence this team has, and hey, I'm not doubting them at this point either. It's an 8-1 BL side. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, there is really, I mean, there's just not a lot you can say in a positive note over towards GG, unfortunately. It's feeling like GG in the map and the series at this rate. I mean, how can you fathom a way to get back into this? I don't know. Snare, open things up more as we get caught. Snare on towards the backside. He's getting peppered a little bit, and he might be in a bit of trouble. Down he will go, but he's got the support of Slayer. Oh, he misses the shot, and he'll get punished for Spoxy by that, but still a 1 versus 2 required for Spoxy. It will not be the case. Another put on the board. This has got to be done.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like the series is coming to a close very rapidly. I mean, here, probably a 10-1 finish in the cards. If they can pull this off, it would just be the ultimate way to crown the season. But hey, Flex, a little knife kill there, you know, at least showing he's got something left in the tank. Gets a second kill on top of it. Satsun right there for the punish, and it may not be over just yet. Maybe stalling for a moment longer. It's going to be GG, at least holding the 3-on-2 for now.
Let's see. Oh, flying claw and Snare. So, hey, it looks like GG will stay alive for now. That'll be something. That'll at least be a silver lining. And also, they've won the mental warfare. Like we said, knife kill. That's all that matters, right? You've won that small little internal victory, but getting back into this map, into the series,
yeah, there's no way at this point. Even Tatsun, there's still a chance the way they've been playing. The 20 HP 1v3 doesn't actually seem like that scary of a situation with how ROC's been playing in this series. So we'll see if it is indeed in the cards here. He's already found himself 1 kill. Spots the second. This time, though, isn't going to be enough to get the job done, but you've got 8 chances at it. Surely one's enough.
Yeah, it's one of those. I think probably even internally for GG, I feel like they realize there's no real chance here. The only way you can approach this legitimately, if you want to talk about a kind of a comeback, is you have to take it one round at a time. You can't think long term. You can't think of we're on the brink of losing this and finishing second, or losing this map or anything. You've got to think this is the only round that matters. Nothing else required. Nothing about momentum. Nothing about chaining things together. Just bit by bit. Or that's the only way you can really approach this. Still, hard to overcome the looming inevitability of a ROC 3-0 here at this sort of position at a 9-2.
Yeah, GG, they've definitely pressed their luck maybe as far as it can go at this point. You've got Horus looking to try and lead with the kill on the flex. He's going to find it. Nice little early 5-on-4 position to be in, and now all they've got to do is hold the numbers to get themselves in that winning position. You can see Horus thinking about going for a secondary peek in mid here. He's going to go ahead and reset.
Well, he's actually got mid control for free. I mean, this is a big indication of where they're setting up. Hence why they're all starting to group towards this B site. And, well, Totson's going to be that first contact, but we've got a massive flank here. Look at this. This one, he does get spotted on the flank by Spoxy, but now they've got nowhere else to go, and they're walking straight into the meat grinder. That'll close things. What a showing. Snare is loving live. No chance, and understandably no chance. Celebrations coming through for everybody having their own little moment, but that was an incredible display from ROC. 3-0 in the final, no questions asked, didn't miss a beat, and they've now put themselves heading into EWC as, I mean, we've got to say, a real contender to make a fairly decent run here. You know, we've not seen a West League team do incredibly well in a long time, but when you put up, you know, I guess maps and series like that, it's hard not to believe that they might have a chance to do something kind of cool.
Yeah, the first uncontested season in 7 years. That's how long it's been. But this team rightfully earning that position and honestly showcasing what I think is probably one of the biggest threats a West League team is going to bring to the table now going into the international stage. Because if you could play like this against the #2 team in the West, you've got a real chance of going for a championship when it comes time for EWC.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, man. This is a side that now look really, really cool. But we'll have to see, right? EWC in a few weeks as well. Then we're heading out to Riyadh. So will GG. And of course, so will IC from earlier today. But for myself and Kyle, that is us done here for Season 2. Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. We're going to throw it over towards the desk for the guys to round it out. But it's been a pleasure casting throughout the season. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Kyle and Neokai, man. What a season it's been, Penguin. And it's my pleasure also to be here sharing this moment with everyone.
Yeah, ROC Esports claimed the title in the end, and their second consecutive win, second win in a row for ROC Esports, an undefeated win. As Kyle said, it's been 7 years since RU Legends, I guess.
Yeah.
The team that got it undefeated win now. ROC Esports claim it and gone for the EWC, 0 wins. Looking for the trophy, and everybody's believing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember how many games they've won series they've won so far without losing a game. I think it's somewhere between 17 or 18, if not 19. I'll have to double check. Anyways, that was a show. That was some premium CrossFire. This shows you why a team like ROC as well is not just here to compete. As Neokai and Kyle mentioned, this is a very strong contender for the EWC, which we're gonna have to see in a couple of weeks once everything is shifted towards Riyadh. And what a show it's gonna been. As for the other teams in the other regions, they might look at this and be like, okay, these guys are here to compete, you know.
Well, if like Neokai said, if you are able to do this versus the second West League team, then you can just do it versus anybody else, because you're talking about a storm versus the second team in the West League. You're not just having a close, even fight. So you need to be looking for the international event. We are looking for it, and everybody from the MENA region, audience, players, professional players, ex-players, coaches, managers, they are supporting only 3 teams right now. ROC Esports, Gaimin Gladiators, and finally InnerCircle getting the 3rd spot.
Yeah, and I honestly, just to mention, I think InnerCircle and Gaimin Gladiators played exceptionally well this entire season as well, so I have to give them some credit there, you know?
Yeah, and GG InnerCircle, both, as you said, they played very well. They had struggles just throughout the entire season, but in the end they claimed their spot. Hard luck also for Anubis, because they had a very good season and they just barely missed EWC, and better luck for them in the future.
Hopefully, yeah.
And I hope for the 3 teams that's been already now in the EWC to kind of show us how good our region is, and we're gonna be all supporting these teams, supporting ROC Esports, our champions, our titans, our title holders. And not only this, that these guys got it undefeated and 2nd time in a row. 2025 is ROC's year.
Yeah, I think it is ROC's year, to be honest, and I'm kind of hoping this momentum and this train keeps moving forward in that specific direction, especially in the EWC, you know, because here we're looking at the set summary, man. Like, compared to game 1 and 2, oh my god. Like, the lowest one is 1.2 Horus, and he's the first entry, and he still did great.
Yeah, and Slayer again 2.33, and Snake is 2.75. I guess definitely without a doubt Slayer is our MVP of the series and the MVP of the West League. If not, it's gonna be, I guess, Boxy maybe, but talking about the winners, it should be Slayer. He played very good this series. By the way, Slayer played this series with 3 different guns. He's playing with everything.
Yeah.
He's fragging with anything.
Yeah.
He did extremely well. He played very good. He's the key element of his team. As we mentioned Spoxy in GG, we have to mention Slayer in ROC Esports.
100%, yeah, and we even saw Snare as well in the camera, like taunting a little bit. So I'm kind of curious, yeah, and as you mentioned, Slayer is the MVP of this game in particular. So 2.1
In
KD,
the whole entire
that is
series.
massive. Yeah, that is
We have
massive.
never seen this. This is grand finals, man. You gotta be kidding me. This is finals playoffs of the West League season
West
2,
League, yeah.
and he's getting 2.1. You do not even get it in the regular season. I guess the highest for Spoxy we saw is 2.0 maybe, but even though it was a regular season, this is playoffs.
Yeah, and they, how can I say this? They played the playoffs in a way, and they brought out some new strategies and stuff that I kind of noticed. Their gameplay just
They're
shifted.
so prepared.
Like, there was patience, but accelerated patience, if that even makes sense in the English vocabulary. They played patiently, but with perfect finesse and execution.
The games went so fast, but still they had some patience in some rounds. They actually outplayed GG in all aspects of game. Very good preparations from them. Unlucky day for GG. I'm pretty sure that if GG rematches these finals, it would never end in a 3-0 series without a single map being taken by GG. But still, it's ROC's day, it's ROC's season, and it's ROC's year. 2 consecutive wins. One of them is undefeated, and they are going for the EWC with heads high.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to be observing the EWC myself as much as I can, because the EWC is a challenge, you know, it's a challenge, because now it's not just the West League. No,
We
now
want
you're
the
fighting-
international stage.
Exactly, and that's an entire different spectrum. All right, this is amazing. We have an interview with 2 players, Slayer and Horus. I'm pretty sure also Horus is involved because he was there in the beginning, and I was
Yes.
hoping for that, you know. So I'd like to take it away so we can have a chat with them. Mabruk, congratulations, guys. I'm really happy for
Thank
you.
you.
Penguin, take it away.
Congratulations for you win, guys. Now you have make it to the EWC, winning the 2nd consecutive title for you, going undefeated. How did you guys keep this consistency in throughout the entire season?
Wait, because I can't see anything, because Flex said to me that I will see something, but I can't see. Maybe I want to clean my glasses, I guess, maybe.
If you came like this, if you get a napkin like this and did like this in the face, you will find it dry. It was so easy.
It is
Yeah, I
easy.
guess.
Not, zero spit of like sweat. It's 3B, like 3B came from open and it was so much harder than this.
Yeah.
Tyler.
And I guess someone said that he will smash, I guess. If this is how you smash, I don't think that don't need to say it anymore. I guess, you know.
Okay, guys, I feel it. I feel it because
Calma, guys,
was
calma, just calma.
this.
You have
this
ego,
didn't.
but know your limits, guys. You have ego, but know your limits.
Yeah,
fair
you
enough,
guys
fair enough.
didn't. This didn't go as expected because everybody expected it's gonna be a fair matchup between both of you guys. But it was your day, to be honest. Not your day. It was your year, guys. You destroyed everybody throughout this season, going undefeated, to be honest. So well played by you guys. And I have a question for you, Horus. How many leagues?
6 leagues right now.
Count for me, please.
That's great.
2021,
6 leagues.
2022,
Yeah.
2023,
24.
4,
3 I didn't
5,
get.
and yeah,
yeah.
23 you didn't
five.
get, and 2025 you got 2 leagues.
Yeah.
How do
Yes,
you
sir.
feel?
Yes,
How do
sir.
you feel staying on top? And maybe I guess you're kinda now one man of a kind with 6 leagues now.
But I
In
haven't-
Egypt, yes,
yeah.
but in right now in EU, like since the beginning, I guess I'm now the same as Creeds
The
and
Creeds and, yeah, the-
Seven and
yeah.
FaZe. Yeah, we all
Flip
got
side
6
NGV.
leagues right now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
and the job is not done yet. We still have the next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a question for both of you. You can each answer it however way you want. Did you guys already start preparing for the EWC before this game? Obviously, like without giving too much detail, you know. But I feel the efforts there. You can tell the organization structured, taking care of you guys. So's the coach as well. So, tell me a little bit about it.
First of all, there was like too many things to show in playoffs, but we didn't need to reveal them. So, like, as you say, as you like watch it in the stream, like it was so easy. We didn't need to show anything, so we were gonna save it to WC.
All right.
Okay,
cool.
I have a question for
cool.
Slayer.
Well,
Because
Bash.
Slayer is he's young talent and maybe now he's on top for 2 years. So this is maybe his first time. Some team says that staying on top is usually harder than reaching the top. Did you guys feel any added pressure throughout this season because you are the champions of season 1?
Of course, pressure is there, but like there are levels of pressure. Like you have to like have a small stage of pressure and like to keep up with it. If it goes like too high, like it's gonna affect you in mentally in game, and that's it. We just have like the ability to smooth down.
Overcome it.
Overcome it, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So-
sometimes
We have
pressure is
got the
good.
experience. We have got the aim.
Exactly.
You know, the ice in the veins. You know all this stuff.
Yeah,
So
exactly,
it's
because-
pressure, and we know where we stand.
Yeah, talking about the ice in the veins, Slayer is always throughout all his entire clutches one of the most craziest clutches today that I've seen today with his Omen Eagle Eye versus Flex and Spoxy.
Spoxy,
And he
yeah.
stayed deadly face. The guy didn't even blink.
He's just
How
like
do you
next
keep
round,
this?
next round. Let's
Yes,
take
yeah,
me to the
he
next
didn't
round.
even just mention how do you keep this?
Kind of interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it was just common angle for Spoxy to stay in A window, but yeah, one in the bag like the others.
Yeah, okay.
Fair enough. Fair
Last
enough.
question before you say any words to your fans. Is Snake entering right now? Because I've seen Snake is entering in most of the rounds. If he did he switch roles with you, Horus?
No. We just he's comfortable in some areas, and I'm comfortable in some areas. So why not? Yeah, let's go.
Adapt,
Okay,
yeah.
because I've seen him import. He's pushing from barn, getting 2 kills.
Yeah.
Okay, any words for the fans who supported you? Guys have a lot of fans. It's fans who've supported you for your coach Stray because this guy is doing hard work and it's always shown in the league and at the end for the organization who supported you and now you're gonna be representing them in the EWC.
تفضل
قول
عبد.
له حورس.
Can I say in Arabic? ممكن أنا-
Keep it in English because they want it in English.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone. A lot of you guys shows us how you support us and how you keep supporting and supporting. I want to thank you all, and we will keep doing our stuff. Keep supporting because we didn't finish yet. We still have the AWC. We need you more.
Exactly.
Thanks for our families. They support us even more. I can't say any words can fit Stray, our coach. This guy is a hard worker. I can't say anything for him. Like he got all the respect. He got all the. Actually, there is no words I can say for real. So I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart, and let's keep the work continue.
Yeah, exactly. Keep that continue. Okay, we're gonna leave you guys continue celebrating and enjoying the rest of the night while you're the champions of the West League, undefeated, going to the EWC.
Yes.
Good luck in the EWC. We're gonna be all supporting you guys because we want the wins on the international stage right
Exactly,
now,
yeah.
and we want all the 3 teams who are representing West League to show us some good fights.
Exactly.
Thank you,
yeah.
guys.
Best
Thank
of
you,
luck,
thank you.
guys.
Congratulations
Take
once
care.
more, and enjoy your night.
See you.
Thank
See
you.
you.
Oh my god, they throw it all away into Gigi's face.
I mean, listen, and I mentioned this. I mentioned this earlier that you shouldn't celebrate until you actually won. And here we're looking at the season 2
Incredible
MVP,
season
ROC
from
Slayer,
The
man.
youngest addition into Rock.
1.43 KD, and this is not just in this series. No, this is in the entire season. He's been performing phenomenal, and props to everyone who's helped him get to this position and his own time that he's invested into Crossfire
Exactly. Now he's
to
paying
reach
off.
such a status.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now
Yeah.
he's paying
The
off.
hard work is paying off, and we can all get to witness here and see it ourselves.
Yeah, Slayer may be the youngest guy on the ROC Esports roster, but if you talk to him, you think that you're talking to a well-grown man. His mentality
mature
is
adult, yeah.
extremely exceeding his age. This
Yes,
guy
yes.
is destroying enemies only by his strong mental. So to be honest, well deserved for Slayer. This is the payoff for your efforts throughout the entire year, not only this season.
Yeah, now we're looking at the final results of the CFS point table, where we can see rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and Swamp Gaming as well did qualify. So, which is kind of interesting, you know?
Well, Swamp Gaming is not in the CFS points in the path for the regional qualifiers because they got instantly invited to the regional finals throughout the NA region, because the NA region is separately held from different way. So Swamp Gaming will have a direct invite to the regional finals. That's
Excellent.
why, that's why Swamp Gaming is not in the table right now. All the other teams from the 5th to the 12th will be going to the regional qualifiers. We're gonna be choosing 2 teams to represent them in the regional finals. So, as you can see, the finalist of the EWC is ROC, GG, InnerCircle. Sadly, Anubis, same points exactly as InnerCircle, but due to the rules that says the higher seed in the 2nd season claims the spot of the EWC, that's why InnerCircle is now going to
very
the...
close.
Yeah, that's why InnerCircle is going for the EWC
Yeah.
and Anubis is not.
I'm also glad I get to see Famous Man because I'm a huge fan, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially, I like the rest of the roster of Swamp Gaming and their play style, you know. And what else?
Yeah.
What do you think's gonna happen? What do you think's gonna happen in the EWC?
Well,
Just a brief thing. You don't have to tell me.
Okay, a very
all your
fast, quick thing.
expectations,
We
yeah.
need the West League teams to kind of
Shine.
represent and shine the MENA region. Make
Hopefully,
it
yeah.
shine, represent, go guys fight, go show us some good games.
Premium
We're going to be all
Crossfire.
watching you, and I want all the players, all the ex-pro players, and all the exactly now pro players. And I need everybody to be supporting those 3 teams because they
Yeah.
are going to be representing our region. Whenever you are winning in the international stage,
Yeah.
you will be getting more support, and this will reflect into our region. So Anubis, PingPongPals, Swamp Gaming, TBI, all the other teams, just keep supporting the 3 teams that made it to the EWC, and support ROC Esports, the team that's undefeated. This roster is on a new level. So congratulations for them. Also DGG, and definitely for the InnerCircle. Hard luck for the rest of the teams, and it's the end of the West League, I guess.
Yes, and I'd like to give a special thank you to you, Penguin,
Thank you
to
to
be
you too.
honest, for joining me. It has been an amazing season to be a part of and be the host as well.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all our casters across the board without anyone excluded. Thank everyone who contributed to make this happen. Thank our audience for being here, supporting this live and everything that has to do with Crossfire West League. Is there
Yeah.
anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to be watching these teams on EWC, and it's going to be seeing you next year, guys, for the West League.
All right, we'll see you guys in the EWC and next year, hopefully. Have a great night.